Adolf Hitler. When Soviet tanks rumbled through the streets of Berlin in late April 1945, Adolf Hitler knew his empire had crumbled. The man who once commanded millions was now trapped underground like a rat. Hitler spent his final days in a concrete bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, surrounded by a shrinking circle of loyalists who watched their Führer deteriorate before their eyes. On April 29th, he married his longtime companion Eva Braun in a bizarre midnight ceremony. The next day, April 30th, 1945, Hitler said his final goodbyes. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, he and Eva retreated to their private quarters. What happened next was confirmed by those who found them. Hitler had bitten into a cyanide capsule and shot himself in the head simultaneously. Eva died beside him, having only consumed the poison. Their bodies were carried up the bunker stairs, doused with gasoline in the Reich Chancellery garden, and set ablaze while Soviet artillery boomed in the distance. The man who'd sent millions to their deaths in camps and battlefields chose to escape judgment by his own hand, leaving nothing but charred remains and a legacy of horror. He was 56 years old. News of Hitler's death spread across the world, marking the end of the European theater of World War II, and spawning decades of conspiracy theories about whether he really died or somehow escaped. Benito Mussolini. Benito Mussolini spent his final hours running. The Italian dictator who'd once strutted on balconies preaching about a new Roman Empire was now disguised in a German military coat, trying to flee to Switzerland. On April 27, 1945, communist partisans stopped a German convoy at a checkpoint near Lake Como. Among the soldiers, they found Il Duce himself, the great fascist leader, hiding like a common criminal. Mussolini and his mistress Clara Petacci were pulled from the convoy and held overnight. The next day, April 28th, a partisan leader named Walter Audisio arrived with orders to execute them. Accounts vary on the exact details, but what's certain is this: Mussolini and Petacci were taken to a villa gate in the small village of Giulino di Mezzegra and shot with a submachine gun. The partisans loaded the bodies into a van and drove them to Milan, to a place called Piazzale Loreto. This wasn't random. Months earlier, Mussolini's regime had executed 15 partisans and left their bodies on display at that exact location. Now it was his turn. When the truck arrived at dawn on April 29th, Mussolini, Petacci, and several other executed fascist officials were dumped on the ground. A crowd gathered quickly, and things got ugly fast. People kicked the corpses, spat on them, fired at them again. One woman reportedly fired 5 more times into Mussolini's body, once for each of her dead sons. Then came the finale. The bodies were hung upside down from the roof of a gas station. The crowd went wild, jeering and celebrating beneath the corpses. News of Mussolini's brutal death flashed across the world, signaling the definitive collapse of fascist Italy and marking a symbolic turning point in the final unraveling of World War II. Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il ruled North Korea for 17 years with an iron grip, maintaining one of the most isolated and oppressive regimes on Earth. He cultivated a personality cult, so extreme that state propaganda claimed he could control the weather and didn't need to use the bathroom. But in December 2011, the man who'd been portrayed as nearly superhuman died from something decidedly human: a heart attack. On December 17, 2011, Kim Jong-il was traveling by train through North Korea when he suffered a massive heart attack, reportedly brought on by physical and mental stress. He was 69 years old. North Korean state media didn't announce his death until 2 days later, on December 19th, claiming he died at 8:30 a.m. on his train, while on a field guidance tour. The announcement described him passing during a great mental and physical strain, while dedicating himself to the nation. Official reports said he'd been suffering from diabetes and heart disease for years, though the regime had hidden this from the public. When the news finally broke, North Korean television showed anchor Ri Chun-hee dressed in black, weeping as she announced the dear leader's passing. State media broadcast footage of citizens collapsing in theatrical grief, wailing in the streets and bowing before his portraits. Whether the grief was genuine or performed out of fear, the spectacle was surreal. Kim Jong-il's body was embalmed and placed on display in a glass coffin at the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun in Pyongyang, lying in state alongside his father Kim Il-sung. Unlike many dictators who met violent ends, Kim Jong-il died of natural causes, never facing justice for the starvation, imprisonment, and execution of countless North Koreans. He passed power seamlessly to his son, Kim Jong-un, ensuring the dynasty continued. Joseph Stalin. Joseph Stalin ruled through terror for nearly 3 decades, but in the end, that same terror might have killed him. On the night of March 1st, 1953, Stalin hosted one of his infamous late-night dinners at his dacha near Moscow. He drank heavily with his inner circle of Soviet officials, the same men who lived in constant fear of purges and midnight arrests. Around 4 a.m., Stalin dismissed everyone and retired to his private quarters. Then something happened. Hours passed. Stalin always summoned his guards and staff by mid-morning, But March 2nd came and went with silence from his room. Here's where it gets darkest. His guards and household staff knew something was wrong, but they were absolutely terrified to enter without being called. Stalin had cultivated such a climate of fear that his own people were too scared to check if he was alive. By the time someone finally worked up the courage to peek inside that evening, they found the 74-year-old dictator lying on the floor in a puddle of his own urine, partially paralyzed from a massive stroke. He'd been there for nearly 12 hours. Medical help was summoned, but the delay had done its damage. Stalin lingered for days, unable to speak, his face contorted, slowly dying while doctors tried desperately to save him. Some historians believe his guards delayed on purpose. Others think his own officials might have poisoned him or withheld help intentionally. On March 5, 1953, at 9:50 p.m., Stalin finally died. The announcement triggered mass public mourning across the Soviet Union, but privately, many breathed sighs of relief as his reign came to an end. Raphael Trujillo ruled the Dominican Republic like his personal kingdom for 31 brutal years, ordering assassinations, tortures, and disappearances with casual cruelty. But on the night of May 30, 1961, the hunter became the hunted. Trujillo was being driven on a highway outside Santo Domingo when several cars suddenly blocked his route. A group of Dominican conspirators, many of them military officers who'd once served under him, emerged with weapons. They'd been planning this for months, with quiet support from the CIA, who wanted Trujillo gone. The 69-year-old dictator's car was riddled with bullets. Some accounts say Trujillo tried to fight back, pulling out his own pistol and firing at his attackers before being shot multiple times. Within minutes, El Jefe, the chief, was dead on the side of the road, his body torn apart by gunfire. The conspirators loaded his corpse into one of their cars and drove away, unsure what to do next. Trujillo's body ended up stored in the trunk of a car for hours while the assassins debated their next move. Eventually, his remains were recovered by loyalist forces. What followed was chaos. Some conspirators were caught and executed, others fled, and the country descended into political turmoil. For a ruler so brutal, Trujillo's end was fittingly the same. Nicolae Ceaușescu. Nicolae and Elena Ceaușescu spent Christmas Day 1989 facing a firing squad, and the whole thing was captured on video. After ruling Romania with an iron fist for over 2 decades, the Ceaușescus watched their power evaporate during the country's anti-communist revolution. On December 22nd, they attempted to flee Bucharest by helicopter as protests overwhelmed the capital. They were captured within hours. 3 days later, on Christmas Day, they stood trial in a small room at a military base in Targovist. The trial was a rushed affair, lasting barely an hour, with charges of genocide and embezzlement among others. The elderly couple appeared confused and defiant, with Elena repeatedly protesting that the proceedings were illegal. The verdict was never in doubt: guilty, death sentence. Minutes after the trial concluded, Nicolae and Elena were led outside to a courtyard wall, soldiers lined up. The couple was given no chance to say goodbye or make final statements beyond their protests during the trial. The firing squad opened fire, and both Ceaușescus dropped dead almost instantly, their bodies riddled with over 100 bullets. The execution was filmed, and that evening, Romanian television broadcast the news, along with footage proving they were dead. The footage spread internationally, shocking viewers who watched a longtime communist leader go from power to execution in just 3 days. Pol Pot, the architect of Cambodia's genocide that killed up to 2 million people, died quietly in a jungle hut in 1998. After the Khmer Rouge regime fell in 1979, Pol Pot fled into the jungle near the Thai border where he lived as a fugitive for nearly 2 decades. By 1998, he was 73 years old, under house arrest by a splinter faction of his own former movement. On April 15, 1998, Pol Pot died in his sleep, reportedly from heart failure. The timing was suspicious. Just days earlier, remaining Khmer Rouge leaders had agreed to hand him over for an international war crimes trial. Instead, he escaped justice by dying in a bamboo hut. The Khmer Rouge, knowing how skeptical the world would be, did something macabre. They displayed Pol Pot's corpse to journalists, inviting them to photograph the body to prove he was really dead. Images of his lifeless body appeared in newspapers globally. There would be no trial, no accountability, no chance for victims to face him in court. The butcher of Cambodia had literally died in his sleep and avoided answering for millions of deaths. His body was cremated on a makeshift pyre of tires and trash, a pathetic end for a man who'd orchestrated industrial-scale murder. Saddam Hussein's execution on December 30, 2006, was supposed to be a solemn, controlled event. It wasn't. After the US-led invasion of Iraq and a lengthy trial for crimes against humanity, Saddam was sentenced to death by hanging. At dawn on that December morning, the 69-year-old former dictator was led into an execution chamber at an Iraqi military base in Baghdad. Official protocol was supposed to keep things dignified, but someone in the room had a cell phone. As Saddam stood on the gallows with a noose around his neck, guards began taunting him, shouting sectarian insults. Saddam responded with defiance, reciting prayers until the trapdoor opened and he dropped. The whole thing was captured on a grainy cell phone video that leaked online almost immediately. Saddam, dressed in a black coat, remained composed even as the insults flew. When the floor gave way beneath him, it was over quickly. His body was later returned to his family and buried in his hometown of Tikrit. The execution sparked massive controversy. Some viewed it as justice served. Others condemned the disrespectful treatment of a man facing death, regardless of his crimes. Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi ruled Libya for 42 years with a bizarre mix of brutality and eccentricity. On October 20, 2011, he died begging for mercy in a drainage pipe, and the whole thing was filmed on cell phones. During Libya's civil war, Gaddafi fled Tripoli as rebel forces closed in. He made it to his hometown of Sirte, where he held out for weeks before NATO airstrikes destroyed his convoy. Gaddafi escaped the wreckage and hid in a concrete drainage pipe with a few remaining bodyguards. When rebels found him, they dragged the 69-year-old dictator out into the open. Multiple cell phone videos captured what happened next. A bloodied, disoriented Gaddafi, his face swollen and his clothes torn, being manhandled by jubilant fighters. In one video, he's heard pleading, asking what he did wrong. Rebels shouted victoriously, some struck him, and chaos reigned. What exactly happened in those final minutes remains disputed, but Gaddafi was shot, reportedly in the head, and died shortly after his capture. His body was later displayed in Misrata, where locals lined up to see the corpse of their former dictator, lying in a commercial freezer. The phrase "caught like a rat in a drain" became headlines. His body was eventually buried in an unmarked grave in the desert, location undisclosed. Augusto Pinochet. Augusto Pinochet ruled Chile for 17 years after seizing power in a bloody 1973 coup that overthrew the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende. During his dictatorship, thousands of Chileans were tortured, killed, or disappeared. But unlike many dictators, Pinochet didn't die violently or in exile. He died in a hospital bed, old and comfortable, never fully answering for his crimes. By 2006, the 91-year-old former dictator had been battling health problems for years. He'd suffered multiple heart attacks and strokes, and his body was finally giving out. On December 3, 2006, Pinochet suffered a massive heart attack and was rushed to Santiago's military hospital. Doctors performed emergency surgery, but complications set in quickly. Over the next week, his condition deteriorated. He suffered additional heart attacks and developed pulmonary edema, his lungs filling with fluid. On December 10, 2006, exactly 1 week after his initial heart attack, and on International Human Rights Day, Augusto Pinochet died surrounded by family members. He was 91 years old. When news of his death reached the streets of Santiago, the reaction was split. Some Chileans celebrated, gathering in the streets to cheer and wave flags, relieved that the dictator was finally gone. Others mourned, viewing him as the man who'd saved Chile from communism and brought economic stability. Here's what made Pinochet's death particularly frustrating for those seeking justice. He'd spent his final years fighting extradition and prosecution. He'd been arrested in London in 1998 on Spanish warrants for human rights violations, but was eventually released on medical grounds and returned to Chile. Back home, he faced multiple indictments for human rights abuses, tax evasion, and embezzlement, but his lawyers repeatedly argued he was too sick and senile to stand trial. The cases dragged on for years, and Pinochet never spent a day in prison for the atrocities committed under his rule. His funeral was a private military affair, and he was cremated shortly after. Pinochet's ashes were divided among family members, with some reportedly scattered in the ocean. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Miyamoto Musashi. On June 13, 1645, 61-year-old Miyamoto Musashi sat kneeling in a cave called Reigondo near Kumamoto. Musashi had spent decades as Japan's most feared swordsman, fighting 61 duels to the death and never losing a single one. He'd developed a revolutionary two-sword fighting technique and written treatises on strategy that influenced military thinking for centuries. By 1645, Musashi had retired from dueling. He'd spent his final years as a hermit, living in the cave and dedicating himself to philosophy, painting, and writing. His body had begun failing. He developed thoracic cancer that caused pain and difficulty breathing. Musashi knew his death was approaching. Rather than seeking medical treatment or comfort, he chose to spend his remaining time in solitude and contemplation. He sat at a small wooden desk in the cave, writing by candlelight. In his final weeks, Musashi composed the Dokudo, meaning the way of walking alone. This brief text contained 21 precepts for living an independent, disciplined life. The rules reflected his lifetime of martial experience distilled into philosophical wisdom. On June 13th, Miyamoto Musashi died while kneeling at his desk in Reigondo Cave. The man who'd killed dozens of opponents in single combat died peacefully from natural causes, a writing brush in his hand rather than a sword. Musashi's death was extraordinary precisely because it was ordinary. The deadliest swordsman in Japanese history never fell in battle. He died undefeated, his perfect record intact. His writings, particularly the Book of Five Rings and the Dokudo, became foundational texts in Japanese martial philosophy. Saigo Takamori. On September 24, 1877, 49-year-old Saigo Takamori stood on Shiroyama Hill near Kagoshima, surrounded by government forces. Saigo had been one of the architects of the Meiji Restoration, helping overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate and restore imperial rule. However, he'd grown disillusioned with the new government's modernization policies and treatment of the samurai class. Saigo had led the Satsuma Rebellion, the last major samurai uprising against the imperial government. For months, his forces fought against the modern conscript army, equipped with rifles and artillery. By September 1877, Saigo's rebel army had been reduced to a few hundred men trapped on Shiroyama. The Battle of Shiroyama began before dawn on September 24th. Government forces numbering over 30,000 attacked from all sides. Saigo's remaining samurai fought with traditional swords and spears against overwhelming firepower. The battle was hopeless. During the fighting, a bullet struck Saigo in the hip. He fell, unable to stand. As government forces closed in, Saigo knew capture was imminent. According to samurai tradition, he decided to commit seppuku, ritual suicide, to preserve his honor. However, his injury prevented him from performing the ritual properly. Saigo couldn't maintain the kneeling position required for seppuku. His loyal lieutenant, Beppu Shinsuke, had to support him physically, while Saigo attempted to cut his abdomen. Unable to complete the ritual himself, Saigo gave the signal. Beppu performed kaishaku, the act of beheading to end suffering during seppuku. Saigo Takamori died on Shiroyama Hill. The Battle of Shiroyama marked the end of the samurai era. Saigo became known as the Last Samurai, though his story bore little resemblance to the Hollywood film. He died fighting for a world that was disappearing, killed by the modernization he'd helped create. Oda Nobunaga. On June 21, 1582, 47-year-old Oda Nobunaga was staying at Honnoji Temple in Kyoto. Nobunaga had spent decades unifying Japan through brutal military campaigns and political maneuvering. He controlled approximately half of Japan's provinces and was on the verge of complete dominance. His ruthless tactics had made him both feared and hated. That morning, Nobunaga was at the temple. With only a small retinue of guards, most of his army was away on distant campaigns. One of his trusted generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, was supposed to be marching west to join another campaign. Instead, Mitsuhide turned his army toward Kyoto. Around dawn, Akechi Mitsuhide's 13,000 troops surrounded Honnoji Temple. Nobunaga woke to the sounds of gunfire and his guards fighting. He initially thought it was a minor disturbance, but quickly realized the temple was under full assault. Nobunaga grabbed a bow and fought from inside the temple, shooting at attackers. However, the situation was hopeless. He was vastly outnumbered, and Mitsuhide's forces were setting fire to the temple buildings. As flames engulfed Honnoji, Nobunaga retreated into the interior of the burning temple. Knowing death was certain, he chose to commit seppuku rather than be captured or killed by his enemies. He performed the ritual suicide as the temple burned around him. Oda Nobunaga died inside the flaming temple. However, his body was never found. The intense fire reduced everything to ash, and no remains could be definitively identified as Nobunaga's. The absence of a body sparked centuries of speculation. Some theorists claimed Nobunaga escaped and lived in hiding. However, he almost certainly died in the temple, his body simply consumed entirely by the flames. The disappearance of Japan's most powerful warlord's remains added mystery to his already legendary status. Sanada Yukimura. On June 3, 1615, 48-year-old Sanada Yukimura fought in the summer siege of Osaka, the final battle that would establish Tokugawa dominance over Japan. Yukimura had allied with the Toyotomi clan against Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces. He was renowned as the Crimson Demon for his red armor and fearless combat. That day, Yukimura led a desperate assault directly at Tokugawa Ieyasu's command post. His forces broke through multiple defensive lines, coming closer to killing the future shogun than anyone else in the battle. Tokugawa's forces were thrown into chaos. However, Yukimura's men were outnumbered and eventually forced to retreat. The fighting had been intense. Yukimura himself had been in constant combat for hours. By the time his forces fell back, he was physically exhausted. Yukimura made his way to a small shrine called Yasui Shrine. He removed his distinctive red helmet and sat down against a tree to rest. His body could no longer continue fighting. enemy soldiers soon spotted him sitting there. According to historical accounts, when the soldiers approached, Yukimura recognized that escape was impossible. He reportedly said, "I am Sanada Yukimura, take my head." He made no attempt to defend himself or flee. The soldiers killed Yukimura where he sat. His head was taken as proof of his death. Sanada Yukimura, who'd fought so fiercely just hours before, died too exhausted to resist. His final words acknowledged both his identity and his acceptance of death. Yukimura became a legendary figure in Japanese culture, celebrated for his bravery and loyalty, despite fighting on the losing side of history. Uesugi Kenshin. On April 19, 1578, 48-year-old Uesugi Kenshin collapsed in his castle's lavatory. Kenshin, known as the Dragon of Echigo, had been one of the most powerful warlords of the Sengoku period. He'd fought numerous campaigns and was famous for his rivalry with Takeda Shingen. On the morning of April 19th, Kenshin had been experiencing stomach pain. He went to the lavatory and collapsed there. Servants found him unconscious. He never regained consciousness and died 4 days later on April 23rd. The official cause of death was likely a stroke or similar medical emergency. However, the circumstances of his death in the lavatory sparked legends. One persistent story claimed an assassin had hidden in the cesspit beneath Kenshin's toilet for days, then speared him from below at his most vulnerable moment. While the assassination story is almost certainly false, it became part of Kenshin's legend. The idea that such a powerful warlord could be killed by an enemy hiding in human waste appealed to storytellers. The truth, that he died from natural causes while using the toilet, was both more mundane and more human. Kenshin's death left his domain without a clear successor, leading to internal conflict. The man who'd survived countless battles died suddenly from illness. Akechi Mitsuhide. On July 2, 1582, 54-year-old Akechi Mitsuhide was fleeing through the countryside near Kyoto. Just 11 days earlier, Mitsuhide had committed one of the most shocking betrayals in Japanese history. He'd attacked his lord Oda Nobunaga at Honnoji Temple, forcing Nobunaga's death. Mitsuhide had briefly seized power, but his reign lasted only 13 days. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of Nobunaga's other generals, rushed back from a distant campaign and defeated Mitsuhide's forces at the Battle of Yamazaki. After the battle, Mitsuhide fled with a small group of retainers. They traveled through the countryside, trying to reach safety. Mitsuhide wore expensive golden armor that marked him as a high-ranking warrior. As Mitsuhide's group passed through a village called Ogarusu, they encountered local farmers. One farmer, seeing the golden armor, realized this was someone valuable. The farmers attacked with bamboo spears, hoping to claim the armor and any reward. In the chaotic struggle, a bamboo spear struck Mitsuhide. The wound was serious enough that he couldn't continue fleeing. Realizing capture was imminent, Mitsuhide committed seppuku to avoid being taken alive. His head was then taken by the farmers. The man who'd killed Oda Nobunaga, one of Japan's most powerful warlords, died at the hands of peasants with improvised weapons. The golden armor that should have protected him had instead marked him as a target. Akechi Mitsuhide's death was as ignominious as his brief rule. Ishida Mitsunari. On November 6, 1600, 40-year-old Ishida Mitsunari was executed in Kyoto. Mitsunari had been one of the leaders of the Western Coalition at the Battle of Sekigahara, the decisive battle that gave Tokugawa Ieyasu control of Japan. The Western Coalition had lost, and Mitsunari was captured. As a high-ranking prisoner, Mitsunari was paraded through Kyoto before his execution. Large crowds gathered to see the defeated general. He was sentenced to death by beheading. On the day of his execution, Mitsunari was brought to the execution ground. As was customary, he was offered a final drink of water. However, the guard didn't have water immediately available, and instead offered Mitsunari a dried persimmon. Mitsunari refused the persimmon. When asked why, he explained that persimmons were bad for digestion. The guard and witnesses were stunned by this response. Mitsunari was about to be beheaded, yet he was still concerned about his digestive health. The incident became famous as an example of Mitsunari's character. Even facing imminent death, he maintained concern for his body's well-being. Some interpreted this as absurd, others as an example of extreme discipline and presence of mind. Moments later, Ishida Mitsunari was beheaded. His head was displayed publicly as a warning to anyone who might oppose the Tokugawa. The man who'd carefully refused a persimmon for health reasons died seconds later. Hijikata Toshizo. On June 20, 1869, 34-year-old Hijikata Toshizo fought in the Battle of Hakodate on the northern island of Hokkaido. Hijikata was the vice commander of the Shinsengumi, a special police force that had fought for the Tokugawa shogunate during Japan's civil war. After the shogunate's fall, Hijikata and other loyalists had retreated to Hokkaido to continue resistance. The Battle of Hakodate was one of the last major engagements of the Boshin War. Imperial forces, equipped with modern weapons and ships, vastly outnumbered Hijikata's forces. The battle was essentially the final stand of those who opposed Japan's modernization. During the fighting, Hijikata led a cavalry charge against imperial positions. He rode at the front, wielding both traditional weapons and a modern rifle. As his forces advanced, imperial troops opened fire with rifles. A bullet struck Hijikata in the lower back as he charged on horseback. The wound was serious. He fell from his horse. His men tried to help him, but Hijikata Toshizo died from the gunshot wound on the battlefield. His death marked a symbolic moment. Hijikata had been one of the last samurai warriors actively fighting against modernization. His death by rifle fire, rather than sword, exemplified the transition Japan was undergoing. The age of the samurai was ending, replaced by modern warfare. Hijikata's body was buried in Hakuda. He became a legendary figure, representing the samurai spirit, fighting against inevitable change. His death effectively marked the end of the samurai era in Japan. Takeda Shingen. On May 13, 1573, 51-year-old Takeda Shingen died during a military campaign. Shingen had been one of the most powerful warlords in Japan, controlling substantial territory and commanding a formidable army. His rivalry with Uesugi Kenshin had produced some of the era's most famous battles. In 1573, Shingen was leading his army toward Kyoto, intending to overthrow the shogunate. However, he fell ill during the campaign. The exact cause is disputed. Some accounts claim he died from illness, possibly pneumonia. Others suggest he was shot by a sniper during a siege and died from infection. Regardless of the cause, Shingen realized he was dying. He gave final instructions to his generals. Most importantly, he ordered them to keep his death secret for 3 years. He wanted to prevent enemies from attacking while his clan transitioned to new leadership. Takeda Shingen died in his camp. His generals followed his orders. They concealed his death from everyone outside the innermost circle of retainers. Some accounts claim they used a body double, called a kagemusha, to impersonate Shingen at public appearances. For 3 years, the Takeda clan maintained the deception. Enemies who feared Shingen's military genius held back from attacking, believing he still lived. Messages and orders were issued in Shingen's name. The secret was maintained until the clan felt strong enough to reveal the truth. When the truth finally emerged, it shocked Japan. The man who'd been thought to command armies had been dead for years. Takeda Shingen's posthumous deception was perhaps his most successful strategy, buying his clan 3 crucial years. Minamoto no Yorimasa. On June 20th, 1180, 74-year-old Minamoto no Yorimasa faced defeat at the Battle of Uji. Yorimasa had been a respected warrior and poet of the late Heian period. He'd raised arms against the Taira clan, but was defeated at the Uji River. Realizing the battle was lost and capture was imminent, Yorimasa decided to commit suicide rather than face dishonor. What he did next became historically significant. Yorimasa retreated to the Byodo-in temple near the battlefield. He took out a fan and composed a death poem, writing it on the fan's surface. The poem reflected on his life and impending death. After finishing the poem, he performed seppuku, cutting his abdomen with his sword. This is considered one of the first clearly documented instances of ritual seppuku. While samurai had committed suicide before, Yorimasa's death established many elements that would become standard in the ritual: the death poem, the formal setting, and the specific method. Minamoto no Yorimasa died at age 74, remarkable for the era. His death helped codify seppuku as the honorable death for defeated samurai. The practice would continue for nearly 700 years, becoming central to samurai culture. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Liam Payne. On October 16, 2024, 31-year-old Liam Payne checked into the Casa Sur Palermo Hotel in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The former One Direction member had been in Argentina attending a concert by his former bandmate Niall Horan. That afternoon, hotel staff became increasingly concerned about Payne's behavior in his third-floor room. Around 5 p.m., the hotel manager placed an urgent call to emergency services. In the recorded 911 call, the manager frantically reported that a guest was overwhelmed by drugs and alcohol and was destroying the room. The manager specifically expressed fear because the room had a balcony. Just minutes after that call, at approximately 5:07 p.m., a loud crash was heard in the hotel's interior courtyard. Liam Payne had fallen from his third-floor balcony. He landed in the courtyard below. Emergency responders arrived within minutes, but Payne was pronounced dead at the scene from multiple traumatic injuries sustained in the fall. When police entered Payne's hotel room, they found a chaotic scene. The television had been smashed. Aluminum foil, white powder, and drug paraphernalia were scattered around the room. A half-drunk glass of champagne sat on a table. The room showed clear signs of a struggle or violent episode. Investigators determined that Payne had been alone in the room when he fell. Toxicology reports would later reveal the presence of multiple substances in his system. The exact circumstances of how he went over the balcony remained under investigation. The death shocked the music world. One Direction had been one of the biggest pop groups of the 2010s, and Pain had millions of fans worldwide. Pain's former bandmates issued statements expressing their devastation. The hotel balcony fall became one of the most discussed celebrity deaths in recent years, raising questions about hotel safety protocols and the dangers faced by celebrities struggling with substance abuse. Michael Jackson. On June 25, 2009, 50-year-old Michael Jackson was at his rented mansion in Los Angeles, preparing for his This Is It comeback concert tour. Jackson had been struggling with insomnia for years and had employed a personal physician, Dr. Conrad Murray, to help him sleep. Around 12 p.m., Jackson was in his bedroom, receiving his daily treatment. Murray was administering propofol, a powerful anesthetic used in surgical procedures, through an intravenous drip. Jackson called it his milk because of its milky white appearance. This wasn't a sleeping pill. Propofol is what anesthesiologists use to render patients unconscious for surgery. Murray had been giving Jackson nightly propofol infusions for weeks so he could sleep. That day, after administering the propofol and other sedatives, Murray left Jackson alone in the bedroom to make phone calls. When he returned, Jackson wasn't breathing. Murray began CPR and called for help, but precious minutes had been lost. Paramedics arrived and transported Jackson to UCLA Medical Center. Doctors worked for over an hour trying to revive him. Michael Jackson was pronounced dead at 2:26 p.m. from cardiac arrest caused by acute propofol intoxication. The news broke online and literally crashed the internet. Twitter, Wikipedia, and AOL Instant Messenger all experienced outages as millions tried to access information simultaneously. Dr. Conrad Murray was later convicted of involuntary manslaughter for administering the propofol in a home setting without proper monitoring equipment. Jackson's death revealed the extreme lengths he had gone to in pursuit of sleep, essentially undergoing surgery every night in his bedroom. Lisa Left Eye Lopez. On April 25, 2002, 30-year-old Lisa Lopez was driving a Mitsubishi Montero SUV on a highway in La Ceiba, Honduras. Lopez, known as Left Eye from the Grammy-winning group TLC, was in Honduras working on a spiritual documentary and recording music. She had brought cameras to document her journey of self-discovery and healing. Several passengers were in the vehicle with her, and a camera was rolling from the passenger seat, capturing their road trip. As Lopez drove along the highway, another vehicle appeared ahead in her lane. Lopez swerved to avoid a collision. The sudden maneuver caused her SUV to lose control. The Montero rolled multiple times across the roadway. The camera continued recording as the vehicle tumbled, capturing chaotic images of the interior spinning before the screen went black. Lisa Lopez died instantly from severe neck and head injuries sustained in the crash. Her passengers survived with various injuries. When the footage was recovered, it showed Lopez at the wheel just seconds before the fatal crash. The existence of video documentation of her final moments made the tragedy particularly haunting. But there was another layer to the story. Weeks before her own death, Lopez had been a passenger in a van that struck and killed a 10-year-old boy in Honduras. She had been deeply affected by the accident, paying for the boy's funeral and speaking to his family. In conversations recorded before her death, Lopez had expressed a belief that a spirit or curse was following her. She felt the boy's death was a warning or sign. Then, on a highway just weeks later, she died in a vehicle accident herself. TLC had been working on a comeback, and Lopez's death meant the group could never fully reunite. Her surviving bandmates were devastated. The crash footage has never been publicly released out of respect for her family, but its existence has fueled ongoing fascination with her final days in Honduras. Aaliyah. On August 25, 2001, 22-year-old Aaliyah finished filming a music video in the Bahamas. The R&B star and actress had spent several days shooting the video for her single Rock the Boat on the island of Abaco. The shoot had wrapped, and her team was preparing to return to Florida. A small twin-engine Cessna 402B had been chartered to fly Aaliyah and her crew back to the United States. However, the team had accumulated significant equipment and luggage during the video shoot. Everyone wanted to leave that day rather than wait for a larger aircraft. Around 6:45 p.m., Aaliyah and 8 others boarded the small plane at Marsh Harbor Airport. The pilot was 30-year-old Luis Morales III. The Cessna began its takeoff roll down the runway. The plane lifted off but immediately struggled to gain altitude. Within seconds, the aircraft crashed just 200 feet from the end of the runway, slamming into the ground and bursting into flames. All 9 people aboard died. Aaliyah was killed on impact. Investigations into the crash revealed a cascade of negligence. The aircraft had been loaded with approximately 700 pounds more weight than its maximum capacity. The team's insistence on taking all their equipment had doomed the flight before it began. Additionally, toxicology tests showed the pilot had cocaine and alcohol in his system at the time of the crash. Records revealed that Luis Morales was not properly certified to fly the Cessna 402B. He had lied about his qualifications. The plane itself had questionable maintenance records. Every factor that could go wrong had gone wrong. Alaya's death at 22 robbed the music world of one of its brightest rising stars. She had just completed filming the Matrix sequels and was at the peak of her career. Had anyone insisted on waiting for proper equipment, a certified pilot, or a larger aircraft, Alaya would have lived. Instead, impatience and negligence killed everyone aboard. Randy Rhoads. On March 19, 1982, 25-year-old Randy Rhoads was on tour with Ozzy Osbourne, traveling through Florida on the band's tour bus. Rhoads was one of rock's most talented young guitarists, having revitalized Osbourne's solo career with his virtuoso playing. The tour bus stopped overnight at a property in Leesburg, Florida, owned by the bus driver's family. That morning, the bus driver, Andrew Aycock, decided to take a small Beechcraft Bonanza airplane that was parked on the property for joyrides. Aycock had a pilot's license, though it had expired. He had also been using cocaine. Around 8 a.m., Aycock began taking crew members up for short flights. Randy Rhoads, despite a fear of flying, agreed to go up in the plane. The band's tour manager also boarded for the flight. Ozzy Osbourne was asleep on the tour bus below. As Aycock flew the small plane, he decided to play a dangerous prank. He would buzz the tour bus to wake up Osbourne and the sleeping band members. Aycock made a low pass over the bus. Then he circled and came back for another pass, flying even lower. On the second or third pass, Aycock misjudged his altitude. The plane's left wing clipped the tour bus. The impact sent the aircraft into an uncontrolled spin. The Beechcraft cartwheeled through the air and crashed directly into a nearby mansion, exploding on impact. All 3 people aboard died instantly in the fireball. On the tour bus, Osbourne woke to the sound and impact of the wing striking the vehicle. He initially thought the bus had crashed. When he got outside, he saw the burning mansion and wreckage. Someone told him Randy was on the plane. Osbourne had lost his best friend and musical collaborator in a pointless prank. The tour was immediately canceled. Rhoads was buried in California, and the rock world mourned a generational talent cut down at 25 by someone else's reckless stupidity. Sophie. On January 30th, 2021, it was just a normal day for 34-year-old Sophie in her third-floor apartment in Athens, Greece. The Scottish musician and producer had become one of the most influential figures in experimental pop music, pioneering the hyperpop genre and producing for artists like Madonna and Charli XCX. Around 4 a.m., Sophie climbed to the roof of her apartment building. She had brought a camera, intending to photograph the full moon that hung bright over Athens. The moon was particularly luminous that night, and Sophie wanted to capture its beauty. As she moved around the rooftop trying to get the perfect angle for her photograph, Sophie slipped. She fell from the roof, dropping 3 stories to the ground below. Emergency services were called, and she was rushed to a hospital. Doctors worked to treat her injuries, but Sophie died from the trauma of the fall. News of her death spread quickly through the music community. There had been no drugs, no car crash, no violence. Sophie had simply been trying to photograph something beautiful and lost her footing in the dark. Sophie had been intensely private, and details of her personal life were scarce. Her death at 34 seemed impossibly young. Tributes poured in from across the music industry. Artists who had worked with her described her genius and kindness. The hyperpop movement she had helped create continued to grow, but without its pioneering architect. Sophie's death highlighted the fragility of life and how quickly everything can end, even for someone reaching for beauty rather than engaging in risky behavior. Ritchie Valens. On February 3, 1959, 17-year-old Ritchie Valens was on tour as part of the Winter Dance Party, traveling through the frozen Midwest. Valens had been famous for less than 8 months, but his songs La Bamba and Donna had already made him a star. The tour had been grueling, with long drives on freezing buses through Iowa in the middle of winter. After a show at the Surf Ballroom in Clear Lake, Iowa, headliner Buddy Holly decided to charter a small plane to the next tour stop to avoid another miserable bus ride. Holly booked seats for himself and his band members, but Valens desperately wanted a seat on that plane. He approached guitarist Tommy Allsup, who had one of the seats, and begged him for it. Allsup was reluctant. They decided to flip a coin. Valens called heads. The coin came up heads. Valens reportedly said, "That's the first time I've ever won anything in my life." He took the seat on the plane. Shortly after 1 a.m. on February 3rd, the small Beechcraft Bonanza took off from Mason City Airport in a light snowstorm. Aboard were pilot Roger Peterson, Buddy Holly, J.P. Richardson, and Ritchie Valens. Within minutes of takeoff, something went wrong. The plane veered and crashed into a frozen Iowa cornfield. All 4 died instantly on impact. Investigators later determined the pilot had become disoriented in the storm and lost control. The tragedy became known as "The Day the Music Died," immortalized in Don McLean's song American Pie. 3 of rock and roll's brightest young stars had died together. For Ritchie Valens, the coin flip that seemed like good luck had actually sealed his fate. Tommy Allsup, who lost the coin toss and stayed on the bus, lived another 58 years. Elvis Presley. On August 16, 1977, 42-year-old Elvis Presley was at his Graceland mansion in Memphis, Tennessee. The king of rock and roll had been struggling with health problems and prescription drug addiction for years. His weight had ballooned, and he could barely perform. That afternoon, Elvis went into his bathroom. Hours later, around 2:30 p.m., his girlfriend Ginger Alden found him unresponsive on the bathroom floor, face down on the carpet. She called for help immediately. Elvis's road manager and others rushed in and attempted to revive him. An ambulance transported Elvis to Baptist Memorial Hospital, but he was pronounced dead at 3:30 p.m. The initial announcement stated he had died of a heart attack. What emerged later was far more complex and undignified. The autopsy revealed that Elvis's colon was massively enlarged, approximately twice the size of a normal human colon. He had suffered from severe chronic constipation caused by years of opioid abuse. The strain of attempting to use the bathroom, a physical effort known as the Valsalva maneuver, had likely triggered cardiac arrhythmia and heart failure. Elvis Presley, the most glamorous and successful entertainer in the world, had essentially died straining on the toilet from drug-induced constipation. The toxicology report showed significant levels of multiple prescription drugs in his system, including codeine, Valium, and other medications. His personal physician, Dr. George Nicopolis, had prescribed thousands of pills to Elvis in the months before his death. The world mourned Elvis as a cultural icon, but the medical reality of his death revealed a man who had been slowly killing himself with prescription medications. Tens of thousands of fans descended on Graceland. Elvis was buried there after a funeral attended by celebrities and dignitaries. The bathroom death became tabloid fodder, but it also highlighted the deadly consequences of prescription drug abuse. Whitney Houston. On February 11, 2012, 48-year-old Whitney Houston was staying at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. That evening, the hotel was hosting a pre-Grammy Awards party thrown by music executive Clive Davis, Houston's longtime mentor. Around 3:30 p.m., Houston drew a bath in her fourth-floor suite. She filled the tub with extremely hot water, over 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Houston had cocaine and prescription medications in her system. She lowered herself into the scalding bath water. At some point, Houston lost consciousness. She slipped beneath the water and drowned. When her assistant found her around 3:35 p.m., Houston was face down in the tub. The assistant called for help. Paramedics arrived and attempted resuscitation, but Whitney Houston was pronounced dead at the scene. The medical examiner determined she had died from accidental drowning, with heart disease and cocaine use as contributing factors. The water had been so hot it had burned the skin on her back, but Houston had been too intoxicated to feel the pain or pull herself out. The circumstances were grim, but what happened next shocked many. Houston's body was removed from the hotel room and taken to the coroner's office. That same evening, just hours after her death, Clive Davis's pre-Grammy party proceeded as scheduled in the ballroom downstairs. Davis made a brief statement about Houston's death. Then the party continued with performances and celebration. Whitney Houston's body had been in the building hours earlier, and now guests were drinking champagne in the same hotel. The decision to continue the party drew criticism, though Davis defended it as what Whitney would have wanted. The bathtub death of one of music's greatest voices became another cautionary tale about addiction's deadly grip. Prince. On April 21, 2016, staff at Paisley Park, Prince's estate and recording complex in Minnesota, found the 57-year-old musician unresponsive in an elevator. Emergency services were called at 9:43 a.m. Paramedics arrived and attempted resuscitation, but Prince was pronounced dead at the scene at 10:07 a.m. The news shocked the world. Prince had just performed shows days earlier and seemed to be in his usual form. The investigation revealed a tragic case of accidental poisoning. Prince had been suffering from severe chronic hip pain, the result of decades of performing in high heels and executing athletic stage moves. He had been taking what he believed were Vicodin pills for the pain. Toxicology results showed Prince had exceedingly high levels of fentanyl in his system. The pills he had been taking were not legitimate Vicodin. They were counterfeit pills manufactured illegally and pressed with fentanyl, a synthetic opioid 50 times stronger than heroin. Prince had unknowingly been taking fentanyl, believing it was prescription hydrocodone. On April 21st, he took pills that contained a lethal dose. Investigators found similar counterfeit pills throughout Paisley Park, in vitamin bottles and other containers. Prince had likely been obtaining them through intermediaries without knowing they were fake. Prince became a victim of the fentanyl crisis that was beginning to sweep America. He left no will, and his estate became tied up in legal battles. His death highlighted the deadly danger of counterfeit prescription pills, a problem that has only worsened in subsequent years. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Bonnie and Clyde. On May 23, 1934, 23-year-old Bonnie Parker, and 25-year-old Clyde Barrow were driving through rural Louisiana in a stolen Ford V8. The couple had spent 2 years robbing banks and stores across the Midwest, becoming America's most wanted criminals during the Great Depression. Law enforcement across 5 states had been hunting them. A posse of 6 lawmen, led by former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer, had tracked the pair to Louisiana. Hamer had spent months studying their patterns, interviewing their families, and mapping their movements. He learned that Bonnie and Clyde regularly visited Clyde's family near Shreveport. On the morning of May 23rd, the officers set up an ambush on Highway 154 near Siled, Louisiana. They positioned themselves behind trees and an abandoned truck along the road. Around 9:15 a.m., Bonnie and Clyde's tan Ford appeared, traveling at high speed. As the car approached, one officer stepped onto the road. Before Clyde could react, all 6 lawmen opened fire simultaneously. They carried Browning automatic rifles, shotguns, and pistols. The sustained gunfire was deafening. The officers didn't shout a warning. They didn't order the couple to stop or surrender. They simply opened fire and didn't stop until their magazines were empty. The fusillade lasted approximately 16 seconds. When the shooting finally stopped, the Ford had rolled to a stop. The vehicle had been struck 1,067 times. Bonnie and Clyde had been hit repeatedly. The coroner later counted so many bullet wounds that he couldn't provide an exact number for each body. The coroner noted that the bodies had so many holes that embalming fluid wouldn't stay inside during preparation. Both died instantly in the initial barrage. Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow never had a chance to surrender or draw their weapons. News of their deaths spread quickly. Thousands of people descended on the ambush site and the funeral home where their bodies were displayed. Souvenir hunters tried to cut off locks of Bonnie's hair and pieces of Clyde's clothing. The sensational nature of their death cemented their legend as outlaw folk heroes. Al Capone. On January 25, 1947, 48-year-old Al Capone suffered a cardiac arrest at his Palm Island estate in Miami Beach, Florida. Capone, who'd once controlled Chicago's criminal underworld and made millions from bootlegging during Prohibition, had been living in retirement for years. But Capone's death wasn't dramatic. He didn't die in a hail of bullets or in a daring escape. He died in his bed, his mind already gone. By 1947, Capone had been suffering from neurosyphilis for years, a condition caused by untreated syphilis that attacks the brain. Capone had contracted syphilis as a young man, probably in his 20s. He never received proper treatment with antibiotics because penicillin wasn't widely available until after he'd already developed serious complications. The disease progressed slowly over decades, eventually reaching his brain. By the mid-1940s, Capone's mental capacity had deteriorated to approximately that of a 12-year-old child. The man who'd once commanded an empire of speakeasies, breweries, and criminal operations across Chicago spent his final years in confusion. On January 25th, Capone suffered a stroke followed by cardiac arrest. He died at his Florida home, surrounded by family. The syphilis that had destroyed his mind contributed to the heart failure that finally killed him. Bugsy Siegel. On June 20th, 1947, 41-year-old Benjamin Bugsy Siegel was relaxing in the living room of his girlfriend's Beverly Hills mansion. Siegel had spent the previous decade building his criminal empire in California and Nevada, investing heavily in Las Vegas casinos. By 1947, he'd poured millions into the Flamingo Hotel, much of it belonging to East Coast mob investors. The Flamingo had opened months earlier, but was losing money. Siegel's partners suspected he'd been skimming construction funds. They'd grown impatient with his expensive lifestyle and the casino's poor returns. Siegel didn't know that a contract had been approved on his life. Around 10:45 p.m., Siegel sat on a chintz sofa, reading the Los Angeles Times. His associate Alan Smiley sat nearby. Virginia Hill, Siegel's girlfriend, was traveling in Europe. The house was quiet. Outside, a gunman approached the window with an M1 carbine, a military rifle. He positioned himself in the darkness of the garden, aiming through the window at Siegel's profile. The shooter fired 9 shots through the window. Multiple bullets struck Siegel in the head and torso. One shot hit him directly in the bridge of his nose. The force of the bullet was so powerful that it blew Siegel's left eye completely out of its socket. The eyeball was found intact on the floor, approximately 15 feet from where Siegel had been sitting. The gruesome detail was photographed and appeared in newspapers. Bugsy Siegel died instantly on the sofa. Within minutes of the shooting, mobsters back east had already taken control of the Flamingo. The hit had been coordinated, as Siegel's body lay in Beverly Hills. New management was walking into his Las Vegas casino. The killer was never officially identified, though investigators believed it was a professional hitman contracted by Siegel's former partners. The eye detail became infamous, and later inspired the death of Mo Green in The Godfather, where a character is shot through the eye in a similar fashion. Dutch Schultz. On October 23, 1935, 33-year-old Dutch Schultz was dining at the Palace Chop House in Newark, New Jersey. Schultz, born Arthur Flagenheimer, had built a bootlegging and numbers racket empire that made him one of New York's wealthiest gangsters. He sat in a private back room with 3 associates discussing business. Around 10:15 p.m., 2 hitmen sent by the National Crime Syndicate entered the restaurant. The mob's ruling commission had decided Schultz was too reckless and needed to be eliminated. Schultz had been threatening to kill prosecutor Thomas Dewey, which would have brought devastating law enforcement attention to organized crime. Schultz had stepped away from the table to use the restroom. One gunman followed him and shot him in the abdomen and left shoulder at close range. The other gunman opened fire on the 3 associates at the table, killing all of them. Schultz staggered out of the restroom and collapsed. He was rushed to Newark City Hospital, still alive but critically wounded. Doctors performed emergency surgery, but the internal damage was extensive. For the next 22 hours, Dutch Schultz lingered in the hospital bed with a raging fever that reached 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Police stationed detectives at his bedside with a stenographer, hoping he would name his attackers before dying. Instead, Schultz drifted in and out of consciousness, speaking in fevered, surreal phrases that the stenographer dutifully recorded. He rambled about his childhood, spoke in apparent code, and uttered bizarre poetry. "A boy has never wept, nor dashed 1,000 kim," he muttered. "French-Canadian bean soup. I want to pay. Let them leave me alone." The transcript of his final words, spanning pages of disjointed phrases, became famous. Historians and writers studied the stenographer's notes for decades, searching for hidden meanings or clues about Schultz's criminal operations. Dutch Schultz died on October 24, 1935, without revealing who shot him. His fever dream monologue remains one of the strangest documents in American crime history. Albert Anastasia. On October 25, 1957, 55-year-old Albert Anastasia entered the Park Sheraton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan for his regular morning routine. Anastasia, known as the Lord High Executioner, had risen to become boss of one of New York's 5 crime families. He'd earned his nickname from his alleged role in founding Murder Incorporated, the mob's enforcement arm. Anastasia had an appointment at the hotel's barbershop on the ground floor. Around 10:15 a.m., he settled into chair number 4 for a haircut and shave. The barber draped a sheet over him and began applying hot towels to his face. 2 men wearing fedoras and scarves over their faces entered the barbershop. They walked directly to Anastasia's chair and drew pistols. The barber jumped back in terror. The gunman opened fire at close range. Anastasia, blinded by the hot towels covering his face, apparently saw only the reflection of the shooters in the large mirror in front of him. In his panic and confusion, he allegedly lunged at the mirror, attacking the reflections rather than the actual gunman behind him. The shooters fired multiple shots into Anastasia as he grappled with the mirror. He was shot repeatedly in the back and head. Albert Anastasia collapsed on the barbershop floor. He died within moments. The gunman calmly walked out of the barbershop, through the hotel lobby, and disappeared into the Manhattan streets. The barbershop had been full of witnesses, but no one could provide useful descriptions. The shooters were never identified or arrested. The image of a mob boss dying while fighting his own reflection became one of organized crime's most surreal moments. Anastasia's death marked the end of an era of overtly violent gangster leadership. Pablo Escobar. On December 2, 1993, 44-year-old Pablo Escobar was hiding in a middle-class neighborhood in Medellin, Colombia. Escobar had spent the previous year and a half evading Colombian authorities and American DEA agents after escaping from his luxurious private prison. The Medellin cartel boss, once worth billions from cocaine trafficking, was now cornered. Colombian police had been tracking Escobar through radio surveillance. He'd been making regular phone calls to his family, and authorities triangulated his location each time he used the phone. On the afternoon of December 2nd, police surrounded the building where he was hiding. Around 3 p.m., a team of Colombian National Police search block officers raided the house. Escobar and his bodyguard attempted to escape across the terracotta rooftops of the adjoining buildings. Both men were barefoot. A gunfight erupted as Escobar ran across the roofs. Officers fired from multiple positions. Within moments, both Escobar and his bodyguard were hit. They fell on the roof. Pablo Escobar died on that rooftop from gunshot wounds. The official report stated he'd been shot in the back and head during the firefight. However, Escobar's family has always maintained he committed suicide with a pistol shot behind his ear, fulfilling his promise that he would never be taken alive. Colombian police officers climbed onto the roof and photographed Escobar's body. The resulting image showed smiling officers posing with Escobar's corpse, treating it like a hunting trophy. The photograph was distributed worldwide within hours. The Colombian government celebrated the end of Escobar's reign. His death marked the effective end of the Medellin cartel's power, though violence in Colombia's drug trade continued for years. Angelo Bruno. On March 21, 1980, 69-year-old Angelo Bruno returned to his South Philadelphia home after dinner with his driver. Bruno, known as the Gentle Don for his preference for negotiation over violence, had led Philadelphia's crime family for over 2 decades. His diplomatic approach had made him wealthy and kept Philadelphia relatively peaceful. Bruno's car pulled up in front of his modest brick row house on Snyder Avenue around 10 p.m. He'd just finished a meal of gnocchi at a favorite restaurant. Bruno sat in the passenger seat of his dark blue Chevrolet. His driver, John Stanfa, sat behind the wheel. A man named Antonio Caponegro had orchestrated a contract on Bruno's life, having received approval from New York families who were dissatisfied with Bruno's leadership. As Bruno sat in the car in front of his home, a shotgun suddenly appeared at the window directly behind his right ear. The gunman, who'd been hiding in the darkness, placed the barrel close to Bruno's head and fired. The blast killed Bruno instantly. The shot was so contained but powerful that it didn't shatter the car's windows. However, the damage to Bruno's head was catastrophic. Contemporary accounts describe the wound as having blown his head clean off, though photographs show the body slumped in the seat. The killing sparked a brutal mob war in Philadelphia that lasted years. Bruno's death removed the stabilizing force that had kept peace. Multiple murders followed as factions fought for control. The photograph of Angelo Bruno's body slumped in the car, mouth open, became one of organized crime's most iconic images. His murder demonstrated that even peaceful mob leadership couldn't guarantee safety. Sam Giancana. On June 19, 1975, 67-year-old Sam Giancana was at his Oak Park, Illinois home alone. Giancana had been Chicago's mob boss for over a decade before being forced into exile in Mexico. He'd returned to the United States the previous year and was living under police surveillance due to investigations into his alleged CIA connections. That evening, Giancana's police protection had left early. He was in his basement kitchen around 10 p.m., frying sausages and peppers on the stove. Someone entered the house. Someone Giancana clearly knew well enough to allow inside. As Giancana stood at the stove cooking, the visitor shot him in the back of the head with a .22 caliber pistol. He fell immediately. The shooter then stood over Giancana's body and fired 6 more shots into his head and neck, forming a pattern around his mouth and chin. When police arrived, they found Giancana dead on the kitchen floor. The sausages were still on the stove, not burned, suggesting the attack happened quickly after they'd been put on to cook. The detail about the unburned sausages became significant to investigators. It indicated that Giancana had been comfortable enough with his killer to turn his back while cooking. He trusted this person enough to let them into his home and stand behind him in the kitchen. Sam Giancana's murder was never solved. The fact that he'd been preparing to testify before a Senate committee investigating CIA mob connections fueled decades of conspiracy theories about who ordered the hit. Carmine Galante. On July 12, 1979, 69-year-old Carmine Galante was having lunch at Joe and Mary's Italian-American restaurant in Brooklyn. Galante, acting boss of the Bonanno crime family, had been attempting to consolidate power in New York's drug trade. His aggressive tactics had made enemies among the other families. Around 2:45 p.m., Galante sat on the restaurant's back patio with his bodyguards and several associates. He was eating lunch and smoking one of his trademark cigars. The patio was enclosed and relatively private. 3 men wearing ski masks suddenly burst onto the patio, carrying shotguns and handguns. They opened fire immediately. Galante and his bodyguards were shot multiple times at close range. Carmine Galante died instantly, shot through the chest and head. When police arrived at the scene, they found Galante lying on his back near the table. Despite the violent death, his trademark cigar remained clenched tightly between his teeth. The photograph of the dead mob boss with the cigar still in his mouth became the front page of the New York Daily News. The image became one of the most famous mob hit photographs, capturing the violent end of a gangster who'd refused to compromise. Galante's murder had been sanctioned by the mob's ruling commission, which had grown tired of his ambitions. His death allowed for a reorganization of New York's crime families. Joe Gallo. On April 7, 1972, 43-year-old Joe Gallo was celebrating his birthday at Umberto's Clam House in Manhattan's Little Italy. Gallo, known as Crazy Joe, had recently been released from prison and was attempting to rebuild his criminal operations. He was at the restaurant at 4:30 a.m. with his new wife, sister, and bodyguard. The group was enjoying a late-night birthday celebration when several men entered the restaurant. Witnesses reported seeing men draw guns and open fire on Gallo's table. Gallo was hit multiple times. Despite his wounds, Joe Gallo managed to stand and stumble toward the front door of the restaurant. He made it out onto the sidewalk before collapsing. Some accounts suggest he was trying to draw fire away from his family members still inside. Others suggest he was simply trying to escape or get help. Joe Gallo died on the sidewalk outside Umberto's Clam House. His decision to leave the restaurant in his final moments created lasting speculation about his motivation. His death occurred in front of his family during what should have been a celebration. The killing marked another chapter in the ongoing Colombo crime family war. Gallo's murder was never officially solved, though investigators believed it was ordered by rival mobsters. Whitey Bulger. On October 30th, 2018, 89-year-old James Whitey Bulger arrived at United States Penitentiary Hazleton in West Virginia. Bulger, the former Boston crime boss who'd spent 16 years as a fugitive on the FBI's most wanted list, was being transferred between federal prisons. He arrived in a wheelchair, elderly and frail. Bulger had been convicted of 11 murders and sentenced to life in prison. However, his most hated attribute among inmates wasn't his crimes, it was his decades of work as an FBI informant. He'd betrayed numerous criminals while running his own operations, protected by corrupt FBI agents. Less than 12 hours after arriving at Hazleton, Bulger was dead. On the morning of October 30th, prison officials found him unresponsive in his cell. He'd been beaten to death. Investigations revealed that 3 inmates had attacked the elderly Bulger. They'd used a padlock stuffed inside a sock as a weapon, beating him severely. The attackers had attempted to gouge out his eyes and cut out his tongue, traditional mob punishments for informants. Despite being 89 years old and confined to a wheelchair, Bulger was targeted because of his reputation as an informant. His killers were later identified and charged with his murder. All 3 were already serving life sentences. Bulger's death brought a violent end to one of America's most notorious gangsters. His decades of manipulation, murder, and betrayal finally caught up with him in a West Virginia prison cell. Paul Castellano. On December 16, 1985, 70-year-old Paul Castellano was being driven to Sparks Steakhouse in Midtown Manhattan. Castellano, boss of the Gambino crime family and one of New York's most powerful mob leaders, was meeting associates for dinner. It was 5 p.m. on a Monday evening, and Manhattan was packed with Christmas shoppers. Castellano's driver pulled up in front of Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street. Castellano and his driver stepped out of the car onto the sidewalk. It was the middle of rush hour in one of Manhattan's busiest neighborhoods. Several men wearing trench coats and fur hats approached from different directions. They drew handguns and opened fire on Castellano and his driver. Both men were shot multiple times on the busy Manhattan sidewalk. Paul Castellano died on the pavement outside Sparks Steakhouse. His driver also died beside him. Pedestrians and holiday shoppers scattered in panic as gunshots echoed through the street. Across the street, John Gotti sat in a car, watching the assassination unfold. Gotti had orchestrated the hit to take over the Gambino family. He'd deliberately chosen a public location and busy time to demonstrate his boldness. The spectacular nature of Castellano's death, shot in broad daylight in Manhattan's Christmas shopping district, shocked New York. The brazen execution demonstrated a new era of mob violence that showed no concern for public exposure. Gotti's gambit worked and he took control of the Gambino family. Tony Spilotro. On June 14, 1986, 48-year-old Tony Spilotro was told he was being promoted within the Chicago outfit. Spilotro had spent years running Las Vegas operations for the mob, enforcing collections from casinos and eliminating problems. His violent tactics had made him infamous and inspired Joe Pesci's character in the movie Casino. However, Spilotro's behavior had become a liability. His relationship with the wife of a casino executive and his increasing violence had drawn unwanted attention from law enforcement. The mob's bosses decided he needed to be eliminated. Tony and his brother Michael were told to attend a meeting in Indiana where Tony would receive a promotion. Both brothers drove to a house, expecting good news. Instead, they were ambushed. In the basement of the Indiana house, multiple mobsters attacked both brothers. Tony and Michael Spilotro were beaten severely with fists and feet. There were no baseball bats. Contrary to the dramatized version in Casino, the beating was brutal and sustained. Both brothers died from the assault. Their bodies were then driven to a cornfield in Indiana and buried. The mob believed the bodies would never be found. However, a farmer discovered the shallow graves 5 days later. The autopsy on Tony Spilotro revealed something horrifying. Sand was found in his lungs, indicating he'd still been breathing when buried. Tony Spilotro had been beaten unconscious, driven to a cornfield, and buried alive. He suffocated underground. The reality of Spilotro's death was actually worse than the movie version. His murder marked the end of an era in Las Vegas, organized crime. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Spartacus. In 71 BC, approximately 38-year-old Spartacus faced his final battle along the Salarius River in southern Italy. Spartacus had led the largest slave revolt in Roman history, commanding an army of escaped gladiators and slaves that had defeated multiple Roman legions. For 2 years, his rebel army had terrorized Rome, but now 6 legions under Marcus Licinius Crassus had cornered them. Before the battle, Spartacus made a dramatic gesture that became legendary. He brought his own horse to the front lines in full view of his men. He drew his sword and killed the horse, declaring that if he won the battle, he would have plenty of Roman horses to choose from, and if he lost, he wouldn't need one anyway. The Battle of the Salarius River was brutal and desperate. Spartacus fought to break through the Roman lines and reach Crassus himself. Ancient sources describe him cutting through Roman soldiers, trying to fight his way to the general's position. During the fighting, a spear struck Spartacus in the thigh. The wound forced him to one knee. Rather than retreat or surrender, he planted his shield in the ground and continued fighting from his knees. Roman soldiers surrounded him, striking from all sides. Spartacus fought until he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. He died on the battlefield, hacked to pieces by Roman swords. After the battle, Roman soldiers searched among thousands of corpses for Spartacus's body. They wanted to display the rebel leader's remains as proof of his death. Despite extensive searching, they never found his body intact. Spartacus had been so thoroughly dismembered during the fighting that his corpse couldn't be identified among the carnage. The legendary gladiator who'd terrified Rome simply disappeared into the mass of dead. His body never recovered or displayed. Flamma. In the 2nd century AD, approximately 30-year-old Flamma died in the arena during his 34th fight. Flamma, whose name meant the flame, had been a Syrian gladiator who achieved unprecedented success in the games. Most gladiators died within their first 5 fights, but Flamma had survived and won dozens of times. Flamma's record was extraordinary: 34 fights, 21 victories, 9 draws, and only 4 defeats. His skill and ferocity made him a crowd favorite. Emperors and wealthy sponsors showered him with gifts and money. Roman law allowed successful gladiators to earn freedom through excellence in combat. The symbol of freedom was the rudis, a wooden sword presented to a gladiator being released from service. Receiving the rudis meant a gladiator could retire, live as a free man, and never fight again. Flamma was awarded the rudis 4 separate times during his career. This was virtually unprecedented. 4 different times he was offered freedom and retirement. 4 times he refused. Flamma was addicted to the arena. He craved the roar of the crowd, the adrenaline of combat, and the glory of victory. He couldn't imagine life outside the sand-covered floor where he'd made his name. On his 34th fight, Flamma's luck finally ran out. The specific details of his final match aren't recorded, but he died in combat. His grave inscription proudly records his statistics: 34 fights, 4 refusals of freedom. Flamma died exactly where he'd chosen to be, doing exactly what he loved. The gladiator who'd turned down freedom 4 times got his wish to die in the arena. Spiculus. In 68 AD, the gladiator Spiculus died beneath falling marble statues in Rome's Forum. Spiculus had been Emperor Nero's absolute favorite gladiator, elevated far beyond typical arena fighters. Nero had showered Spiculus with palaces, estates, and wealth equal to Rome's most powerful generals. Spiculus lived more like a nobleman than a slave. He owned property throughout Italy, attended imperial banquets, and was treated as one of Nero's close companions. His success in the arena combined with imperial favor made him one of the wealthiest gladiators in history. In June 68 AD, Nero's reign collapsed. The Senate declared him a public enemy, and military commanders throughout the empire rebelled. Nero fled Rome, knowing he faced capture and execution. As Nero prepared to commit suicide, he desperately sent messengers to find Spiculus. He wanted his favorite gladiator to kill him quickly and painlessly. Spiculus couldn't be found in time. Nero killed himself on June 9, 68 AD, stabbing himself in the throat with a dagger. His death ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged Rome into civil war. The Roman mob, celebrating Nero's downfall, turned their rage on anyone associated with the hated emperor. They hunted for Spiculus, who'd been Nero's most visible favorite. When they found him, they dragged him to the Forum. Throughout Rome, massive marble statues of Nero stood in public spaces. The mob toppled these statues, pulling them down with ropes. They positioned Spiculus beneath one of the falling monuments. The multi-ton marble statue crashed down, crushing Spiculus to death. The gladiator who'd been showered with palaces and wealth died beneath a falling image of his patron, killed by the same mob that had once cheered his victories. Crixus. In 72 BC, Crixus died in battle against Roman legions near Mount Garganus in southern Italy. Crixus had been Spartacus's second-in-command during the Third Servile War, one of the rebel army's most capable generals. He led a faction of Gallic and Germanic gladiators within Spartacus's forces. In 72 BC, strategic disagreements caused Crixus to split from Spartacus's main army. He took approximately 30,000 followers, mostly fellow Gauls and Germans. Crixus wanted to stay in southern Italy, raiding and destroying Roman property. Roman consul Lucius Gellius Publicola moved against Crixus's separated force with 2 legions. The armies met near Mount Garganus. The battle was fierce and bloody, but Roman discipline and tactics prevailed. Crixus died fighting, along with approximately two-thirds of his followers. The Romans decapitated his body and took his head as a trophy. The defeat was a major blow to the slave rebellion. When Spartacus learned of Crixus's death, he organized an extraordinary funeral tribute. Rather than simply mourning his fallen general, Spartacus decided to honor him in the tradition of gladiatorial combat. He took 300 Roman prisoners of war captured during previous battles. Spartacus armed the Roman prisoners and forced them to fight each other to the death as gladiators. The battles took place around Crixus's funeral pyre. The Romans, trained as legionaries rather than arena fighters, were forced to entertain the rebel army. The spectacle reversed the normal order of Roman society. Romans who'd captured and enslaved others were now forced to die as entertainment for escaped slaves. Spartacus's funeral games for Crixus became one of the rebellion's most symbolic acts. Urbicus. In the 3rd century AD, 22-year-old Urbicus died in the arena at the hands of an opponent he'd previously spared. Urbicus had been a secutor, a type of heavily armored gladiator designed to fight the net-wielding Retaterius. He'd achieved success in the games, building a reputation in Florence. During one of Urbicus's fights, he defeated his opponent decisively. The man lay wounded and defenseless. Urbicus could have killed him, securing a clear victory. Instead, he chose mercy. Urbicus spared his opponent's life, allowing him to survive and potentially fight another day. The crowd's reaction to such mercy varied. Some appreciated the display of humanity, while others wanted to see death. The spared gladiator survived, healed from his wounds, and continued fighting in the games. Months or perhaps years later, the scheduling masters arranged a rematch. Urbicus would fight the same man again. The second fight went differently. This time, the opponent won. He stood over Urbicus, who now lay defeated and vulnerable. The crowd and referee awaited his decision. The opponent chose not to return Urbicus's earlier mercy. He executed Urbicus in the arena. The man whose life had been spared showed no similar compassion. Urbicus's gravestone, discovered by archaeologists, contains a bitter epitaph. The inscription reads, "After breaking my opponent, I did not kill him immediately. Fate and the cunning treachery of the referee killed me." The final line offers advice. "I advise you to kill the one you have conquered." The epitaph suggests Urbicus believed the referee had somehow betrayed him during the rematch. It also expresses regret for showing mercy. The gladiator who'd chosen compassion died because his opponent chose cruelty. Diodorus. In the 2nd or 3rd century AD, Diodorus died in the arena in Amisus, a city in what is now Turkey. Diodorus was a skilled gladiator who'd won numerous fights. His death became infamous because of how it occurred, involving apparent treachery by the referee. Diodorus fought an opponent named Demetrius. The fight went in Diodorus's favor. He knocked Demetrius to the ground, establishing clear dominance. Under normal circumstances, Diodorus would either finish his opponent or await the crowd's judgment. The Summa Rudis, the referee who controlled arena fights, intervened. He stopped the fight and paused the action. This wasn't unusual. Referees had authority to halt matches temporarily. Diodorus, following the referee's signal, stepped back and lowered his guard. He assumed the fight was over or being paused for some legitimate reason. While Diodorus was relaxed and unprepared, the referee allowed Demetrius to stand up. Demetrius, given this unexpected second chance, immediately attacked. He lunged at the unsuspecting Diodorus and killed him before Diodorus could defend himself. The crowd erupted in outrage. The circumstances of Diodorus's death appeared to involve deliberate betrayal by the referee. Whether the referee had been bribed, held a grudge, or had other motives remains unknown. Diodorus's gravestone preserves his accusation for eternity. The inscription states, "After breaking my opponent Demetrius, I did not kill him immediately. Fate and the cunning treachery of the referee killed me." The epitaph explicitly blames the referee's actions for the death. Diodorus's memorial became a permanent record of corruption in the games. Bato. Between 211 and 217 AD, the gladiator Bato died from exhaustion after being forced to fight 3 consecutive opponents in a single day. Bato had been a famous champion during the reign of Emperor Caracalla. Caracalla was obsessed with gladiatorial combat and frequently attended the games. The emperor decided to test Bato's limits. He ordered Bato to fight not 1, but 3 fully armed fresh opponents consecutively on the same day. There would be no rest between fights. The first opponent entered the arena at full strength. Bato, also fresh, fought and killed him. The victory was hard-won, and Bato sustained injuries during the combat. Without rest or medical attention, the second opponent entered. Bato was now wounded, tired, and facing a completely fresh fighter. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, Bato managed to kill the second opponent as well. By now, Bato was bleeding from multiple wounds, his armor was damaged, and his strength was nearly gone. His shield felt impossibly heavy. His sword arm could barely lift the blade. The third opponent entered the arena, fresh and uninjured. Bato tried to continue fighting, but his body had reached its limit. The third gladiator cut down the exhausted champion. Bato died not from lack of skill, but from impossible circumstances. He'd proven his excellence by killing 2 opponents consecutively, but no human could fight 3 fresh gladiators in a single day. Caracalla's experiment in pushing a champion to his absolute limit resulted in Bato's death. The 6,000 crucified. In 71 BC, approximately 6,000 captured gladiators and slaves died through crucifixion along the Appian Way. These men had fought with Spartacus during the Third Servile War. After Spartacus's death at the Battle of the Salarius River, the rebellion collapsed, and Roman forces captured thousands of survivors. Marcus Licinius Crassus, the general who defeated Spartacus, wanted to send an unmistakable message to Rome's slave population. The punishment needed to be so severe that no slave would ever consider rebellion again. He ordered mass crucifixion on an unprecedented scale. The Appian Way was Rome's most important road, running from Capua, where Spartacus's rebellion had begun, all the way to Rome itself. The distance was approximately 130 miles. Crassus ordered the crucifixion of 6,000 captured rebels along this entire route. Roman soldiers constructed thousands of wooden crosses. They spaced the crosses at regular intervals along both sides of the road. The condemned men were nailed or tied to the crosses and left to die slowly. Crucifixion was designed to be a prolonged, agonizing death. Victims could survive for days, dying from exposure, dehydration, and eventual asphyxiation as their bodies weakened. The 6,000 rebels died over several days, their bodies left on display. Anyone traveling from Capua to Rome passed 6,000 crucified men for the entire 130-mile journey. The message was clear. Rebellion against Rome led to the most horrific death imaginable. The bodies remained on the crosses for weeks or months, left as warnings. The mass crucifixion along the Appian Way became one of ancient Rome's most infamous atrocities. It demonstrated Rome's capacity for brutal repression when its authority was challenged. The 29 Saxons. In 392 AD, 29 Saxon prisoners died by strangling each other in their holding cell the night before they were scheduled to fight. The incident occurred in Rome, where a wealthy politician named Symmachus had spent a fortune purchasing the Saxon prisoners to appear in gladiatorial games he was sponsoring. Symmachus had acquired 29 Saxon warriors captured during conflicts in Germania. He intended them to fight each other in elaborate spectacles designed to impress Rome's elite and advance his political career. The games represented a significant investment and social opportunity. The Saxons were held in the Ludus, the gladiator barracks and training facility, the night before the games. Guards locked them in cells to prevent escape. The prisoners knew they would be forced to kill each other the following day for Roman entertainment. The Saxons made a collective decision. Rather than provide amusement to their captors by fighting each other, they would die on their own terms. They spent the night strangling one another with their bare hands in the darkness. When guards arrived the next morning to collect the prisoners for the games, they found all 29 Saxons dead. The bodies lay intertwined on the cell floor. Not one had survived the night. The mass suicide devastated Symmachus financially and politically. His expensive spectacle was ruined. The incident became famous throughout Rome as an example of barbarian defiance. The Saxons had denied Rome the entertainment their deaths were supposed to provide. The 29 Saxons chose death by each other's hands rather than death for Roman amusement. Their coordinated suicide demonstrated that even prisoners facing certain death could still choose how they died. The sponge stick. Around 64 AD, a German prisoner scheduled for arena execution killed himself in a latrine using the communal cleaning sponge. The Roman philosopher Seneca recorded this incident as an example of the extreme measures prisoners took to avoid the games. The prisoner was scheduled to appear in the morning games, likely to be torn apart by wild animals in a damnatio ad bestias execution. This was considered one of the most horrifying forms of Roman execution, reserved for criminals and prisoners of war. Before being led to the arena, the prisoner asked guards for permission to use the latrine. The guards saw no harm in this request and allowed it. The prisoner entered the latrine, which provided brief privacy. Roman public latrines used a tool called a xylospongium for cleaning. This consisted of a sea sponge attached to a wooden stick. The sponges were shared, soaked in vinegar or salt water between uses. The prisoner grabbed the xylospongium and forced it down his own throat. He pushed it deep enough to block his airway completely. The sponge prevented him from breathing, and he suffocated within minutes. Guards discovered his body slumped in the latrine. The prisoner had successfully denied Rome the spectacle of his death. He'd chosen quick suffocation over being mauled by animals in front of a cheering crowd. Seneca recorded this suicide as evidence of human will to maintain dignity, even in desperate circumstances. The philosopher noted that a man could deny Rome's power even when facing certain death. The cartwheel. Around 64 AD, Another prisoner recorded by Seneca killed himself using a moving cartwheel while being transported to the arena. Like the latrine suicide, this demonstrated prisoners' desperation to avoid arena deaths. The prisoner was being transported in a wooden cart to the morning games. Armed guards surrounded the cart, preventing escape. The prisoner knew that within hours he would be executed in the arena, likely by wild animals or gladiators. The prisoner sat on the edge of the cart during transport. He appeared to fall asleep, his head nodding forward as if exhausted or resigned to his fate. The guards paid little attention to a sleeping prisoner, who posed no apparent threat. Gradually, the prisoner let his head drop lower and lower with each bump in the road. He positioned his head near the edge of the cart, close to the large wooden wheel rotating as the cart moved. At a calculated moment, the prisoner suddenly thrust his neck between the spokes of the moving wheel. The wheel's rotation caught his neck and twisted it violently. His neck snapped instantly, killing him before guards could react. The cart jolted to a halt. The prisoner's body hung from the wheel, his neck broken. He died instantly, denying Rome the planned entertainment of his arena execution. Seneca recorded this alongside other suicides as evidence that prisoners would endure anything, including self-inflicted death, to avoid the humiliation and terror of arena execution. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Jesse James. On April 3, 1882, 34-year-old Jesse James was living under the alias Thomas Howard in a rented house in St. Joseph, Missouri. James was the most famous outlaw in America, having spent 16 years robbing banks, trains, and stagecoaches with his gang. By 1882, most of his original gang members were dead or in prison. James was living with his wife and 2 children, trying to plan his next robbery. That morning was warm, and James decided to remove his gun belt to avoid drawing suspicion from neighbors who might see him through the windows. He was preparing to hang a picture on the wall or dust a picture frame that was already hanging. He stood on a chair to reach the frame. 2 men were in the house with him, brothers Robert and Charlie Ford, recent additions to what remained of James's gang. The Ford brothers had secretly been negotiating with Missouri Governor Thomas Crittenden, who had offered a substantial reward for Jesse James dead or alive. As James stood on the chair with his back turned, adjusting the picture frame, Robert Ford drew his revolver. He aimed at the back of James's head and fired. James was struck behind the right ear. He fell from the chair and died within moments. The Ford brothers immediately fled the house and surrendered to authorities, claiming the reward money. Jesse James, the legendary outlaw who had survived countless shootouts and robberies, died unarmed in his own living room while doing household chores. His death made national headlines. Robert Ford was briefly hailed as the man who killed Jesse James, but public opinion quickly turned against him. Many viewed the killing as cowardly murder rather than justice. Ford spent the rest of his life trying to capitalize on his infamy, touring in stage shows about the killing. Jesse James was buried in Missouri. His grave became a tourist attraction, and his legend only grew after his death. The phrase "shot in the back by Robert Ford" became synonymous with betrayal. Elmer McCurdy. On October 7, 1911, 31-year-old Elmer McCurdy was hiding in a hayloft near Pawhuska, Oklahoma. McCurdy was a small-time outlaw and train robber whose criminal career had been marked by spectacular failure. His most recent crime, robbing a train he believed carried thousands in royalty payments, had netted him just $46 and 2 jugs of whiskey. A sheriff's posse had tracked him to a ranch where he had taken refuge in the barn. Around dawn, lawmen surrounded the building and called for McCurdy to surrender. He refused and opened fire. The shootout lasted for over an hour. McCurdy fired repeatedly from the loft, but he was outnumbered and outgunned. Eventually, a bullet struck him in the chest. Elmer McCurdy died in the hayloft. The sheriff's posse collected his body and brought it to the local undertaker in Pawhuska. No one came to claim the corpse. The undertaker, Joseph Johnson, decided to preserve McCurdy's body using an arsenic-based embalming compound that essentially mummified the remains. Johnson then did something bizarre. He dressed McCurdy in a suit, propped him up in the funeral home window, and displayed him as the bandit who wouldn't give up. Visitors could pay a nickel to view the outlaw's corpse. For years, McCurdy stood in that window, slowly drying out and becoming more mummified. Eventually, a carnival promoter claimed to be McCurdy's relative and took possession of the body. For the next 60 years, McCurdy's mummified corpse was sold and resold to traveling carnivals, wax museums, and amusement parks. His body was displayed as a curiosity, though over time people assumed he was just a wax dummy or prop. In December 1976, a television crew was filming an episode of The $6 Million Man at an amusement park funhouse in Long Beach, California. During setup, a crew member tried to move what everyone thought was a wax mannequin hanging from a gallows. As he moved the figure, one of its arms fell off. Inside the broken arm were real human bones and desiccated tissue. Police were called. Investigators discovered the prop was actually a human corpse. Through dental records and other evidence, they eventually identified the body as Elmer McCurdy, the failed train robber who had died in Oklahoma 65 years earlier. McCurdy had spent over 6 decades as a carnival attraction, with thousands of people paying to see him while believing he was fake. He was finally given a proper burial in 1977 at Summit View Cemetery in Guthrie, Oklahoma. His grave was sealed under concrete to prevent anyone from digging him up again. Billy the Kid. On July 14, 1881, 21-year-old Henry McCarty, better known as Billy the Kid, was hiding at Fort Sumner, New Mexico. The Kid was one of the West's most wanted outlaws, having killed multiple men and escaped from jail. Sheriff Pat Garrett had been hunting him for months. Garrett received information that the Kid was staying at Fort Sumner with friends. On the night of July 14th, Garrett arrived at the home of Pete Maxwell, a mutual acquaintance. Around midnight, Garrett sat in the darkness of Maxwell's bedroom, questioning him about the Kid's whereabouts. While they talked, Billy the Kid entered the compound. He had been at a nearby building and was coming to Maxwell's room, possibly to get food. The Kid was carrying a butcher knife and a piece of fresh beef. As Billy approached Maxwell's darkened bedroom, he sensed someone sitting inside. Unable to see clearly in the darkness, Billy asked in Spanish, "¿Quién es?" meaning "who is it?" Sheriff Pat Garrett recognized Billy's voice instantly. Before the Kid could react, Garrett raised his revolver and fired twice in the darkness. The first shot struck Billy in the chest, just above his heart. He stumbled backward and died within moments. The second shot flew over his crumpling body. Billy the Kid, who had survived multiple gunfights and escaped from jail by eliminating 2 guards, died in the dark while holding a piece of beef and asking a simple question. He never saw Garrett or had a chance to draw a weapon. Garrett lit a candle and confirmed the body was Billy the Kid. The death of such a notorious outlaw made national news, though some skeptics claimed Garrett had killed the wrong man. Billy the Kid was buried the next day in Fort Sumner's old military cemetery. His grave became a tourist attraction, and his legend only grew. The anticlimactic nature of his death, no shootout, no dramatic last stand, just a shot in the dark, stood in stark contrast to his dangerous reputation. George Big Nose Parrott. On March 22, 1881, approximately 41-year-old George Parrott sat in a jail cell in Rawlins, Wyoming, after being convicted of murder. Parrott, known as Big Nose George for his prominent facial feature, was a member of a gang that had murdered 2 lawmen during a botched train robbery attempt near Carbon, Wyoming. He had been captured and held for months while tensions built in the community. That day, Parrott had attempted to escape from the jail. He managed to remove his shackles and attacked the jailer's wife, Rosa Rankin, when she brought him his evening meal. Rankin fought back and screamed for help. Her husband arrived and subdued Parrott, ending the escape attempt. The violent attack on a woman enraged the community even further. That night, a lynch mob formed. Angry citizens marched to the jail and overpowered the guards. They dragged Parrott from his cell and hauled him to a telegraph pole on the main street. The mob fashioned a noose and threw it over the pole. They hoisted Parrott up, hanging him by the neck. But Parrott managed to grab the telegraph pole as he was lifted. He held on, supporting his weight and preventing the noose from strangling him. The mob, furious that their lynching was being thwarted, beat Parrott's hands with rifle butts and clubs until he could no longer maintain his grip. Parrott fell, and the noose tightened. He died by hanging in the street. The lynch mob dispersed. Parrott's body was left hanging until morning, when authorities cut it down. No one came to claim the corpse. 2 local doctors, Thomas Magee and John Osborne, decided to take the body for scientific study. Dr. Osborne removed the top of Parrott's skull and kept it as a doorstop and ashtray. He then sent portions of Parrott's skin to a Denver tannery, with instructions to tan it like leather. When the tanned human leather was returned, Osborne had it crafted into a pair of 2-tone shoes and a medical bag. Years later, when John Osborne was elected governor of Wyoming, he wore the shoes made from Big Nose George Parrott's skin to his inaugural ball. The story remained a local legend until 1950, when construction workers accidentally discovered Parrott's partial remains buried in a whiskey barrel. The skull and shoes were eventually donated to museums in Wyoming, where they remain on display today. Tom Blackjack Ketchum. On April 26, 1901, 43-year-old Tom Ketchum stood on the gallows in Clayton, New Mexico. Ketchum, known as Blackjack, was a train robber who had been captured after a shootout with lawmen left him wounded. He had been convicted and sentenced to death by hanging. During his months in jail awaiting execution, Ketchum had gained significant weight from lack of exercise and regular meals. The executioners preparing for the hanging were relatively inexperienced. They made critical errors in their calculations. Hangings required precise measurements based on the condemned person's weight to ensure the drop would break the neck cleanly without causing decapitation. The executioners used a rope that was too stiff and set the drop distance too great for Ketchum's increased weight. Around 1:20 p.m., Ketchum was led up the gallows steps. A large crowd had gathered to witness the execution. Ketchum reportedly remained calm and even jovial, making dark jokes. His final words were, "I'll be in hell before you start breakfast. Let her rip." The executioner placed a black hood over Ketchum's head and positioned the noose around his neck. The trapdoor was released. Ketchum dropped. The excessive drop distance combined with the stiff rope and Ketchum's weight created far too much force. Instead of simply breaking his neck, the noose completely severed his head from his body. Ketchum's head remained in the hood and noose while his body fell through the trap and stood upright for a moment before collapsing. The crowd reacted with horror. This was the only time in United States history that a judicial hanging resulted in accidental decapitation. Photographs were taken of Ketchum's severed head, and these images were sold as postcards, becoming morbid souvenirs. The botched execution led to reforms in hanging procedures to prevent similar incidents. Ketchum's body and head were buried together in Clayton. Waqin Moruretta. On July 25, 1853, approximately 23-year-old Waqin Moruretta was riding with his gang through California's Central Valley. Moruretta had become a legendary figure, a Mexican outlaw who fought against American settlers and authorities during the California Gold Rush. His exploits would later inspire the fictional character of Zorro. California authorities had formed a special group called the California Rangers, specifically to hunt down Moruretta and his gang. The Rangers were led by Captain Harry Love, who had been given 3 months to capture or kill the outlaw. On that July day, the Rangers encountered a group of Mexican riders near Arroyo Cantua. A gunfight erupted. During the battle, a man believed to be Waqin Moruretta was shot and killed. Another gang member, known as Three-Fingered Jack, was also killed. But the Rangers faced a problem. They needed proof they had killed the famous Waqin Moruretta to claim their reward. Captain Love decided on a grotesque solution. The Rangers decapitated the man they believed was Moruretta. They also severed Three-Fingered Jack's hand. Love placed Murrietta's head in a large glass jar filled with whiskey to preserve it. For the next several weeks, the Rangers traveled back to the authorities, carrying the head in its jar. They presented the jar as proof of Morrietta's death and claimed their reward. But the head's journey didn't end there. For over 50 years, the jar containing Murrietta's head was displayed as a curiosity. It was shown in saloons, museums, and exhibitions throughout California. People paid to see the preserved head of the legendary outlaw. The head became a famous artifact. In 1906, the Great San Francisco earthquake struck. The building where the jar was stored collapsed and burned. The jar was shattered, and Murrietta's head was destroyed in the fire. To this day, some historians question whether the Rangers actually killed the real Waqin Moruretta or simply executed a convenient Mexican rider and claimed it was the famous outlaw. Regardless, the image of carrying a human head in a whiskey jar across California for money became one of the Old West's most macabre stories. Wild Bill Hickok. On August 2, 1876, 39-year-old James Butler, Wild Bill Hickok, was in Deadwood, South Dakota. Hickok was one of the West's most famous gunfighters, known for his quick draw and numerous shootouts. By 1876, his eyesight was failing, and he had largely retired from gunfighting. Around 3 p.m., Hickok entered Nuttall and Mann's saloon for an afternoon poker game. He preferred to sit with his back against the wall so he could watch the door, a precaution learned from years of making enemies. However, when he arrived, the only available seat faced away from the entrance. Another player refused to switch seats. Hickok reluctantly sat down with his back to the door and began playing poker. A local man named Jack McCall entered the saloon. McCall harbored a grudge against Hickok from a previous card game. He walked up behind Hickok's chair, drew a revolver, and shouted, "Damn you, take that." McCall fired a single shot into the back of Hickok's head. Wild Bill Hickok died instantly and slumped forward onto the table. When people examined his hand, he was holding 5 cards, a pair of black aces, a pair of black eights, and a 5th card of unknown value. This specific poker hand became forever known as the dead man's hand. Poker players to this day consider it an unlucky hand. Jack McCall fled the saloon, but was quickly captured. He claimed Hickok had killed his brother, and he was seeking revenge, though this was likely false. McCall was tried and initially acquitted by a minors' court in Deadwood. However, he was later retried in federal court, convicted, and hanged for murder. Wild Bill Hickok was buried in Deadwood's Mount Moriah Cemetery. His grave became one of the most visited sites in the town. The legendary gunfighter who had survived countless dangerous confrontations died sitting at a poker table with his back to the door. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Edward Blackbeard Teach. On November 22, 1718, 38-year-old Edward Teach was anchored off Ocracoke Island, North Carolina, aboard his ship Adventure. Teach, known throughout the Atlantic world as Blackbeard, had terrorized merchant ships for years with his fearsome appearance and ruthless tactics. He wore his black beard in long braids, sometimes tucking slow-burning fuses under his hat to create a demonic smoking effect. By late 1718, colonial authorities had had enough. Virginia Governor Alexander Spotswood commissioned Lieutenant Robert Maynard of the Royal Navy to hunt down Blackbeard. Maynard sailed south with two small sloops, light, fast, single-masted warships built for speed and maneuverability, called the Jane and the Ranger. The ships carried no heavy cannons but were packed with sailors and marines. Early on the morning of November 22nd, Maynard's vessels approached Ocracoke Inlet, where Blackbeard's ship was moored. Blackbeard spotted the approaching Royal Navy ships and prepared his crew for battle. As Maynard's sloops closed in, Blackbeard opened fire with his cannons. The opening volleys killed several of Maynard's men. Maynard ordered most of his remaining crew to hide below deck, making his ship appear nearly abandoned. Blackbeard took the bait. He brought his sloop alongside Maynard's vessel and led his pirates in boarding. As Blackbeard and his men climbed aboard, Maynard's hidden sailors suddenly emerged from below deck. A fierce hand-to-hand battle erupted on the blood-slicked deck. Blackbeard and Maynard confronted each other directly. The two men exchanged pistol shots at close range. Blackbeard was hit but continued fighting. The pirate captain drew his cutlass and struck at Maynard, breaking the officer's sword blade. As Blackbeard raised his arm to deliver what would have been a killing blow, one of Maynard's men slashed him across the throat from behind. Even with this terrible wound, Blackbeard kept fighting. Sailors surrounded him, firing pistols and hacking with cutlasses. Blackbeard absorbed approximately 5 pistol shots and 20 sword wounds before finally collapsing. The legendary pirate captain died on the deck. Maynard immediately drew his sword and severed Blackbeard's head from his body. The head was hung from the bowsprit of Maynard's sloop as a trophy. Blackbeard's headless corpse was thrown overboard into the waters of Ocracoke Inlet. Maynard sailed back to Virginia with the severed head still displayed. Upon arrival at Hampton Roads, authorities placed Blackbeard's head on a pike at the harbor entrance where it remained for years as a grim warning to anyone considering piracy. William Captain Kidd. On May 23, 1701, 56-year-old William Kidd stood at Execution Dock in Wapping, London, preparing to die. Kidd had been a respected privateer and ship captain before being accused of piracy and murder. His trial had been a spectacle, and he was convicted despite his protests that he had been betrayed by his backers. Execution Dock was London's traditional site for hanging pirates, located on the Thames River at low tide. The night before his execution, someone provided Kidd with large quantities of rum. By the time guards brought him to the scaffold the next morning, Kidd was completely drunk. He could barely stand as he was led up the gallows steps. The executioner placed the noose around Kidd's neck and positioned him on the platform. A large crowd had gathered to witness the death of the infamous Captain Kidd. The executioner pulled the lever. The platform dropped. Kidd fell through the trapdoor. Then something extraordinary happened. The rope snapped. Kidd crashed to the mud below the gallows, still alive. Some spectators shouted that this was a sign from God, that Kidd should be pardoned. Others in the crowd saw it as divine intervention. The executioner and guards quickly grabbed the dazed, drunken Kidd and dragged him back up the gallows stairs. A new rope was secured around his neck. Moments later, the trapdoor opened again. This time the rope held. William Kidd died by hanging at Execution Dock, but his ordeal wasn't over. Authorities had decided to make an extreme example of Kidd. His body was covered in tar to preserve it, then locked into an iron gibbet cage. The caged corpse was hung on a post at Tilbury Point on the Thames River. Kidd's tarred body remained on display for 3 years, slowly deteriorating as ships passed by. His head was mounted separately on a pike, and his personal effects were displayed publicly. The grim spectacle was meant to terrify any sailor who might consider turning pirate. Kidd's body hung in chains until the elements finally reduced it to bones, a warning visible to every vessel entering or leaving London. Stede Bonnet. On December 10, 1718, 30-year-old Stede Bonnet stood in Charlestown, South Carolina, preparing for his execution. Bonnet was unlike any other pirate of his era. Born into wealth on a Barbados plantation, he had abandoned his comfortable life as a gentleman to become a pirate, earning him the nickname the Gentleman Pirate. His brief piracy career had been largely unsuccessful, and he'd been captured after trying to establish a legitimate pardon. The morning of his execution, Bonnet dressed in his finest clothing as if attending a social function rather than his own hanging. He wore expensive garments befitting his aristocratic background. He even carried a small bouquet of flowers, though the blooms had wilted during his imprisonment. A militia unit assembled to escort Bonnet to the gallows. As the procession began, drummers beat a slow, somber death march. Bonnet walked through Charlestown streets toward the scaffold erected near the waterfront. Hundreds of colonists gathered to witness the execution. As Bonnet climbed the gallows steps, his composure began failing. The gentleman pirate's legs weakened, and he nearly fainted. Guards had to hold him upright as the executioner placed the noose around his neck. Bonnet was positioned on a cart beneath the gallows beam. The noose was tightened. Then the executioner cracked his whip. The cart lurched forward, Bonnet dropped, and the rope went taut. The gentleman pirate died dangling from the rope, his fine clothes and wilted flowers marking his strange end. But Charlestown authorities wanted to ensure Bonnet would not become a martyr or legend. After his body was cut down, it was taken to the marshlands below the high tide line. Workers dumped Bonnet's corpse in the muddy salt marsh where the tides would regularly cover it. The location was kept secret. Authorities wanted the sea and elements to erase all trace of Stede Bonnet's remains, ensuring no grave could become a shrine and no relics could inspire future pirates. The gentleman who had abandoned everything for piracy vanished into the Carolina mud. John Calico Jack Rackham. On November 18, 1720, 38-year-old John Rackham was hanged at Port Royal, Jamaica for piracy. Rackham had earned the nickname Calico Jack for his colorful calico clothing. He was famous not just for his piracy, but for having two women pirates in his crew, Anne Bonny and Mary Read, who fought as fiercely as any man. Rackham's capture had come in October 1720, when a Jamaican sloop cornered his vessel off the coast. Most of Rackham's crew, including Calico Jack himself, had been drunk below deck. Only Anne Bonny and Mary Read fought vigorously against the boarders. After capture, all were taken to Jamaica for trial. The trial was swift. Rackham was found guilty and sentenced to death. Before his execution, Anne Bonny allegedly visited him in his cell and told him, "Had you fought like a man, you need not have been hanged like a dog." On the day of his hanging, Rackham was taken to the gallows at Port Royal. A crowd gathered to watch the colorful pirate meet his end. The noose was placed around his neck. The trap opened. Calico Jack Rackham died by hanging. What happened next ensured Rackham would never be forgotten. Jamaican authorities decided his death would serve as a permanent warning. His body was removed from the gallows and locked inside an iron gibbet cage. The cage was designed to hold a human corpse upright, preventing burial. Rackham's caged body was transported to a small islet at the entrance to Port Royal Harbor. Workers erected a tall post on the tiny island and hung the gibbet cage from it. There, visible to every ship entering or leaving Port Royal, Calico Jack Rackham's body hung in its iron prison. The tropical sun baked his corpse. Seabirds picked at the remains through the cage bars. Rain and wind weathered the bones. The spot became known as Rackham's Cay. His skeleton reportedly remained on display for years, swaying in the Caribbean breeze as ships sailed past. The desiccated bones served their intended purpose as a stark warning to anyone considering piracy in Jamaican waters. Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. On February 10, 1722, 40-year-old Bartholomew Roberts was commanding his ship Royal Fortune off the coast of Cape Lopez in West Africa. Roberts was the most successful pirate of the Golden Age, having captured over 400 vessels during his career. He was known for his elaborate dress, often wearing rich fabrics and gold chains. He also maintained strict discipline aboard his ships, and rarely drank, preferring tea. That morning, the British Royal Navy warship HMS Swallow appeared on the horizon. Roberts's crew had been celebrating the previous night, and many were still drunk or hungover. Despite his crew's condition, Roberts decided to engage the warship rather than flee. It was an uncharacteristic decision that would prove fatal. As the Royal Fortune closed with HMS Swallow, the British warship fired its cannons. Grape shot, clusters of small iron balls, tore across the deck of Roberts's ship. One blast struck Roberts directly. The grape shot tore through his throat, causing massive trauma. Bartholomew Roberts died instantly, collapsing on his deck while wearing his famous crimson jacket and gold chain. His crew immediately panicked. They knew that if Roberts's body was captured, the British would display it as a trophy. Roberts had made his wishes clear. He wanted no public spectacle of his corpse. His loyal crew members acted quickly. They lifted Roberts's body, still dressed in his finery, and carried it to the ship's rail. They wrapped chains around the corpse to weigh it down. Then they heaved Black Bart Roberts overboard into the Atlantic Ocean. His body sank immediately and was never recovered. Minutes after Roberts went into the sea, HMS Swallow closed in and overwhelmed the leaderless, drunken pirate crew. Most were captured and later hanged, but Roberts himself had escaped the fate of being displayed in chains. His body remained somewhere in the waters off West Africa, and his legend grew larger because no one could point to his remains hanging from a gibbet. Charles Vane. On March 29, 1721, 41-year-old Charles Vane was executed at Port Royal, Jamaica. Vane had been one of the most violent and uncompromising pirates of his era, refusing multiple offers of pardon and attacking ships without mercy. His downfall had begun when his own crew, led by Calico Jack Rackham, voted him out as captain after Vane refused to attack a French warship. Months later, Vane's ship wrecked during a hurricane. He survived on a deserted island for weeks before being rescued by a passing ship. Unfortunately for Vane, the ship's captain recognized him. Vane was transported to Jamaica, imprisoned, and tried for piracy. The verdict was never in doubt. At his trial, Vane showed no remorse and offered no defense. On the morning of his execution, guards brought Vane from his cell to the gallows erected at Port Royal. A crowd gathered to watch the notorious pirate die. Vane walked to the scaffold defiantly. Contemporary witnesses recorded that he went to his death with no plea but defiance in his eye, showing no fear or regret. The executioner placed the noose around Vane's neck. The trap opened. Charles Vane dropped and died by hanging. His defiant expression was frozen on his face. Jamaican authorities weren't satisfied with simply hanging Vane. They wanted to make an enduring example of him. His body was cut down from the gallows and covered with tar to preserve it. The tarred corpse was then wrapped in chains and hung from a gibbet post in a public location. Vane's body swayed in the Caribbean breeze, visible to colonists and sailors alike. The tarred, chained corpse hung on display for weeks, slowly deteriorating under the tropical sun. Birds pecked at the remains through the gaps in the chains. Eventually, Vane's body was reduced to bones, but even then the skeleton remained on exhibit, a grim reminder that pirates who refused mercy would receive none in return. Mary Red. On an April day in 1721, 26-year-old Mary Red died in Spanish Town Prison, Jamaica. Red had lived an extraordinary life, disguising herself as a man to serve as a soldier, and later becoming one of history's most famous female pirates. She had fought alongside Anne Bonny aboard Calico Jack Rackham's ship, and witnesses testified that she fought more courageously than most of the male pirates when their ship was captured. After their capture in October 1720, Mary Red and Anne Bonny were brought to trial with the rest of Rackham's crew. Both women were found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. However, when the judge pronounced the sentence, both women immediately declared they were pregnant. Under English law, the execution of pregnant women was postponed until after childbirth to protect the unborn child. Authorities imprisoned both women while awaiting confirmation of their pregnancies and eventual delivery. Mary Read was held in the Spanish Town Prison in Jamaica. The conditions were terrible, with poor sanitation, inadequate food, and no medical care. By April 1721, Read had developed a high fever. Some accounts suggest the fever was related to childbirth or pregnancy complications, while others simply describe it as prison fever, likely typhus or another infectious disease common in jails of that era. Prison officials noted that she died in prison, reportedly after developing a fever. Her death came quickly. Mary Red died in her cell at Spanish Town Prison, only in her mid-20s. Unlike most of her fellow pirates who died at the end of a rope or displayed in gibbets, Red's death came from illness behind bars. She was buried in an unmarked grave, likely in a common burial ground for prisoners. Anne Bonny's fate after this point remains mysterious. Historical records show she too claimed pregnancy and avoided immediate execution, but no record of her execution exists. She simply disappeared from historical accounts, leading to speculation that she was released, escaped, or died in prison without documentation. Mary Red became one of the few famous female pirates whose death came not from execution, but from disease, a common killer in the brutal prison conditions of the 18th century. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Jim Jones. On November 18, 1978, 47-year-old Jim Jones stood in the central pavilion of Jonestown, Guyana, addressing his followers over loudspeakers. Jones had spent years building People's Temple, transforming it from a small church in Indiana into a movement of nearly 1,000 devoted followers. He'd relocated the entire operation to a remote agricultural commune in the South American jungle, promising his people a socialist paradise. That morning, U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan had visited Jonestown to investigate reports of abuse. Several members wanted to leave with Ryan. As the congressman's party prepared to depart from a nearby airstrip, Jonestown security guards opened fire, killing Ryan and 4 others. Jones knew authorities would respond. He called an emergency meeting of all Jonestown residents. Over the loudspeakers, he announced it was time for revolutionary suicide. He'd been rehearsing this moment for months in drills he called White Nights. Large metal vats were brought into the pavilion. Jones's aides mixed grape-flavored flavor aid with cyanide, sedatives, and tranquilizers. The mixture was deadly. Jones ordered parents to use syringes to squirt the poison into their children's mouths first. Audio recordings captured the screams of children and the protests of some adults. Jones's voice on the tapes urges people to die with dignity. Armed guards stood around the pavilion's perimeter. People formed lines to receive the poison. Over the next hour, 909 people died. Parents died after watching their children convulse and stop breathing. The bodies eventually lay in rows across the pavilion and surrounding grounds. Jim Jones didn't drink the poison he'd forced on his followers. When Guyanese troops arrived the next day, they found Jones's body sprawled in a deck chair on the pavilion stage. He died from a gunshot wound to the head. likely self-inflicted or administered by an aide. While his followers lay face down in the mud, Jones remained in his chair, wearing a red shirt. The man who'd preached collective sacrifice had taken what he considered the easier path. The Jonestown Massacre became the largest mass death of American civilians until September 11, 2001. Marshall Applewhite. On March 26, 1997, 65-year-old Marshall Applewhite led 38 followers in a meticulously planned mass suicide inside a mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, California. Applewhite, who went by the name Dew, had spent over 2 decades building Heaven's Gate, a cult that blended Christian theology with UFO beliefs. Applewhite taught that Earth was about to be recycled and that a spacecraft following the Hale-Bopp comet would rescue believers. To board the craft, followers needed to exit their containers, meaning their human bodies. For years, Applewhite had prepared his followers for this moment. The Heaven's Gate members rented an expensive mansion in one of California's wealthiest communities. Over 3 days, they carried out their plan in shifts. Small groups would ingest a mixture of phenobarbital dissolved in applesauce, washed down with vodka. After consuming the fatal mixture, each person lay down on a bed or bunk, and another member placed a plastic bag over their head and tied it. This ensured death from suffocation if the drugs failed. The process was orderly and methodical. All 39 members, including Applewhite, wore identical outfits, black shirts, black sweatpants, and brand new Nike Decade sneakers. They'd purchased the shoes specifically for this occasion. Each person had a $5 bill and quarters in their pockets, presumably for the journey. When police entered the mansion on March 26, they found the bodies arranged on beds and bunks throughout the house. Purple shrouds covered their faces. The scene was eerily organized, with no signs of struggle. Marshall Applewhite's body was found among his followers. The autopsy revealed something else about Applewhite and 7 other male members. They'd been surgically castrated years earlier. Applewhite had convinced them this was necessary to maintain their genderless spiritual status and overcome human attachments. The castrations had been performed by a willing doctor in Mexico. Applewhite believed that removing sexual organs helped prepare them for their transformation into higher beings. The Heaven's Gate mass suicide shocked America, and the image of identical bodies in matching Nike sneakers became iconic. David Koresh. On April 19, 1993, 33-year-old David Koresh was inside the Branch Davidian compound near Waco, Texas, as FBI tanks breached the walls. Koresh, born Vernon Howell, had taken control of the Branch Davidians years earlier, claiming to be the final prophet. He'd accumulated weapons and married multiple women, including underage girls. The standoff had begun 51 days earlier when Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms agents attempted to raid the compound over weapons violations. A gunfight erupted, killing 4 agents and 6 Branch Davidians. The FBI took over, surrounding the compound and beginning negotiations. For nearly 2 months, the siege continued. Koresh negotiated with authorities, promising to surrender after completing a manuscript interpreting the Book of Revelation's 7 seals. He worked on the document but never finished it. On April 19th, FBI commanders decided to end the siege. Tanks punched holes in the compound walls and inserted CS tear gas. The operation was supposed to force the Branch Davidians out without violence. Instead, a fire broke out. The origin of the fire remains disputed. The FBI claimed Branch Davidians started it deliberately. Survivors insisted the tank operations and gas canisters sparked the blaze. Within minutes, flames engulfed the wooden structure. Approximately 76 people died in the fire, including 25 children. Many bodies were found huddled together in interior rooms, overcome by smoke before the flames reached them. But David Koresh didn't die from fire or smoke inhalation. When investigators recovered Koresh's body, they found a single gunshot wound to the center of his forehead. The positioning and trajectory suggested someone else had fired the shot at close range. Nearby lay the body of Steve Schneider, Koresh's lieutenant, with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Investigators concluded that Schneider had shot Koresh, likely as an act of mercy to spare him from burning alive, then killed himself. Koresh died with his 7 Seals manuscript incomplete. The Waco siege became one of the most controversial law enforcement operations in U.S. history. Shoko Asahara. On July 6, 2018, 63-year-old Shoko Asahara was executed by hanging at the Tokyo detention house. Asahara, born Chizuo Matsumoto, had founded Aum Shinrikyo in the 1980s, building it into one of Japan's most dangerous cults. He'd claimed to be both Christ and the first enlightened one since Buddha. On March 20, 1995, Aum Shinrikyo members released sarin nerve gas in Tokyo's subway system during rush hour. The coordinated attack killed 13 people and injured over 6,000. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in Japanese history. Asahara had ordered the attack, believing it would trigger an apocalyptic war that would allow him to rule Japan. Police raided facilities and arrested Asahara after finding him hiding in a secret room at the cult's compound. His trial lasted 8 years. Asahara was convicted of masterminding the subway attack and 12 other crimes, including multiple murders. He was sentenced to death in 2004, but appeals delayed the execution for 14 years. During his years awaiting execution, Asahara's mental state deteriorated dramatically. The man who'd claimed godhood stopped communicating with anyone, including his lawyers. Prison officials reported he'd lost control of his bodily functions and wore diapers. On the morning of July 6, 2018, authorities executed Asahara alongside 6 of his disciples. The executions happened simultaneously at different facilities. Japanese law maintains extreme secrecy around executions, and the public wasn't informed until after the hangings had been carried out. The execution of Shoko Asahara closed a dark chapter in Japanese history. The cult leader who terrorized Tokyo and convinced followers he was divine died a broken, incontinent prisoner who couldn't speak. Charles Manson. On November 19, 2017, 83-year-old Charles Manson died at a hospital in Bakersfield, California. Manson had spent nearly 48 years in prison, serving 9 life sentences for orchestrating the 1969 murders of actress Sharon Tate and 6 others. His Manson family cult had committed the killings to trigger what Manson called Helter Skelter, a race war he believed was prophesied in Beatles songs. Manson had been imprisoned at California's Corcoran State Prison. In his final years, his health declined significantly. He developed colon cancer and various complications from decades of incarceration. By late 2017, he was hospitalized multiple times. On November 19, Manson suffered cardiac arrest. He died handcuffed to a hospital bed, under guard. The man who'd wanted to start an apocalyptic race war died from mundane medical causes, without any dramatic final act. Charles Manson's death was anticlimactic, but the aftermath proved complicated. 3 different people immediately claimed rights to his body: a pen pal named Michael Channels, a man claiming to be Manson's son, and Jason Freeman, who said he was Manson's grandson. The body was placed on ice and stored for months while the courts sorted out the competing claims. Legal battles dragged on over who could claim the corpse, and more importantly, control any potential estate or rights to Manson's image and writings. Eventually, Jason Freeman won the court case. He claimed Manson's body and had it cremated. The remains and personal effects were released to him in March 2018, 4 months after Manson's death. The cult leader who'd terrified America and created one of the most infamous crime sprees in history ended his life as a sick old man, dying in chains, with strangers fighting over his corpse like vultures. Amy Carlson. In April 2021, 45-year-old Amy Carlson died in a house in Colorado. Carlson was the leader of Love Has Won, a cult she'd founded that promoted New Age beliefs mixed with conspiracy theories. She called herself Mother God and claimed to be a 19-billion-year-old deity. Carlson had been consuming massive amounts of colloidal silver, a substance falsely promoted as a cure-all for various ailments. Prolonged consumption of colloidal silver causes argyria, a condition where silver accumulates in the body's tissues, permanently turning the skin blue-gray. By 2021, Carlson's health had deteriorated significantly. She weighed only 75 pounds. Her skin had turned a deep blue-gray color from the silver poisoning. She was also abusing alcohol and other substances. Despite her declining condition, her followers continued to worship her and follow her instructions. Amy Carlson died in April 2021, though the exact date of death is unclear. What happened next shocked authorities. Her followers didn't report her death or arrange for proper burial. Instead, they kept her body. The group mummified Carlson's corpse by wrapping it in a sleeping bag. They decorated the body with Christmas lights and created a shrine around it. For weeks, the followers traveled with the corpse, moving between houses and Airbnb rentals in Colorado. On April 28, 2021, Crestone, Colorado police received a tip about a dead body in a home. Officers entered and found Carlson's mummified remains. The followers present told police that Mother God hadn't died, but had merely ascended, and that her physical vessel was resting. 7 followers were arrested and charged with abuse of a corpse and child abuse, as 2 children were living in the house with the mummified body. The autopsy confirmed Carlson had been dead for weeks. She died from a combination of alcohol abuse, anorexia, and the effects of chronic colloidal silver ingestion. The blue-skinned mummy of the woman who'd called herself a 19-billion-year-old god became a bizarre footnote in cult history. Adolfo Constanzo. On May 6, 1989, 26-year-old Adolfo Constanzo was cornered by Mexican police in an apartment in Mexico City. Constanzo had led a cult that mixed drug trafficking with ritualistic murder, calling themselves Los Narcosatánicos. He'd convinced members that human sacrifice would grant them protection from law enforcement and rival cartels. Constanzo's cult had kidnapped American college student Mark Kilroy in March 1989, while Kilroy was on spring break in Matamoros, Mexico. They murdered Kilroy and used his body parts in their rituals. The high-profile kidnapping of an American brought intense law enforcement pressure. Mexican and American authorities worked together to investigate. The trail led to Constanzo's ranch, where they discovered the remains of multiple victims and a ganga, a ritual cauldron filled with blood, bones, and body parts. Constanzo had told his followers the ganga made them invisible to police. It hadn't worked. Constanzo fled to Mexico City with his closest followers. Police tracked them to an apartment building. As officers surrounded the building, Constanzo appeared at a window, throwing handfuls of money down to the street to create a distraction. When it became clear escape was impossible, Constanzo didn't surrender. He ordered his bodyguard and lover, Martin Quintana Rodriguez, nicknamed El Dubi, to kill him. Quintana hesitated, but Constanzo insisted. Quintana fired a machine gun at Constanzo and another cult member, Alvaro de Leon Valdez. Both men died from the gunfire. When police breached the apartment moments later, they found Constanzo's body riddled with bullets, slumped in a closet. The godfather of the narco-Satanist cult had orchestrated his own execution rather than face capture. The case exposed the intersection of drug cartels and occult practices in Mexico. Joseph DiMambro and Luc Jouret. In October 1994, 70-year-old Joseph DiMambro and 46-year-old Luc Jouret died in coordinated mass suicides involving the Order of the Solar Temple cult. The events unfolded across multiple locations in Switzerland and Canada, ultimately killing 53 people. DiMambro and Jouret had founded the Order of the Solar Temple in the 1980s, blending New Age philosophy, conspiracy theories, and Neo-Templar beliefs. They convinced wealthy followers that death would allow their souls to transit to the star Sirius, where they would live as enlightened beings. Days before the main events, DiMambro had his own infant son murdered. DiMambro believed the child was the Antichrist. Cult members stabbed the baby to death with a wooden stake. The child's parents were also killed. On October 4th and 5th, 1994, the coordinated deaths began. In Switzerland, cult members gathered in chalets in Chattery and Salvan. The leaders had set up elaborate systems using mirrors and lasers, telling followers these would facilitate their transit to Sirius. DiMambro and Jouret had also installed timer devices and incendiary materials. Some members took poison or were shot. Others may have been murdered. Then the timer devices ignited fires that consumed the chalets. Firefighters responding to the blazes discovered the charred remains of 48 people in Switzerland. In Canada, 5 more bodies were found in a burned chalet, including a Swiss diplomat and his family, who'd been murdered by cult members. Joseph DiMambro and Luc Jouret died in the Swiss fires. The elaborate setup with mirrors and timers showed meticulous planning, but subsequent investigations revealed many victims, particularly children, had been murdered rather than dying voluntarily. 2 years later, in December 1995, 16 more Solar Temple members died in a similar coordinated suicide in France. The cult's dark legacy extended beyond its leaders' deaths. L. Ron Hubbard. On January 24, 1986, 74-year-old L. Ron Hubbard died in a luxury motorhome on a ranch in Creston, California. Hubbard had founded Scientology in the 1950s, building it from a self-help system into a controversial religious movement with millions in assets and followers worldwide. By the 1980s, Hubbard had been living in seclusion, avoiding authorities who were investigating Scientology's activities. He'd been moving between safe houses and living in motorhomes, surrounded only by a small group of trusted aides. His location was kept secret, even from most high-ranking Scientologists. On January 24th, Hubbard suffered a stroke. His personal doctor, Gene Denk, was present but couldn't save him. L. Ron Hubbard died in the motorhome, known as the Bluebird, on the remote ranch property. The Church of Scientology didn't immediately announce Hubbard's death. When they finally held a press conference, they declared that Hubbard had discarded the body that had become an impediment to his work. They claimed he'd moved on to Target 2, another planet where he would continue his research. However, the toxicology report told a different story. Despite Hubbard spending decades denouncing psychiatry and psychiatric medications as evil, his blood showed the presence of Vistaril, also known as hydroxyzine. This was an anti-anxiety medication, a psychiatric drug. The discovery contradicted everything Hubbard had preached. His personal physician later confirmed Hubbard had been taking the medication. The founder of Scientology, who'd built an empire attacking psychiatric medicine, had been using psychiatric drugs himself. Hubbard was cremated shortly after death. His estate, valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, was passed to the Church of Scientology. The revelation about Vistaril damaged the church's credibility, but didn't destroy the movement Hubbard had built. Ervil LeBaron. On August 15, 1981, 56-year-old Ervil LeBaron was found dead in his cell at Utah State Prison. LeBaron had founded the Church of the Lamb of God, a fundamentalist Mormon splinter group that practiced polygamy. He'd ordered the murders of dozens of people, including rival polygamist leaders and former followers. LeBaron claimed divine authority to order executions of anyone who opposed him. He'd written a book called The Book of the New Covenants that contained religious justifications for killing. The book also included a hit list of his enemies. In 1979, LeBaron was finally convicted of orchestrating multiple murders and sentenced to life in prison. He continued preaching and writing from his cell, maintaining control over some followers still free. On August 15, 1981, LeBaron died of a heart attack in his prison cell. He was 56 years old. Prison officials found his body in the morning. His death seemed like the end of his cult's violence, but Ervil LeBaron's influence extended beyond his death. His Book of the New Covenants and hit list remained in circulation among his most devoted followers. They considered his written orders to be divine commands that remained valid even after his death. In June 1988, 7 years after LeBaron's death, his daughter Jacqueline and several other family members carried out coordinated murders. They simultaneously killed 3 people on LeBaron's hit list in different cities, in what became known as the 4 o'clock murders. The victims were former LeBaron followers who'd left the group. The killers struck at exactly 4 p.m. in 3 separate locations across several states, demonstrating sophisticated coordination. All 3 targets died. Ervil LeBaron had reached from beyond the grave to order murders. His followers continued hunting and killing people on his list for years after his death. The cult leader's posthumous influence proved as dangerous as his living commands. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Ted Bundy. On January 24, 1989, 42-year-old Ted Bundy was strapped into the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Bundy had spent over a decade on death row after being convicted of multiple murders. He'd confessed to killing 30 women across 7 states during the 1970s, though investigators believed the actual number was higher. By 1989, Bundy had exhausted his appeals. He'd spent his final days giving interviews, confessing to additional murders, and attempting to delay his execution. On the morning of January 24th, he ate his last meal and met with his attorney and a religious advisor. Around 7 a.m., guards escorted Bundy from his cell to the execution chamber. He was seated in Old Sparky, Florida's electric chair. Electrodes were attached to his head and right leg. A black leather mask was placed over his face. At 7:06 a.m., the executioner activated the chair. 2,000 volts surged through Bundy's body. The initial jolt lasted 1 minute, followed by a lower voltage. Smoke rose from the electrode on his leg. At 7:16 a.m., Ted Bundy was pronounced dead. Outside the prison, an extraordinary scene had developed. Instead of a solemn gathering, thousands of people had assembled in what resembled a tailgate party. They wore "Burn Bundy Burn" t-shirts and held signs celebrating his execution. Vendors sold merchandise. People brought beer, coolers, and lawn chairs. Some set off fireworks. When the white hearse carrying Bundy's body exited the prison gates, the crowd erupted in cheers. They screamed and celebrated as if their favorite sports team had won a championship. The execution of Ted Bundy attracted more public celebration than any execution in modern American history. The charismatic law student who'd murdered dozens of young women had become the most hated man in America. Jeffrey Dahmer. On November 28, 1994, 34-year-old Jeffrey Dahmer was assigned to clean a prison bathroom with 2 other inmates at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. Dahmer had been sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms for murdering and dismembering 17 young men and boys. His crimes included cannibalism and keeping body parts as trophies. Dahmer's fellow inmates despised him. Despite being in protective custody for much of his sentence, he'd recently been integrated into the general population. On the morning of November 28th, a work detail included Dahmer, Jesse Anderson, and Christopher Scarver. Scarver was a convicted murderer serving a life sentence. He'd told other inmates he believed God had sent him messages and that he was an instrument of divine justice. Scarver had been collecting newspaper clippings about Dahmer's crimes. The 3 men were left unsupervised in the prison gym bathroom. Scarver confronted Dahmer, pulling out the newspaper clippings. He asked Dahmer if the reported crimes were true. Dahmer didn't deny them. Scarver attacked, using a 20-inch metal bar from the weight room equipment. He struck Dahmer repeatedly in the head and face. Dahmer fell to the floor. Scarver continued the assault until Dahmer stopped moving. Scarver also attacked Jesse Anderson, who died from his injuries. Guards found both victims approximately 20 minutes later. Dahmer was rushed to the hospital, but was pronounced dead within an hour. Christopher Scarver later said Dahmer hadn't screamed or tried to fight back. He described Dahmer as seemingly accepting his fate. Scarver was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and received 2 additional life sentences. Jeffrey Dahmer's death came less than 3 years into his sentence. The man who'd committed unspeakable acts died violently in a prison bathroom at the hands of another inmate who believed he was carrying out God's will. John Wayne Gacy. On May 10, 1994, 52-year-old John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Illinois. Gacy had been convicted of murdering 33 young men and boys between 1972 and 19... He'd buried most of his victims in the crawl space beneath his suburban Chicago home. Gacy had spent 14 years on death row, during which he'd painted hundreds of artworks that he sold to collectors. He maintained his innocence despite overwhelming evidence. In his final years, he gave multiple interviews claiming he was framed. On the day of his execution, Gacy ate a final meal of fried chicken, French fries, strawberries, and Diet Coke. He met with family members and his attorneys for final visits. Around midnight, he was transferred to the death chamber. At 12:58 a.m., Gacy was strapped to a gurney. IVs were inserted into both arms. The warden read the death warrant and asked if Gacy had any last words. Gacy looked at the witnesses and corrections officers. His final words were brief and defiant. "Kiss my ass." The lethal injection process began. However, there was a complication. The chemicals solidified in the IV tube, clogging the line. The execution was paused for 15 minutes while technicians fixed the problem and replaced the IV. When the injection resumed, the chemicals flowed properly. Gacy lost consciousness within seconds. His breathing became shallow, then stopped. At 12:58 a.m., John Wayne Gacy was pronounced dead, 18 minutes after the process began. Outside the prison, crowds had gathered similar to Bundy's execution. People cheered when officials announced Gacy was dead. The man who dressed as Pogo the Clown to entertain children, while secretly murdering young men, died with a sneer on his face, offering no remorse or apology. Eileen Wuornos. On October 9, 2002, 46-year-old Eileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. Wuornos had been convicted of murdering 7 men in Florida between 1989. She claimed the killings were in self-defense against men who'd assaulted or attempted to assault her while she worked as a prostitute. Wuornos had become one of America's most notorious female serial killers. Her life story, marked by extreme poverty, abuse, and violence, had been the subject of books and films. During her years on death row, her mental state deteriorated significantly. By 2002, Wuornos had exhausted her appeals. She'd begun demanding her own execution, firing her attorneys and refusing further legal challenges. She claimed prison staff were torturing her with sonic weapons and poisoning her food. Her paranoid delusions intensified. On the morning of October 9th, Eileen Wuornos was prepared for execution. She was escorted to the death chamber and strapped to the gurney. The warden asked if she had any final words. Wuornos delivered a bizarre, rambling statement that referenced movies and conspiracy theories. Her final words were, "I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day, with Jesus June 6, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." The reference to the alien invasion movie Independence Day and her claim she'd return with Jesus demonstrated her deteriorating mental condition. Some observers questioned whether she'd been competent to waive her appeals. The lethal injection was administered. Eileen Wuornos lost consciousness and died within minutes. Her body was cremated, and her ashes were scattered beneath a tree in Michigan by her childhood friend, Dean Corll. On August 8, 1973, 33-year-old Dean Corll was shot and killed in his home in Pasadena, Texas. Corll hadn't been arrested or tried. He was killed by his own teenage accomplice during what would have been another murder. For 3 years, Corll had been abducting, torturing, and murdering teenage boys in the Houston area. He'd enlisted 2 teenagers, David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, to help lure victims. The boys brought friends and acquaintances to Corll's home, where they were killed. Corll paid the teenagers for each victim. On the night of August 7, 1973, Henley brought 2 friends to Corll's house, a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl. The 3 teenagers fell asleep at the house after drinking and sniffing paint fumes. When they woke, they found themselves handcuffed. Corll was furious that Henley had brought a girl. Corll only targeted boys. He threatened to kill all 3 teenagers, including Henley. Corll began preparing his torture equipment and talking about what he'd do to them. Henley realized he was about to become a victim. He talked Corll into releasing him, promising he'd help torture and kill the other 2. Corll removed Henley's handcuffs. Once free, Henley grabbed Corll's .22 caliber pistol. He pointed it at Corll and ordered him to stop. Corll lunged at Henley. Henley fired 6 times, hitting Corll multiple times in the shoulder and back. Dean Corll staggered toward his telephone, trying to call for help. He collapsed while attempting to crawl through his glass sliding door. He died on the floor of his home. Henley called police and confessed everything. He led investigators to burial sites where Corll had buried victims. Eventually, 28 bodies were recovered from 3 locations. At the time, it was the worst case of serial murder in American history. Dean Corll, known as the Candyman because his family had owned a candy factory, was killed by the teenager he'd manipulated into helping him murder. The student had turned on the master, Harold Shipman. On January 13, 2004, 57-year-old Harold Shipman was found hanging in his cell at Wakefield Prison in West Yorkshire, England. Shipman had been a family doctor who'd murdered at least 215 patients over decades, though investigators suspected the true number exceeded 250. He was Britain's most prolific serial killer. Shipman had been convicted in 2000 of murdering 15 patients by injecting them with lethal doses of diamorphine. He'd killed elderly patients, then forged records to make the deaths appear natural. He was caught when he'd forged a will leaving a patient's estate to himself. Shipman maintained his innocence throughout his trial and imprisonment. He refused to cooperate with investigators trying to identify all his victims. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. On January 12, 2004, Shipman was on suicide watch, but guards had determined he wasn't an immediate risk. That evening, he was in his cell alone. Using bedsheets, he fashioned a noose and attached it to the bars of his cell window. On the morning of January 13th, guards found Shipman hanging. He was pronounced dead. The date was significant for a calculated reason. Investigations revealed Shipman had timed his suicide deliberately. His 58th birthday was the next day, January 14th. Under British National Health Service pension rules, if Shipman died before age 58, his wife would receive a full lump sum pension payment of approximately £100,000 plus a lifetime weekly allowance. By killing himself on January 13th, Shipman ensured his wife would receive the maximum possible pension benefits. Had he died after his 58th birthday, the payout would have been significantly reduced. His final act was a calculated financial decision to benefit his family. Harold Shipman's suicide denied justice to the families of his many victims. He took the full extent of his crimes to his grave, never revealing the complete truth about how many people he'd murdered. Richard Ramirez. On June 7, 2013, 53-year-old Richard Ramirez died at Marin General Hospital in California. Ramirez, known as the Night Stalker, had terrorized Southern California in 1985, committing at least 13 murders, numerous sexual assaults, and burglaries. His random selection of victims and brutal violence had created widespread panic. Ramirez had been sentenced to death in 1989, but spent 23 years on death row at California's San Quentin State Prison. He'd become a dark celebrity, receiving fan mail and even marrying one of his admirers in prison. His defiant attitude and satanic imagery had created a cult following. By 2013, Ramirez's health had deteriorated significantly. Years of hepatitis C had destroyed his liver function. The disease had progressed to cirrhosis and then liver failure. He'd also developed B-cell lymphoma, a cancer of the immune system. In his final months, Ramirez was hospitalized multiple times. The liver failure caused severe jaundice. His skin turned a sickly greenish-yellow color. Fluid accumulated in his abdomen, causing painful bloating. The man who'd once strutted in court and flashed pentagram symbols drawn on his palm had become a shadow. On June 7, 2013, Richard Ramirez died at the hospital from complications of B-cell lymphoma and liver disease. He'd never been executed. California's death penalty appeals process had kept him alive for over 2 decades. The Night Stalker who'd terrorized millions and maintained a cocky, unrepentant attitude died bloated and discolored in a hospital bed. His death came not from execution, but from disease. The final photographs of Ramirez showed him unrecognizable from his younger self. His skin turned green from organ failure. Karl Panzram. On September 5, 1930, 38-year-old Karl Panzram was executed by hanging at United States Penitentiary, Leavenworth, Kansas. Panzram had confessed to murdering 21 people and committing thousands of other crimes across multiple countries. He'd spent most of his adult life in prisons. Panzram had been sentenced to death for murdering a civilian foreman at Leavenworth. Unlike most condemned prisoners, he showed no fear or remorse. He actively wanted to be executed and mocked efforts to save him. In his final weeks, Panzram wrote an autobiography that detailed his crimes and his hatred for humanity. He wrote, "In my lifetime, I have murdered 21 human beings. I have committed thousands of burglaries, robberies, larcenies, arsons, and, last but not least, I have committed sodomy on more than 1,000 male human beings. For all these things, I am not in the least bit sorry." On the morning of September 5th, guards came to take Panzram to the gallows. He walked calmly as the executioner placed the noose around his neck and made adjustments. Panzram grew impatient. The executioner was taking time to ensure the rope was positioned correctly and the mechanism would function properly. Panzram, showing no fear, spat and shouted his final words. "Hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could hang a dozen men while you're fooling around." Moments later, the trap door opened. Karl Panzram dropped and died by hanging. He'd gone to his death not just unrepentant, but actively rushing his executioners. His autobiography later became an important document for criminal psychologists studying sociopathy. Peter Sutcliffe. On November 13, 2020, 74-year-old Peter Sutcliffe died at University Hospital of North Durham in England. Sutcliffe, known as the Yorkshire Ripper, had murdered at least 13 women and attempted to murder 7 others between 1975 and 1980 in Yorkshire and Manchester. Sutcliffe had been sentenced to 20 concurrent life terms in 1981. He'd initially been sent to a maximum security psychiatric hospital, claiming he'd murdered prostitutes because God had commanded him to cleanse the streets. In 2016, he was transferred to Franklin Prison in County Durham. In October 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Sutcliffe contracted the coronavirus. The virus spread rapidly through the prison. Sutcliffe's age and underlying health conditions made him particularly vulnerable. He developed severe respiratory symptoms. Medical staff offered treatment including ventilation and intensive care. However, Sutcliffe refused all medical intervention. He told prison staff and doctors that it was God's will that he die. He'd spent decades claiming divine instructions for his murders, and now he claimed divine instructions for his death. Sutcliffe's condition deteriorated rapidly. His lungs filled with fluid. He struggled to breathe as the virus progressed. On November 13th, Peter Sutcliffe died, essentially drowning in his own lungs as the virus destroyed his respiratory system. His refusal of treatment appeared to be partially motivated by religious delusion and partially by acceptance that his life was over. Some observers suggested he wanted to die rather than continue serving his sentence. The Yorkshire Ripper died from COVID-19 complications, a disease that had killed millions worldwide. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Ralph Dale Earnhardt, Daytona International Speedway 2001. On February 18, 2001, 49-year-old Ralph Dale Earnhardt was competing in the 2001 Daytona 500 at Daytona International Speedway in Florida. A 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and one of the most recognizable figures in motorsports, Earnhardt was driving his black No. 3 Goodwrench Chevrolet in what marked his 25th season at the highest level of stock car racing. That afternoon, the weather was perfect: blue skies, warm temperatures, and a light breeze. The race had gone smoothly, typical of Daytona's restrictor plate style, where cars run inches apart at speeds exceeding 190 miles per hour. After leading 17 laps earlier, Earnhardt spent the final portion of the race guarding his 2 cars up front, teammate Michael Waltrip in first place, and his son Dale Earnhardt Jr. close behind in second. Positioned in third, Earnhardt played the role of protector, keeping the aggressive pack behind him at bay. As the white flag waved for the final lap, the intensity reached its peak. Sterling Marlin, running just behind, made a move to the inside. Looking for a way around, Earnhardt instinctively shifted slightly down the track to block the pass. The 2 cars made the slightest contact, Marlin's front bumper brushing Earnhardt's left rear, sending the black No. 3 Chevrolet into a brief slide toward the apron, the flat area separating the track from the infield. Fans in the stands watched closely, confident that the seasoned driver would save it as he had done many times before. But in correcting the slide, Earnhardt's car suddenly snapped upward across the track and into the path of Ken Schrader's Pontiac. Schrader's right front clipped Earnhardt's passenger side, forcing the No. 3 car into the outside wall at roughly 160 miles per hour. The car struck hard, then slid down the banking into the infield. Track crews rushed to the scene within seconds. Schrader climbed from his car, peered into Earnhardt's window, and immediately waved for help. At 5:16 p.m. EST, doctors at Halifax Medical Center pronounced Dale Earnhardt dead from a basilar skull fracture. His passing stunned the sports world and prompted NASCAR to revolutionize safety, mandating head and neck restraints, installing shock-absorbing barriers, and redesigning cars to better protect drivers. Dale Earnhardt's final race changed the sport forever. Adam Petty, New Hampshire Motor Speedway, 2000. On May 12, 2000, 19-year-old Adam Petty was practicing at the New Hampshire International Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire. He was part of the famous Petty racing family and had just started building his own NASCAR career. That day, he was practicing for the Busch 200 race, running laps and getting used to the track. Everything seemed normal at first, just another day at the racetrack. As practice progressed, Adam ran more timed laps and appeared confident behind the wheel. Then, during one of his runs shortly after 12 p.m. in the second practice session for qualifying, something went horribly wrong. Coming down the backstretch toward turn 3, his throttle jammed wide open, meaning the car kept accelerating even as he tried to slow down. He braked and shifted down, but nothing worked. He couldn't slow the car, and there was nowhere to go. The critical moment came in an instant. His car shot straight into the outside wall at turn 3 at full speed, hitting almost head-on. The impact was massive, causing a fatal head and neck injury. Track safety crews arrived within seconds and began working to remove him from the wrecked car. They reportedly cut through the roof, working furiously for 20 minutes before freeing Adam and rushing him to the hospital. He was taken to Concord Hospital, but was pronounced dead shortly thereafter. The loss of Adam Petty shook NASCAR to its core. He was so young, incredibly talented, and carried one of the sport's most legendary names. His tragic death forced NASCAR to take a serious look at its safety standards. The organization soon introduced a kill switch on steering wheels, so drivers could shut off their engines if a throttle ever got stuck again. Over time, more safety improvements were added, including better head and neck restraints and stronger barriers around the tracks. Kenny Irwin Jr., New Hampshire Motor Speedway, 2000. On July 7, 2000, 30-year-old Kenny Irwin Jr. arrived at New Hampshire International Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire, the same track where Adam Petty had died just 2 months prior. He was there to practice for the Winston Cup race scheduled for that weekend. Kenny had made a name for himself as one of NASCAR's bright young talents, having won Rookie of the Year in 1998 and was known for his smooth driving and competitive spirit. During that Friday practice session, Kenny took his car out for several laps, working on speed and handling. Everything looked normal as he built up momentum on the track. Then, during one of his runs down the backstretch heading into turn 3, something suddenly went wrong. The car didn't respond as it should have. Reports later suggested that the throttle might have stuck open, which meant the car kept accelerating even as he tried to slow down. Kenny tried to regain control, but at that speed, there was little he could do. In the critical moment, the car went straight toward the outside wall between turns 3 and 4 and hit it nearly head-on. The impact was violent, sending the car spinning and flipping onto its roof. The force of the crash caused a basilar skull fracture, the same kind of injury that had killed Adam Petty at the very same track just 2 months earlier. Track safety crews rushed to the scene right away. They reached the car within seconds and began working to free Kenny from the wreckage. He was taken to Concord Hospital as fast as possible, but the crash had been too severe, and he was pronounced dead not long after. The loss of Kenny Irwin Jr. shook the NASCAR community deeply. He was talented, respected, and still had so much ahead of him, but the aftermath came with much better safety standards that improved the process throughout the coming years. Tony Roper, Texas Motor Speedway, 2000. On October 14, 2000, 35-year-old Tony Roper was racing at Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth, Texas. He was competing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, driving his number 26 Ford in the O'Reilly 400. Tony came from a racing family and had worked his way up through smaller series to reach NASCAR's national level. For him, this was another chance to prove himself against some of the best in the sport. The race had started normally the night before, on October 13th. Tony had qualified 15th and was holding his own in the early laps. As the race went on, he ran close to the middle of the pack, moving alongside other drivers to gain position. Then, just past lap 30, everything changed. While racing down the front stretch, Tony tried to make a move between trucks driven by Steve Grissom and Rick Ware. The right front of Grissom's truck made slight contact with Tony's left rear, which instantly sent Tony's truck veering hard to the right. In that split second, the truck went straight into the concrete wall at full speed. The impact was nearly head-on, and the force of the crash was tremendous. The truck burst into flames and came to rest near the wall. The violent impact caused a severe neck injury that immediately left Tony unresponsive inside the truck. Safety crews reached the scene within moments. They quickly cut the roof off the damaged vehicle and worked to pull Tony out. He was rushed first to the Infield Care Center and then airlifted to Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas. Doctors found that the impact had caused a neck injury that cut off blood flow to his brain, leaving him in a coma. Despite all efforts to save him, Tony Roper passed away the next morning at 10:55 a.m. Tony became the first driver ever to die during competition at Texas Motor Speedway and the third NASCAR driver lost in 2000, following Adam Petty and Kenny Irwin Jr. earlier that year. Fireball Roberts, Charlotte Motor Speedway, 1964. It was May 24, 1964, and Glenn Fireball Roberts was at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. He was one of NASCAR's biggest stars at the time, famous for his speed, confidence, and the fiery style that earned him his nickname. Fireball was already a winner of major races like the 1962 Daytona 500, and that day, he was hoping to add another big victory to his career at the World 600. The race had barely begun when trouble struck. Fireball had qualified in 11th place, which put him right in the thick of the action as the field bunched together in the early laps. On lap 7, 2 cars ahead of him, driven by Ned Jarrett and Junior Johnson, tangled and crashed. Fireball tried to swerve and avoid them, but there wasn't enough room. His car hit the inside retaining wall hard, and in that instant everything went wrong. The impact ruptured his fuel tank, and the car burst into flames. Within seconds, his vehicle was engulfed, turning into an inferno as it slid down the track. Fireball was trapped inside, pinned under the dashboard, and other drivers could hear him shouting for help. Jarrett stopped his own car and ran toward the wreckage, trying desperately to pull him out, but the flames were too intense. Track safety crews reached the burning car quickly and managed to pull Fireball out, but he had already suffered severe burns. He was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, with second- and third-degree burns covering most of his body. Doctors did everything they could, and for a time, it seemed like he might survive. But after several weeks of fighting, complications set in, and on July 2, 1964, Fireball Roberts passed away. His death hit the racing world hard. Fireball wasn't just a talented driver. He was a fan favorite and one of the sport's most recognizable names. In the months that followed, NASCAR made big safety changes. They introduced fire-retardant driver suits, redesigned fuel cells to prevent ruptures, and pushed for better emergency response equipment. J.D. McDuffie, Watkins Glen International, 1991. On August 11, 1991, J.D. McDuffie was racing at Watkins Glen International in Watkins Glen, New York. He was a veteran of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, known for his determination and love for the sport. J.D. had been racing for almost 30 years, often fielding his own car on a small budget. Around lap 5, J.D. was running mid-pack when something went terribly wrong. His car suffered a mechanical failure. The left front wheel spindle broke off, which meant he instantly lost steering and control. The car veered to the right and clipped another driver, Jimmy Means, before shooting off the track toward the barrier. McDuffie's car slammed into the tire wall and guardrail at nearly 170 miles per hour. The impact was so violent that the car lifted off the ground, flipped, and came to rest upside down. The crash caused fatal head and neck injuries, leaving him unresponsive inside the wreckage. Track safety crews reached the scene within moments. The race was immediately stopped, and red flags waved across the track. Medical personnel worked quickly, but it was too late. J.D. McDuffie was pronounced dead at the scene. The loss of J.D. McDuffie marked the end of an era. He was one of NASCAR's toughest and most respected independent drivers, someone who raced purely for the love of it. His death exposed safety issues at Watkins Glen. The section where he crashed was too fast and didn't have enough protective barriers. Because of this, track officials made immediate changes. For the 1992 season, they added a new bus stop chicane, a sequence of 2 mirror image corners designed to slow down traffic by forcing a sharp S-shaped path called the inner loop to slow cars before that dangerous section. Joe Weatherly, Riverside International Raceway, 1964. On January 19, 1964, Joe Weatherly was racing at Riverside International Raceway in Riverside, California. He was a 2-time Grand National champion and known for his fun-loving personality that earned him the nickname the Clown Prince of Racing. The race that day was the 5th event of the 1964 season, and Joe was running strong in his number 8 Mercury. The track at Riverside was a challenging road course, filled with tight corners and long straightaways. During the race, Joe's car reportedly had some mechanical issues, possibly related to the brakes or oil system, but he pushed through them and kept racing as hard as ever. As Joe entered Turn 6, one of the track's tricky sections, his car drifted wide toward the outside wall. The left side of the car slammed into the steel barrier. At the time, cars didn't have window nets or many of the safety features that exist today, and Joe wasn't wearing a shoulder harness because many drivers feared getting trapped in case of a fire. The force of the crash threw his head outside the window, and it struck the wall on impact. Safety crews rushed to the scene within seconds, but the crash was devastating. When they reached his car, there was nothing they could do. Joe Weatherly was pronounced dead at the track. The loss of Joe Weatherly hit NASCAR hard. He was 41 years old, still at the peak of his career, and one of the sport's most respected and entertaining figures. In the months that followed, NASCAR officials began rethinking driver safety. They soon made shoulder harnesses mandatory and introduced window nets to keep drivers' arms and heads inside the car during crashes. They also improved the padding and structure of car doors to better protect drivers from side impacts. Clifford Allison, Michigan International Speedway, 1992. On August 13, 1992, 27-year-old Clifford Allison took part in a practice session for the Detroit Gasket 200 at Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. He was the son of NASCAR legend Bobby Allison and a proud member of the famous Alabama Gang. Clifford had big dreams of following in his father's footsteps and was competing in the NASCAR Busch Series, hoping to build a name of his own in racing. Everything seemed routine at first as he ran several laps, getting his car dialed in and finding his rhythm on the fast 2-mile track. Michigan was a high-speed oval, and every turn demanded precision and control. Coming through Turn 4, Clifford's car suddenly lost control. It began to spin and then slammed hard into the concrete outside wall on the driver's side. The hit was severe, nearly a straight-on impact, and the force tore the seat loose from its mounts. When that happened, his safety harness could no longer hold him in place, leaving him exposed to the full force of the crash. Track safety crews reached the wreck almost immediately. They pulled Clifford from the car and began emergency treatment right there on the infield. An ambulance rushed him toward the nearest hospital, but his injuries were too severe. Clifford Allison passed away while being transported, just a few minutes after the crash. Clifford's death hit especially hard because of who he was, not just a promising young driver, but the son of one of NASCAR's most beloved champions. In the aftermath, Clifford's death raised serious concerns about safety equipment inside race cars. NASCAR began looking closely at seat mounts, harness designs, and the way driver protection systems were installed. If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. King Tut. Around 1323 BC, 19-year-old Tutankhamun died after ruling Egypt for approximately 9 years. For decades, his death sparked wild speculation. Theories ranged from murder by his advisor Ai to fatal injuries from a chariot accident. The discovery of his intact tomb in 1922 made him the most famous pharaoh, but the cause of his death remained disputed. In 2010, comprehensive DNA testing and CT scans of Tutankhamun's mummy revealed the truth. The young pharaoh hadn't died a warrior's death or been murdered by ambitious courtiers. His death was the result of generations of royal inbreeding. DNA analysis proved Tutankhamun was the product of a brother-sister marriage between Akhenaten and an unidentified sister wife. This incestuous union created severe genetic problems. Tutankhamun had a club foot, a cleft palate, and Koehler disease, a condition causing bone necrosis in the foot. The scans showed Tutankhamun's spine was curved, giving him a stooped posture. His chest was malformed. He had feminine hip development. Over 130 walking sticks were found in his tomb, suggesting he needed assistance to walk. The golden pharaoh depicted in art could barely stand. The final cause of death was determined through multiple examinations. Tutankhamun had broken his left leg shortly before death. The fracture occurred just above the knee. For a healthy person, this injury would heal. For Tutankhamun, with his compromised immune system, it proved fatal. The leg wound became infected and gangrenous. DNA testing also revealed Tutankhamun had contracted malaria, specifically the severe Plasmodium falciparum strain. His body, weakened by genetic defects, couldn't fight both the infection and the disease simultaneously. Tutankhamun died from the combined effects of gangrene, malaria, and immune system failure caused by generations of incestuous royal marriages. The boy king who became Egypt's most famous pharaoh was killed by his own DNA. Ramesses III. Around 155 BC, 65-year-old Ramesses III ruled Egypt during the 20th dynasty. He defended Egypt against invasions and maintained the empire through challenging times. However, trouble was brewing inside his own palace. His secondary wife, Tia, wanted her son Pentawere on the throne instead of the designated heir. Tia organized what historians call the harem conspiracy, recruiting palace officials, treasury workers, and military officers. The conspirators planned to assassinate Ramesses III during a specific ceremony. The plot was extensive, involving magic spells written on papyrus that they believed would weaken the pharaoh's divine protection. The assassination succeeded. Ramesses III was killed by the conspirators. However, for over 3,000 years, the exact method of his death remained a mystery. His mummy showed no obvious wounds. Egyptologists knew he'd been murdered based on historical texts describing the conspiracy trials, but they couldn't find physical evidence. The pharaoh's neck was wrapped in exceptionally thick layers of linen bandages. For decades, archaeologists couldn't remove these wrappings without damaging the mummy. The bandages seemed decorative, part of the elaborate mummification process. In 2012, researchers used CT scanning technology to examine Ramesses III's mummy without unwrapping it. The scans revealed shocking details. The pharaoh's throat had been cut so deeply that the blade reached his spine. The wound severed his trachea and esophagus completely. This was no superficial cut, but a deliberate, brutal execution. The CT scans revealed another detail. Ramesses III's big toe had been hacked off with an axe, likely during the attack. The embalmers had created a prosthetic toe from linen and resin, attaching it to the foot so the pharaoh would be whole in the afterlife. The embalmers had deliberately concealed the murder wound with extra bandages. They'd tried to preserve the pharaoh's dignity by hiding the violence of his death. Ramesses III died from assassination, his throat slit by conspirators within his own palace. Cleopatra. On August 12, 30 BC, 39-year-old Cleopatra faced the end of her reign. The last active pharaoh of Egypt had lost everything. Her lover Mark Antony had committed suicide days earlier after losing the Battle of Actium to Octavian. Roman forces controlled Alexandria. Octavian planned to parade Cleopatra through Rome as a captive, the ultimate humiliation. Cleopatra was under house arrest in her palace. Octavian's guards watched her constantly, preventing escape. However, the Roman commander allowed her some comforts, believing she'd be his trophy in Rome. This would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. The famous story claims Cleopatra died from an asp hope, an Egyptian cobra, smuggled into her chambers in a basket of figs. This dramatic tale has persisted for over 2,000 years, appearing in countless paintings, plays, and films. However, historians and toxicologists now believe this story is Roman propaganda. Snake bites are unreliable methods of suicide. Cobras don't always inject venom. When they do, the death is painful, involving convulsions, vomiting, and gradual paralysis over hours. Cleopatra's body showed no such symptoms when discovered. She appeared to be sleeping peacefully. Modern historians believe Cleopatra used a poison cocktail she'd prepared in advance. As an educated scholar who'd studied in Alexandria's great library, she would have known toxicology. Ancient sources mention she'd tested various poisons on condemned prisoners to find the most effective and painless method. The likely combination was hemlock, wolfsbane, and opium. Hemlock causes progressive paralysis without pain. Wolfsbane stops the heart quickly. Opium ensures unconsciousness and prevents suffering. Together, these substances would cause a rapid, peaceful death that left no marks on the body. Cleopatra died on her golden bed, dressed in royal regalia. 2 of her handmaidens died with her, also poisoned. When Octavian's guards entered, they found her looking like a sleeping goddess. She'd denied Rome its triumph by choosing her own death. Ramesses II. Around 1213 BC, approximately 90-year-old Ramesses II died after ruling Egypt for 66 years. Known as Ramesses the Great, he'd built more monuments than any other pharaoh, fathered over 100 children, and expanded Egypt's empire. He'd outlived most of his children and many grandchildren. By ancient standards, he was impossibly old. However, examination of Ramesses II's mummy reveals his final years were agonizing. His spine had curved severely, stooping him forward. Arthritis had calcified his joints. But the worst affliction affected his jaw. Ramesses II had a massive dental abscess in his lower jaw. The infection had eaten through the bone, creating a large cavity visible on X-rays. The abscess would have caused constant, excruciating pain. Every heartbeat would have sent waves of agony through his jaw. Ancient Egyptians had no antibiotics or modern dental procedures. They couldn't drain the abscess or remove the infected tooth safely. Ramesses II endured this condition for months, possibly years. The pain would have made eating nearly impossible. Speaking would have been torture. The infection eventually entered his bloodstream, causing septicemia. Blood poisoning from dental infections was a common cause of death in ancient times. The bacteria spread through his weakened elderly body. Ramesses II, who defeated the Hittites at Kadesh and built Abu Simbel, died from an infected tooth. The mighty pharaoh spent his final years in blinding pain, his jaw rotting while he still lived. His death came not from old age but from blood poisoning caused by dental disease. Hatshepsut. Around 1458 BC, approximately 50-year-old Hatshepsut died after ruling Egypt for over 20 years. She'd been one of the most successful pharaohs, male or female, overseeing prosperous trade missions and building projects. She declared herself pharaoh, not queen, and wore the false beard and royal regalia of a male king. For years, Egyptologists debated Hatshepsut's cause of death. Her mummy wasn't definitively identified until 2007, when a tooth found in a canopic jar matched a gap in the mummy's jaw. Once identified, researchers could study how she died. Examination revealed Hatshepsut had suffered from diabetes and bone cancer. The cancer had metastasized throughout her skeleton, particularly affecting her bones and causing tremendous pain. She would have been in constant agony during her final years. In 2011, researchers made a startling discovery. They analyzed a small flask found in Hatshepsut's tomb, still containing residue of a skin lotion. Chemical analysis identified the ingredients: palm oil, nutmeg oil, and benzopyrene. Benzopyrene is a highly carcinogenic polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. It's one of the same cancer-causing compounds found in cigarette smoke and grilled meat. In concentrated form, regular skin application of benzopyrene significantly increases cancer risk. Ancient Egyptian texts mention Hatshepsut suffered from eczema and other skin conditions. She'd used this special lotion to soothe her itching and beautify her skin. By applying the carcinogenic lotion regularly for years, she'd likely given herself the bone cancer that killed her. Hatshepsut, the female king who'd seized power and ruled successfully for decades, had inadvertently poisoned herself with her beauty cream. She died in agony from cancer caused by the very product she'd used to maintain her appearance. Sequenum Tayo. Around 1555 BC, approximately 40-year-old Sequenenretao died fighting to liberate Egypt from the Hyksos invaders. The Hyksos, foreign rulers from the Near East, controlled northern Egypt. Sequenenretao ruled southern Egypt from Thebes and began the war to reunify Egypt under native rule. Sequenenretao's mummy is one of the most horrifying in Egyptian history. Unlike most royal mummies that show careful embalming, his body was preserved hastily and shows extreme violence. Modern forensic examination reveals exactly how he died. His skull shows multiple catastrophic injuries. A blow from a Hyksos battle axe struck him in the forehead, crushing the bone and driving fragments into his brain. A dagger or sword pierced his neck, cutting through muscle and vertebrae. A mace blow struck his cheek, shattering the bone. Forensic analysis of his hands reveals they were curled in an unusual position, suggesting they'd been bound behind his back when he died. The pattern and angle of the wounds indicate he was on his knees when killed. Sequenenretao wasn't killed in open battle. He was captured, bound, and executed. The Hyksos warriors struck him repeatedly while he was helpless. The axe blow would have caused his eyes to protrude from the force. He died in agony, unable to defend himself. The embalmers who prepared his body couldn't repair the damage. His face remains contorted in what appears to be a scream. Unlike other pharaohs whose bodies were carefully restored, Sequenenretao was mummified with his death agony still visible. His sacrifice wasn't in vain. His sons Kamosa and Amos continued the war, eventually defeating the Hyksos and reunifying Egypt. But Sequenenretao, called the Brave, died brutally as a bound prisoner. Ptolemy XIII. In 47 BC, 15-year-old Ptolemy XIII fled the Battle of the Nile. His sister Cleopatra had allied with Julius Caesar, and their combined forces had defeated Ptolemy's army. The young pharaoh was losing not just a battle, but his kingdom. Ptolemy XIII had been fighting a civil war against his sister. The Ptolemaic dynasty, descended from one of Alexander the Great's generals, practiced sibling marriage. Ptolemy XIII and Cleopatra had been married and co-rulers, but political rivalry turned them into enemies. As Caesar's forces closed in, Ptolemy XIII made a desperate decision. He would cross the Nile and escape to continue the fight. He rushed to the riverbank, where boats waited. In his panic, he made a fatal error. Ptolemy XIII wore full ceremonial armor. The armor was made of gold, designed to make him appear divine to his troops and subjects. The golden breastplate, helmet, and decorative pieces were magnificent, but extraordinarily heavy. The young pharaoh jumped onto a boat with his remaining guards and officials. Too many people crowded onto the vessel. The Nile was in flood season, with strong currents. The overloaded boat capsized almost immediately. Ptolemy XIII plunged into the muddy Nile waters, wearing pounds of golden armor. The weight pulled him down instantly. He couldn't remove the armor while in the water. His guards tried to help but couldn't reach him in the chaos. The teenage pharaoh drowned in the Nile, pulled under by his own wealth. Days later, Roman soldiers recovered his body from the mud, the golden armor still attached. Caesar had the body displayed to prove Ptolemy XIII was dead, ending the civil war. Ramesses V. Around 1145 BC, approximately 30-year-old Ramesses V died after ruling Egypt for only 4 years. His reign had been troubled by economic problems and possibly disease. When his mummy was examined in modern times, researchers made a significant discovery. Ramesses V's face is covered in raised pustules and lesions. The marks are preserved on his skin, visible thousands of years after death. Medical examination identified these as characteristic of smallpox. Ramesses V mummy represents the earliest confirmed evidence of smallpox in human history. The disease caused by the variola virus would go on to kill hundreds of millions of people over the next 3,000 years before finally being eradicated in 19. For ancient Egyptians, smallpox would have been terrifying. The disease causes high fever, severe pain, and the characteristic rash that covers the body. In severe cases like Ramesses V's, the pustules cover the face, torso, and limbs. The mortality rate was approximately 30%, higher for the hemorrhagic form. As pharaoh, Ramesses V was considered a living god with divine protection. The fact that he contracted and died from smallpox would have shocked Egypt. If a god-king could succumb to disease, what protection did ordinary Egyptians have? It's possible Ramesses V died during a larger plague outbreak. Smallpox spreads rapidly in populated areas. If Memphis or Thebes experienced an epidemic, thousands would have died. The pharaoh's death would have represented the plague's highest profile victim. Ramesses V died from smallpox, his body covered in pustules. The divine king proved mortal when faced with microscopic viruses. His mummy became an unwitting record of one of humanity's deadliest diseases. Menes. Around 3000 BC, the legendary Menes, also known as Narmer, ruled as Egypt's first pharaoh. He'd unified Upper and Lower Egypt into a single kingdom, establishing the first dynasty. Ancient Egyptian king lists credit him as the founder of Egypt itself. His achievement was monumental, creating a civilization that would last 3,000 years. According to the ancient historian Manetho, writing around 300 BC based on older temple records, Menes ruled for 62 years. The pharaoh who'd conquered enemies and united a kingdom didn't die in battle or from assassination. His death came from an unexpected source. Manetho recorded that Menes was killed by a hippopotamus. The ancient accounts describe the pharaoh being carried off by the animal. The first king of Egypt was attacked, dragged into water, and killed by one of the Nile's most dangerous creatures. Hippopotamuses were extremely dangerous in ancient Egypt. Despite their appearance, hippos are among the most aggressive and deadly animals in Africa. They're territorial, fast both in water and on land, and possess massive jaws that can crush a human instantly. For ancient Egyptians, the hippo held symbolic significance. The animal represented the god Seth, deity of chaos, violence, and disorder. Seth was the opposite of Maat, the principle of order and harmony that pharaohs were supposed to maintain. The irony wouldn't have been lost on Egyptians. Menes had brought order to Egypt by unifying the two kingdoms. He'd established Maat throughout the land, yet he died at the jaws of the very animal that symbolized chaos. The unifier was killed by the symbol of division. Whether the story is literally true or symbolic remains debated. However, Manetho's account comes from temple records that generally prove reliable. The first pharaoh of Egypt likely died in a hippo attack, becoming the chaos god's victim. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Lee Harvey Oswald. On November 24, 1963, 24-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald was being transferred from Dallas City Jail to the county facility. 2 days earlier, Oswald had allegedly assassinated President John F. Kennedy while the motorcade passed through Dealey Plaza. The former Marine had been captured in a movie theater hours after the shooting and charged with murdering both the president and a Dallas police officer. By Sunday morning, the entire nation was watching. News cameras had been granted unprecedented access to broadcast the prisoner transfer live on national television. Millions of Americans tuned in to see the accused assassin being moved. Around 11:20 a.m., Oswald emerged from the basement jail wearing a dark sweater, flanked by detectives. As cameras rolled and flashbulbs popped, a man suddenly lunged forward from the crowd of reporters. Jack Ruby, a 52-year-old Dallas nightclub owner, pushed through with a .38 revolver. Ruby fired a single shot into Oswald's abdomen at point-blank range. Oswald grimaced and doubled over as officers immediately tackled Ruby. The shooting happened in full view of television cameras, broadcasting to the entire country. Oswald was rushed to Parkland Memorial Hospital, the same facility where President Kennedy had died 2 days earlier. Surgeons operated for nearly 2 hours, but the bullet had caused massive internal damage to Oswald's spleen, stomach, liver, and kidney. Lee Harvey Oswald died at 1:07 p.m., never standing trial for assassinating the president. Ruby claimed he shot Oswald to spare Jackie Kennedy the pain of testifying at trial. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death, though the conviction was later overturned. Ruby died of cancer before a new trial could begin. The assassination of an assassin on live television became one of the most famous moments in broadcast history. Oswald's death fueled decades of conspiracy theories and left many questions unresolved in the public mind. John Wilkes Booth. On April 26, 1865, 26-year-old John Wilkes Booth was cornered inside a tobacco barn on the Garrett Farm in rural Virginia. Booth, a famous stage actor who had earned substantial income performing in theaters across the country, had assassinated President Abraham Lincoln 12 days earlier at Ford's Theater. He had fled Washington with accomplice David Harold, spending nearly 2 weeks evading capture while his broken leg, sustained jumping from the presidential box, caused him constant agony. Federal troops had tracked Booth and Harold to the barn. Around 2 a.m., soldiers surrounded the structure and demanded surrender. Harold gave himself up, but Booth refused. He shouted that he would not be taken alive and challenged the soldiers to come fight him. The commander ordered the barn set on fire to force Booth out. As flames spread through the dry tobacco barn, Booth moved toward the door with a carbine rifle and pistol. Through gaps in the wooden slats, Sergeant Boston Corbett spotted Booth illuminated by firelight. Corbett fired his revolver through the slats. The bullet struck Booth in the neck, severing his spinal cord and paralyzing him instantly. Soldiers rushed into the burning barn and dragged Booth out onto the porch of the farmhouse. He was paralyzed from the neck down and struggling to breathe. For nearly 3 hours, Booth lay dying on the porch. He asked soldiers to lift his hands so he could see them. He stared at his paralyzed hands and whispered his final words, "Useless, useless." John Wilkes Booth died at 7:15 a.m. His body was taken to Washington and secretly buried beneath a prison floor to prevent his grave from becoming a shrine. The government refused to return his remains to his family for years, fearing Southern sympathizers would memorialize him. Charlotte Corday. On July 17, 1793, 24-year-old Charlotte Corday was executed by guillotine in Paris's Place de la Révolution. 4 days earlier, Corday had stabbed revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat to death in his bathtub. The young woman from Normandy had traveled to Paris specifically to kill Marat, whom she blamed for the Reign of Terror's worst excesses. She had been immediately arrested, tried by the Revolutionary Tribunal, and sentenced to death. Thousands gathered to watch her execution. Corday rode to the guillotine in an open cart, reportedly calm and composed despite the hostile crowd. She wore a red shirt, the garment worn by those condemned for assassinating revolutionaries. Around 7 p.m., Corday climbed the scaffold steps. The executioner positioned her beneath the blade. The guillotine's heavy blade fell, severing her head cleanly. What happened next became one of history's most debated moments. The executioner's assistant, a man named Legros, lifted Corday's severed head by the hair and slapped it across the cheek to demonstrate contempt. Multiple witnesses, including the executioner himself, later testified that Corday's face appeared to blush red after the slap, and her eyes seemed to look at her tormentor with an expression of indignation. The crowd reacted with shock and horror. News of the head's apparent reaction spread through Paris and beyond. The incident sparked scientific debate that continued for over a century about whether consciousness could remain briefly after decapitation. Medical experts studied the phenomenon, with some arguing the facial changes were merely muscular reflexes, while others insisted they indicated remaining awareness. Legros was arrested and imprisoned for 3 months for the disrespectful act. Corday's execution and the controversy surrounding her severed head's reaction became a famous episode of revolutionary France, discussed in medical journals and philosophical treatises for generations. Charles Guiteau. On June 30, 1882, 40-year-old Charles Guiteau was executed by hanging in Washington, D.C. Guiteau had shot President James A. Garfield the previous year at a train station, believing God had commanded him to kill the president. Garfield had died months later from infections related to the wound and the doctor's unsanitary treatment methods. Guiteau's trial had been a spectacle, with the defendant acting bizarrely and claiming insanity. He had been convicted and sentenced to death. On execution day, Guiteau displayed no fear. He practically danced up the gallows steps, waving cheerfully to the assembled crowd and officials. He had spent his final days writing a poem titled, "I Am Going to the Lordy," which he believed would become famous. Before the noose was placed around his neck, Guiteau requested permission to recite his poem. He delivered it in a strange, high-pitched, childlike voice, swaying as he spoke. The poem compared his impending death to a child going to sleep. After finishing his recitation, Guiteau dropped the paper as his signal to the executioners. The trapdoor opened. Guiteau fell and died by hanging. His body was taken down and buried in the jail cemetery. But his death was not the end of his story. Prison officials had secretly arranged for doctors to remove Guiteau's brain for study. Medical professionals wanted to examine the brain of a man who claimed divine inspiration for murder. Guiteau's brain was preserved for study and remains in medical collections today. The preserved brain shows no obvious abnormalities, leaving the question of Guiteau's sanity unresolved even in death. Leon Czolgosz. On October 29, 1901, 28-year-old Leon Czolgosz was executed by electric chair at Auburn Prison in New York. Czolgosz had shot President William McKinley at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo 7 weeks earlier, claiming he killed the president because McKinley was the enemy of the good people. McKinley had died from gangrene 8 days after the shooting. Czolgosz's trial lasted only 8.5 hours, including jury deliberation. He showed no remorse and offered no defense. The execution was scheduled quickly. At 7:12 a.m., Czolgosz was led into the execution chamber and strapped into the electric chair. His last words were brief and unrepentant. "I killed the president because he was the enemy of the good people, the good working people. I am not sorry for my crime." Executioners delivered 1,800 volts through his body for 45 seconds. Leon Czolgosz died in the electric chair. What authorities did next was extraordinary. The government wanted absolutely no trace of Czolgosz to remain. They feared his grave could become a shrine for anarchists and radicals. Prison officials refused to release the body to his family. Instead, they placed Czolgosz's corpse in a plain pine coffin and carried it to the prison cemetery. Then they poured sulfuric acid over the entire body. The acid was so concentrated that it reportedly dissolved Czolgosz's body completely within 12 hours, leaving only skeletal fragments. Even his clothes and the coffin wood were mostly destroyed by the acid. The remains were buried in an unmarked grave. The government's extreme measures ensured that no physical memorial to Czolgosz could exist. His family never received his body, and the exact location of his burial site within the prison grounds was kept secret for decades. Gavrilo Princip. On April 28, 1918, 23-year-old Gavrilo Princip died in Theresienstadt Fortress prison in Austria-Hungary. Princip had assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria 4 years earlier, the act that triggered World War I. On June 28, 1914, the 19-year-old Serbian nationalist had shot the Archduke and his wife in Sarajevo. Because Princip was only 19 years old at the time, just 27 days short of his 20th birthday, Austrian law prohibited his execution. Instead, he received the maximum sentence for a minor, 20 years in prison. Princip was sent to Theresienstadt Fortress, where conditions were deliberately harsh. The damp, cold cells were designed for suffering. Over the next 4 years, Princip's health deteriorated catastrophically. He developed skeletal tuberculosis, a disease where the infection attacks the bones themselves. The disease ate away at his skeleton. His right arm, the one that had fired the shots that killed the Archduke, became so diseased that surgeons amputated it in 1917. Despite the amputation, the tuberculosis continued spreading through his body. By early 1918, Princip weighed only 88 pounds. His body was wasting away, his bones literally being consumed by disease. On April 28, Gavrilo Princip died in his cell from tuberculosis and malnutrition. He was 23 years old. He died without knowing that World War I had ended 6 months later, or that his single act had contributed to a conflict that killed over 17 million people. Prison authorities buried him in an unmarked grave. After World War I, when his homeland became part of Yugoslavia, Princip was reburied with honors as a national hero. His legacy remains controversial, viewed as either a freedom fighter or a terrorist who sparked the deadliest war in history up to that point. Ignacy Hrnjevecki. On March 13, 1881, 25-year-old Ignacy Hrnjevecki stood on a St. Petersburg street, waiting for Tsar Alexander II's carriage. Ignacy was a member of the revolutionary group Narodnaya Volya, which had already made multiple attempts on the Tsar's life. The Tsar's carriage was bulletproof and heavily armored. Previous assassins had tried shooting him without success. Ignacy carried a bomb wrapped in a handkerchief, prepared to sacrifice his own life. Around 2:15 p.m., the Tsar's carriage passed along the Catherine Canal embankment. Another conspirator threw the first bomb, which exploded near the carriage, but failed to injure the Tsar. The explosion killed several Cossack guards and bystanders. Against his security detail's advice, Tsar Alexander II stepped out of his damaged carriage to check on the wounded guards and examine the damage. This was exactly what the assassins had anticipated. As the Tsar stood exposed on the street, Ignacy approached. He shouted, "It is too early to thank God," and threw his bomb directly between them, at their feet. The massive explosion tore through both men. The Tsar's legs were blown off, and his abdomen was ripped open. Ignacy was shredded by the blast, his body torn apart by the same bomb he had thrown. Both men lay dying on the blood-soaked street. The Tsar was carried to the Winter Palace, where he died within hours from massive blood loss. Ignacy died at the scene from his wounds. The assassin and his target died from the same explosion. Authorities identified Ignacy's body through documents in his clothing. His co-conspirators were hunted down, tried, and executed within weeks. The assassination led to increased repression in Russia rather than the revolution Ignacy had hoped for. Otoya Yamaguchi. On November 2, 1960, 17-year-old Otoya Yamaguchi sat in his cell at a Tokyo juvenile detention facility. 3 weeks earlier, Yamaguchi had assassinated Inejiro Asanuma, chairman of the Japan Socialist Party, during a televised political debate. The teenage ultranationalist had rushed onto the stage at Tokyo's Hibiya Hall and stabbed Asanuma with a traditional Japanese wakizashi sword. The assassination was captured on camera by photographer Yasushi Nagao, who won the Pulitzer Prize for the image showing Yamaguchi's sword piercing the politician. Yamaguchi had been immediately arrested and charged with murder. As a minor, he could not face the death penalty. While awaiting trial, Yamaguchi showed no remorse for the killing, which he claimed was patriotic. On the evening of November 2nd, Yamaguchi began writing on his cell wall. He mixed water with toothpaste to create a white paste that he could use as paint. On the wall, he wrote, "7 lives for my country. Long live His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor." The message referred to the samurai tradition of being reborn 7 times to serve one's country. After finishing his wall inscription, Yamaguchi tore his bedsheet into strips. He tied the strips together to create a makeshift rope. He fastened one end to the light fixture in his cell and formed a noose with the other end. Otoya Yamaguchi hanged himself in his cell. He was discovered the next morning. He was 17 years old. His suicide transformed him into a martyr for Japan's far-right movement. His wall inscription was photographed and widely circulated. Decades later, right-wing groups in Japan continued to honor his memory, viewing his assassination of the socialist leader as a patriotic act. His grave in Tokyo became a pilgrimage site for ultranationalists who saw him as a national hero rather than a murderer. Nathuram Godse. On November 15, 1949, 39-year-old Nathuram Godse was executed by hanging at Ambala Central Jail in India. Godse had assassinated Mahatma Gandhi on January 30th, 1948, shooting the independence leader 3 times during evening prayers in New Delhi. Godse, a Hindu nationalist who edited a Marathi newspaper, believed Gandhi had betrayed India by supporting Pakistan and being too accommodating to Muslims. His trial became a major event, with Godse delivering lengthy speeches justifying the assassination as necessary to protect Hindu interests. He was convicted and sentenced to death. Before his execution, Godse made unusual final requests. He asked that his ashes not be immersed in a river, according to traditional Hindu funeral rites. Instead, he requested that his ashes be preserved until India and Pakistan were reunited as Akhand Bharati, meaning undivided India. This reunification, he believed, would vindicate his act of killing Gandhi, whom he blamed for the partition of India. On the morning of his execution, Godse walked calmly to the gallows. He reportedly smiled as the noose was placed around his neck. The trapdoor opened, and Nathuram Godse died by hanging. His body was cremated according to his wishes. His family took possession of his ashes and placed them in a silver urn. For over 7 decades, Godse's ashes have remained preserved in that urn, held by family members in Pune. The ashes have never been immersed because India and Pakistan remain separate nations. Godse's final wish meant his ashes would wait indefinitely for a reunification that shows no signs of occurring. His preserved remains became a symbol for Hindu nationalist movements in India. Some groups honor him as a patriot who acted to protect Hindu interests, while others view him as a fanatic who murdered the father of the nation. The ashes remain in family custody, awaiting a political change that may never come. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Ip Man. On December 2, 1972, 79-year-old Ip Man died in his Hong Kong apartment. Ip Man had spent decades teaching Wing Chun Kung Fu, eventually becoming world-famous as Bruce Lee's teacher. By 1972, he'd established Wing Chun internationally and trained thousands of students. However, Ip Man's life had been far more complicated than the heroic portrayal in later films. He'd struggled with opium addiction for many years. Opium smoking was common in early 20th century China, but Ip Man's habit had been severe and long-lasting. The chronic opium use had damaged Ip Man's health significantly. By the early 1970s, he'd developed throat cancer. The cancer was likely connected to decades of smoking opium through pipes. His condition deteriorated through 1972. On December 2nd, Ip Man died in his apartment from the throat cancer. He was 79 years old. His funeral was attended by hundreds of students and martial artists. Bruce Lee, Ip Man's most famous student, did not attend. Lee had moved to America years earlier and had complicated feelings about his relationship with his teacher. The films depicting Ip Man's life, released decades later, largely omitted his opium addiction and presented a sanitized version of his story. The real Ip Man had been a skilled martial artist, but also a flawed human who struggled with addiction. Brandon Lee. On March 31, 1993, 28-year-old Brandon Lee was filming a scene for The Crow at Carolco Studios in Wilmington, North Carolina. Lee, son of Bruce Lee, had spent years building his own martial arts and acting career. The Crow was supposed to be his breakthrough film, finally establishing him as a star independent of his father's legacy. The scene being filmed involved Lee's character being shot. Actor Michael Massey would fire a .44 Magnum revolver loaded with blank cartridges at Lee from about 15 feet away. The production was running behind schedule and over budget, leading to shortcuts in safety procedures. Earlier in the production, the prop department had created dummy rounds for close-up shots of the revolver. These dummy rounds looked real, but had the gunpowder removed. However, they still contained live primers and bullets. When one dummy round was fired in the gun, the primer ignited with enough force to lodge the bullet tip in the barrel. No one noticed. Later, the same gun was loaded with blank rounds for the shooting scene. Blank rounds contained gunpowder to create a flash and sound, but no bullet. However, the bullet fragment from the earlier dummy round was still stuck in the barrel. At 12:30 a.m., the cameras rolled. Massey fired the revolver at Lee as scripted. The blank's gunpowder charge pushed the lodged bullet fragment out of the barrel with lethal velocity. The fragment struck Lee in the abdomen, penetrating his spine. Lee fell but didn't immediately realize how seriously he was injured. The crew initially thought he was still acting. When they realized he'd actually been shot, they called for medical help. Lee was rushed to New Hanover Regional Medical Center. Surgeons operated for 5 hours, but the damage was too severe. Brandon Lee died at 1:04 p.m. on March 31, 1993. He would have been filming for just a few more weeks to complete The Crow. The death cemented the Lee family curse legend in popular culture. Both Bruce Lee and his son had died young, at the height of their careers, in seemingly preventable circumstances. Bruce Lee. On July 20, 1973, 32-year-old Bruce Lee lay down for a nap at the Hong Kong apartment of actress Betty Ting Pei. Lee had spent the morning discussing a film project with producer Raymond Chow. He'd complained of a headache around midday. Pei offered him an Aquagic tablet, a common painkiller containing both aspirin and a muscle relaxant. Lee had revolutionized martial arts in just a few years. He'd created Jeet Kune Do, his own fighting philosophy, and starred in films that made him an international icon. By 1973, he'd become the most famous martial artist in the world, earning substantial income from his Hong Kong films with Enter the Dragon, about to launch his Hollywood career. Around 7:30 p.m., Chow returned to the apartment to pick up Lee for a dinner meeting. He found Lee unconscious and unresponsive. An ambulance rushed him to Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but doctors couldn't revive him. Bruce Lee was pronounced dead at 11:30 p.m. The autopsy revealed cerebral edema, severe swelling of the brain. Lee's brain had swollen from 1,400 grams to 1,525 grams. The official cause of death was listed as hypersensitivity to one of the compounds in Aquagesic, likely the aspirin. However, the death sparked decades of speculation. Lee had collapsed once before in May 1973, with similar symptoms. Recent medical studies have proposed an alternative explanation: hyponatremia, a dangerous dilution of blood sodium from drinking excessive water. Lee had his sweat glands surgically removed to look better on camera, which may have impaired his body's ability to regulate fluid balance. Combined with his intense training regimen and possible excessive water consumption, this could have caused his kidneys to fail in processing fluids, leading to brain swelling. Bruce Lee died at the height of his fame and physical condition. The martial artist who'd seemed invincible was killed by something as small as a headache pill, or potentially by drinking too much water. Mitsuharu Misawa. On June 13, 2009, 46-year-old Mitsuharu Misawa was wrestling a tag team match in Hiroshima, Japan. Misawa had been one of professional wrestling's biggest stars for over 2 decades, known for his technical skill and willingness to take dangerous moves. He'd built a legendary career in All Japan Pro Wrestling and later founded his own promotion, Pro Wrestling Noah. That evening's match was routine by Misawa's standards. He'd performed similar matches thousands of times over his 27-year career. His opponents were younger wrestlers, and the match was proceeding normally. Around 8:30 p.m., Misawa's opponent Akitoshi Saito executed a backdrop suplex, a standard move where the wrestler lifts his opponent and falls backward, slamming him to the mat. Misawa took the move as he had countless times before. However, this time something went catastrophically wrong. When Misawa hit the mat, he didn't move. The other wrestlers continued for a moment, assuming Misawa was selling the impact. Then they realized he wasn't responding. Misawa lay motionless on the canvas. Referee and medical staff rushed into the ring. They attempted CPR immediately. Misawa wasn't breathing and had no pulse. An ambulance transported him to Hiroshima City, Asa Hospital, where doctors continued resuscitation efforts. Mitsuharu Misawa was pronounced dead at 10:10 p.m. The impact from the backdrop suplex had caused catastrophic damage to his cervical vertebrae. His atlas and axis, the top 2 vertebrae that support the skull, had separated. This is sometimes called internal decapitation. The spinal cord was severed, causing instant death. Misawa died in the ring in front of thousands of fans and on camera. The footage exists but has rarely been shown out of respect. His death shocked the wrestling world and led to significant changes in safety regulations for Japanese professional wrestling. Duke Koo Kim. On November 13, 1982, 27-year-old Duke Koo Kim entered the ring at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas to fight Ray Boom Boom Mancini for the WBA Lightweight Championship. Kim was a rising Korean boxer who'd fought his way to a title shot. He'd won 17 of his 20 professional fights and was confident he could defeat the champion. The fight was broadcast live on national television. From the opening bell, both fighters engaged in brutal exchanges. Neither man would back down. Mancini landed powerful combinations, but Kim kept pressing forward. The fight went into the later rounds with both men exhausted and battered. By the 14th round, Kim had absorbed tremendous punishment. His face was swollen, and he was bleeding. However, he continued fighting, landing his own shots on Mancini. The 14th round ended, and both fighters returned to their corners. In the 15th and final round, Mancini landed a series of devastating blows. Kim took several hard right hands but remained standing. When the bell rang to end the fight, Kim walked to his corner under his own power. Mancini was declared the winner by technical knockout. Minutes after returning to his dressing room, Duke Koo Kim collapsed. He was rushed to Desert Springs Hospital, where surgeons performed emergency brain surgery. Kim had suffered a subdural hematoma, bleeding between the brain and skull from the repeated impacts. Duke Koo Kim died on November 18, 1982, 4 days after the fight, never regaining consciousness. He was 27 years old. The tragedy didn't end there. Kim's mother flew to Las Vegas and saw her son on life support. Devastated by his death, she committed suicide 4 months later. Richard Green, the referee who'd worked the fight, also took his own life in 1983, reportedly haunted by guilt over not stopping the bout sooner. Kim's death led to major changes in professional boxing. Within months, all major boxing organizations reduced championship fights from 15 rounds to 12 rounds. The change remains in effect today. Evan Tanner. On September 8, 2008, searchers found the body of 37-year-old Evan Tanner in the California desert near Palo Verde. Tanner had been a UFC middleweight champion and one of mixed martial arts' most respected fighters. He'd won the title in 2005 and defended it successfully before losing it in 2006. By 2008, Tanner had stepped away from active competition. He'd always been unconventional, interested in philosophy and self-improvement. He'd written extensively about his struggles with alcohol and his search for meaning. In early September, Tanner decided to take a solo camping trip into the desert for personal reflection. Tanner drove into the remote desert near the California-Arizona border. He'd planned to camp, meditate, and find himself in the solitude. However, temperatures in the area were extreme, regularly exceeding 110 degrees Fahrenheit during the day. On September 4th, Tanner sent text messages to friends describing his situation. He'd run out of water sooner than expected due to the intense heat. His motorcycle had broken down, stranding him. The messages were calm, almost casual. Tanner wrote that he was hiking back to get help and seemed confident he'd be fine. He never made it. When Tanner didn't return or contact anyone, friends alerted authorities. A search team found his body on September 8th in the Palo Verde Wash area. Tanner had died from heat exhaustion and dehydration. He was found just a few miles from his camp. Evan Tanner had famously said, "The power of the mind is the only power that matters." He'd believed in mental strength and self-reliance, but in the California desert, nature proved stronger than willpower. Kimbo Slice. On June 6, 2016, 42-year-old Kevin Ferguson, known professionally as Kimbo Slice, was admitted to a hospital in Margate, Florida, with difficulty breathing and chest pain. Kimbo had become internet famous in the early 2000s through backyard fighting videos that went viral before viral was a common term. His street fights, filmed in Miami backyards, had accumulated millions of views. Kimbo had transitioned to professional mixed martial arts, fighting in Elite XC and later the UFC. While his technical skills were questioned, his knockout power and personality made him a draw. By 2016, he'd moved to Bellator MMA and was still actively competing despite his age. On June 6th, Kimbo's breathing difficulties worsened. He was taken to Northwest Medical Center in Margate. Doctors discovered he was in heart failure. Medical examination revealed Kimbo had a mass on his heart and had been on a waiting list for a heart transplant. Despite treatment efforts, Kimbo Slice died that evening from heart failure. He was 42 years old. The autopsy revealed he'd been living with serious heart disease for some time. The internet's most famous street fighter had been competing with a failing heart. His death shocked the combat sports world. Kimbo had seemed physically imposing and powerful. Few knew he'd been fighting not just opponents but also a ticking time bomb in his chest. Andy Hoog. On August 24, 2000, 35-year-old Andy Hoog died at Tokyo Women's Medical University Hospital. Hoog, a Swiss kickboxer known as the Blue-Eyed Samurai, had been one of the world's top fighters. He'd won the K1 World Grand Prix in 1996 and was beloved in Japan for his respectful attitude and devastating axe kicks. Just days earlier, Hoog had arrived in Japan from Switzerland with what seemed like a minor fever. He'd planned to compete in an upcoming tournament. However, the fever worsened rapidly. On August 18th, Hoog checked into the hospital for examination. Doctors ran tests and discovered shocking news. Andy Hoog had acute leukemia, a rapidly progressing blood cancer. The diagnosis was devastating. Hoog, who'd seemed to be in perfect physical condition, was actually gravely ill. The leukemia progressed with terrifying speed. Within days, Hoog's condition deteriorated catastrophically. His body began failing. He suffered internal bleeding, including bleeding from his eyes and nose. The symptoms were excruciating. Throughout his final days, Hoog maintained the stoic composure that had earned him his samurai nickname. Despite the pain and blood, witnesses reported he refused to cry or complain. He faced death with the same discipline he'd shown in the ring. Andy Hoog died on August 24, 2000, just 6 days after being diagnosed. The world kickboxing champion who'd seemed invincible had gone from healthy to dead in less than a week. His death shocked the martial arts world. Ramon Dekkers. On February 27, 2013, 43-year-old Ramon Dekkers was riding his bicycle through a tunnel in Breda, Netherlands. Dekkers, known as the Diamond, had been one of the greatest Muay Thai fighters in history. Despite not being Thai, he'd fought 223 professional bouts, many in Thailand against top Thai fighters. His cardio and endurance were legendary. By 2013, Dekkers had retired from active competition and was running a gym in Breda. That afternoon, he was taking a routine bicycle ride through his hometown. Around 3 p.m., Dekkers entered a tunnel while cycling. Inside the tunnel, Dekkers suddenly collapsed. He fell from his bicycle onto the pavement. Passers-by immediately called for help. An ambulance arrived quickly, and paramedics attempted resuscitation. Ramon Dekkers was pronounced dead at the scene. The autopsy revealed he'd suffered a massive heart attack while riding. The man who'd fought over 200 brutal Muay Thai battles, who'd never seemed to tire in the ring, died during light cardio exercise. His heart, which had carried him through countless rounds of intense combat, simply stopped while he was riding a bicycle. The irony wasn't lost on the martial arts community. The fighter with the most famous endurance in kickboxing died doing an activity far less strenuous than what he'd done thousands of times in training and competition. Benny Parrott. On April 3, 1962, 25-year-old Benny Kid Parrott died at Roosevelt Hospital in New York City. 10 days earlier, Parrott had fought Emil Griffith for the welterweight championship at Madison Square Garden. The fight was broadcast live on national television, and what happened became one of boxing's most controversial moments. Parrott and Griffith had fought twice before, splitting the matches. Their rivalry had grown personal. At the weigh-in before their third fight, Parrott had touched Griffith's buttocks and called him maricón, a Spanish slur questioning Griffith's sexuality. Griffith, who was privately bisexual, was humiliated and enraged. On March 24, 1962, the two men entered the ring for their third fight. The bout was competitive through the early rounds. Both fighters landed shots, and the match seemed relatively even. Then came the 12th round. Griffith trapped Parrott against the ropes in a corner. Parrott's arms became tangled in the ropes, leaving him defenseless. Griffith unleashed a devastating combination. He landed 29 consecutive punches to Parrott's head in approximately 18 seconds. Parrott's head snapped back with each impact. Referee Ruby Goldstein finally stepped in to stop the fight, but the damage was done. Parrott collapsed unconscious. He was carried from the ring on a stretcher and rushed to Roosevelt Hospital. Surgeons operated to relieve pressure on his brain, but Parrott never regained consciousness. Benny Parrott died on April 3, 1962, from the brain injuries sustained in the fight. He was 25 years old and left behind a wife and 2 young children. The beating had been captured on live television, making it arguably the first time millions of Americans watched a man die from injuries sustained in a sporting event. Emil Griffith was devastated by Parrott's death. He continued boxing for years but was haunted by the killing. Griffith later said the incident destroyed his life. The fight led to calls for boxing reform and questions about the sport's brutality. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Julius Caesar. On March 15, 44 BC, 55-year-old Julius Caesar entered the theater of Pompeii for a Senate meeting. Caesar had spent years conquering Gaul, defeating rivals in civil war, and accumulating unprecedented power in Rome. He'd been named Dictator Perpetuo, Dictator for life, just weeks earlier. His authority had grown so absolute that many senators feared Rome would never return to republican government. Around 60 senators had conspired against Caesar. They called themselves the Liberators, claiming they were saving the republic. The group included men Caesar had pardoned after defeating them in battle, men he'd promoted to high office, and men he considered friends. As Caesar entered the portico of the theater, the conspirators surrounded him under the pretense of presenting petitions. One senator, Tillius Cimber, approached with a request. When Caesar waved him away, Cimber grabbed Caesar's toga and pulled it down from his shoulders. This was the signal. Casca struck first, stabbing Caesar in the neck. Caesar grabbed Casca's arm and tried to defend himself with his stylus, a writing instrument. But more senators closed in, blades drawn. Caesar fought back, but he was surrounded. The senators stabbed him repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times. He attempted to escape, stumbling and bleeding. According to some accounts, when he saw Marcus Brutus among the attackers, Caesar said, "Et tu, Brute," meaning, "And you, Brutus?" Caesar finally collapsed at the base of Pompey's statue. As he died, he pulled his toga over his face to hide his suffering from his killers. Julius Caesar died on the Senate floor, assassinated by men he'd trusted. Later examination of the body, considered one of history's first documented autopsies, revealed that of the 23 wounds, only one, the second stab to the chest, had been fatal. The other 22 were superficial. Caesar had been butchered by his supposed friends, but killed by a single thrust. Caligula. On January 24, 41 AD, 28-year-old Emperor Caligula was attending theatrical games at his palace. Caligula, whose childhood nickname meant Little Boots, had ruled Rome for less than 4 years. His reign had begun with promise, but descended into erratic behavior, excessive cruelty, and bizarre demands that many considered madness. Caligula had made numerous enemies, particularly among the Praetorian Guard. He regularly humiliated guards he considered insufficiently masculine. One officer, Cassius Chaerea, bore particular hatred for the emperor. Caligula mocked Chaerea constantly for having a high-pitched voice, calling him Venus and other feminine names. Around noon, Caligula decided to leave the games to take a bath and eat lunch. To reach the palace baths, he had to walk through a narrow underground tunnel beneath the theater. Chaerea and several conspirators waited there. As Caligula entered the tunnel with a few attendants, Chaerea stepped forward and struck the first blow, slashing at Caligula's jaw and neck. Caligula fell, crying out, "I am still alive." Other conspirators rushed in with daggers. The guards stabbed Caligula approximately 30 times. They struck him in the chest, abdomen, and groin. The attack was frenzied and personal. Caligula died in the tunnel, killed by the men he'd humiliated. The Praetorian Guard then went further. They found Caligula's wife Caesonia and their infant daughter. Both were murdered. The guard wanted to eliminate anyone who might claim succession. The child was reportedly killed by having her head smashed against a wall. Emperor Caligula, who declared himself a living god and demanded worship, died begging for his life in a darkened tunnel, killed by guards tired of his mockery. Claudius. On October 13th, 54 AD, 63-year-old Emperor Claudius attended a feast at his palace. Claudius had ruled for 13 years after Caligula's assassination. Despite physical disabilities and speech impediments that had made him an unlikely emperor, he'd proven surprisingly capable, conquering Britain and managing Rome's vast bureaucracy effectively. However, Claudius's fourth wife, Agrippina the Younger, had grown impatient. She wanted her son Nero to become emperor. Claudius had a biological son, Britannicus, who would naturally succeed him. Agrippina needed Claudius dead before he could change his succession plans. Agrippina hired Locusta, a professional poisoner known throughout Rome. Together they planned Claudius's murder carefully. They chose his favorite dish, mushrooms. Locusta prepared poison to mix with the mushrooms. During the feast, Claudius ate the poisoned mushrooms. He began feeling ill shortly after. His stomach cramped, and he started vomiting. The poison was working but not quickly enough for the conspirators. Claudius's personal physician, Xenophon, was part of the plot. Under the pretense of helping Claudius vomit up the poison, Xenophon inserted a feather down the emperor's throat to induce more vomiting. However, Xenophon had dipped the feather in additional poison. The second dose of toxin, delivered directly to Claudius's throat and stomach, finished what the mushrooms had started. Emperor Claudius died from poisoning, killed by his wife and doctor. Within hours, Agrippina's son Nero was declared emperor. The murder was so transparent that jokes about poisoned mushrooms circulated in Rome for years. Nero himself later called mushrooms the food of the gods because they'd made him a god by making him emperor. Nero. On June 9, 68 AD, 30-year-old Emperor Nero fled through the outskirts of Rome. Nero had ruled for 14 years, during which he'd murdered his mother Agrippina, killed 2 wives, and been blamed for the Great Fire of Rome. By 68 AD, multiple Roman legions had rebelled, and the Senate had declared Nero an enemy of the state. Nero escaped from his palace with a few loyal servants. They rode to a villa owned by his freedman Phaon, about 4 miles from Rome. As they traveled, Nero heard soldiers approaching. He hid in the villa while his servants tried to determine if the soldiers were hunting him. Word soon came that the Senate had sentenced Nero to death by beating. According to Roman law, he would be stripped naked, his head placed in a wooden fork, and beaten to death with rods. Nero was terrified of this humiliating execution. He decided to commit suicide instead. However, Nero couldn't bring himself to do it. He held a dagger, but kept hesitating. He begged his companions to show him how to kill himself. None would help initially. As the sound of approaching horsemen grew louder, Nero finally acted. With the help of his secretary Epaphroditus, he drove a dagger into his own throat. As he died, Nero reportedly said, "Qualis artifex perio," meaning, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, Nero's vanity persisted. He asked for a mirror and fixed his hair, wanting to look presentable as a corpse. Emperor Nero died from a self-inflicted wound to the throat, the last of his dynasty. Commodus. On December 31st, 192 AD, 31-year-old Emperor Commodus prepared for New Year celebrations. Commodus, son of the philosopher Emperor Marcus Aurelius, had ruled for 12 years. Unlike his father, Commodus showed no interest in governance. He preferred fighting as a gladiator in the arena and imagining himself as the god Hercules. Commodus's behavior had become increasingly erratic and dangerous. He killed senators on whims, demanded to be worshipped as Hercules, and planned to appear as a gladiator during the New Year festivities. His mistress Marcia, the chamberlain Eclectus, and the Praetorian prefect Latus decided he had to die. On New Year's Eve, Marcia served Commodus wine containing poison. The emperor drank it and began feeling ill. However, Commodus had developed a habit of inducing vomiting after heavy meals. He vomited up the poisoned wine before it could kill him. The conspirators panicked. The emperor was now sick but alive, and he might discover the plot. They needed a new plan immediately. They sent for Narcissus, Commodus's wrestling partner and personal trainer. Commodus was in his bath, recovering from the illness. Narcissus entered the bath chamber and approached the emperor. While Commodus sat weakened from vomiting, Narcissus wrapped his hands around the emperor's throat. The wrestling partner strangled Commodus to death in the bathtub. The emperor, who'd fancied himself Hercules, the strongest man alive, died at the hands of a wrestler named after a flower. His body was removed from the palace, and the Senate declared him a public enemy. Caracalla. On April 8, 217 AD, 29-year-old Emperor Caracalla was traveling with his army near Karhay in modern-day Turkey. Caracalla had ruled jointly with his brother Geta until 211 AD, when Caracalla had Geta murdered. He'd then killed thousands of Geta's supporters. His reign had been marked by violence and military campaigns. That day, Caracalla's army was on the march. Around midday, the emperor felt the need to urinate. Roman armies didn't stop for individual needs, so Caracalla dismounted from his horse and stepped away from the road for privacy. The emperor walked a short distance from his guards and retinue. He was accompanied only by a single bodyguard. As Caracalla relieved himself, he was completely vulnerable, his hands occupied and his attention diverted. A soldier named Julius Martialis approached from behind. Martialis had a personal grudge against Caracalla. The emperor had recently denied Martialis a promotion to centurion, and Martialis had also lost a brother whom Caracalla had executed. As Caracalla stood urinating, Martialis drew his sword and stabbed the emperor in the back. The blade struck deep. Caracalla collapsed, unable to defend himself. Martialis struck again, ensuring the emperor was dead. Emperor Caracalla died while urinating on the side of a road, killed by a disgruntled soldier seeking revenge. He was the only Roman emperor to die in such circumstances. Martialis was immediately killed by Caracalla's other guards, but the emperor was already dead. Elagabalus. On March 11, 222 AD, 18-year-old Emperor Elagabalus faced rebellion from his own Praetorian Guard. Elagabalus had become emperor at age 14, brought to power by his grandmother Julia Maessa. His reign had scandalized Rome through his worship of the Syrian sun god Elagabal and his unconventional personal behavior. Elagabalus had installed a massive black meteorite in a temple on the Palatine Hill, forcing Roman senators to worship it. He'd engaged in behavior considered outrageous by Roman standards, wearing makeup, women's clothing, and possibly seeking gender reassignment surgery. The Praetorian Guard and Senate had grown to despise him. By March 22 AD, his grandmother Julia Maessa had turned against him. She'd been grooming Elagabalus's cousin Severus Alexander as a replacement. On March 11th, the Praetorian Guard mutinied. Soldiers stormed the palace, looking for Elagabalus. The young emperor tried to hide, but guards found him. They killed him immediately, stabbing him to death. They also murdered his mother Julia Soamias, who tried to protect him. The Praetorian Guard then dragged Elagabalus's body through the streets of Rome. Citizens mocked and abused the corpse as it was pulled along. The guards decapitated the emperor's body and threw the head into the Tiber River. They dragged the headless, naked corpse to the Cloaca Maxima, Rome's main sewer. They threw the body of the emperor into the sewer system, intending for it to be washed out to sea with Rome's waste. Emperor Elagabalus ended up in Rome's sewers, discarded like garbage. Valerian. In June 260 AD, 65-year-old Emperor Valerian met with Persian King Shapur I to negotiate after the Battle of Edessa. Valerian had been campaigning against Persia for years. The Battle of Edessa had gone badly for Rome, with Persian forces defeating the Roman legions. Valerian agreed to meet with Shapur to discuss terms. However, the meeting was a trap. Persian forces seized Valerian when he arrived. He became the first Roman emperor ever captured alive by an enemy. Shapur kept Valerian as a prisoner and trophy. According to later accounts, Shapur used the Roman emperor as a human footstool when mounting his horse. Valerian was forced to kneel while the Persian king stepped on his back to climb into his saddle. This humiliation continued for years. The emperor who'd once commanded legions lived as a slave in Persia. When Valerian finally died, possibly from natural causes or perhaps killed by his captors, Shapur decided to create a permanent monument to his victory. Shapur had Valerian's corpse flayed. The skin was carefully removed from the body and treated with preservatives. It was then dyed bright red to make it more visible. The skin was stuffed with straw to maintain a human shape. This gruesome trophy was displayed in a Persian temple for centuries. Visitors to the temple could see the preserved, dyed skin of a Roman emperor, stuffed and mounted as a permanent reminder of Persia's victory. Valerian's remains became a tourist attraction in enemy territory. Valens. On August 9, 378 AD, 50-year-old Emperor Valens fought the Battle of Adrianople against the Gothic army in modern-day Turkey. Valens had underestimated the Gothic forces and rushed into battle without waiting for reinforcements from his co-emperor in the west. The battle went catastrophically wrong. Gothic cavalry surrounded and overwhelmed the Roman infantry. The Roman army suffered one of its worst defeats in history, with approximately two-thirds of the force destroyed. Emperor Valens himself was wounded during the fighting. As the Roman lines collapsed, Valens's bodyguards carried him from the battlefield. The emperor had been struck by an arrow and couldn't continue fighting. They needed to find shelter immediately, while Gothic forces pursued fleeing Romans. The guards carried Valens to a small peasant cottage near the battlefield. They brought him inside and tried to tend his wounds. However, the situation was desperate. Gothic warriors were sweeping through the area, killing scattered Roman soldiers. A group of Gothic soldiers surrounded the cottage. They had no idea the Roman emperor was inside, hidden by his bodyguards. The Goths simply wanted to clear the building of any Roman troops who might be hiding there. Unable to force entry quickly, the Gothic soldiers decided to burn the cottage. They set fire to the building's thatched roof and wooden walls. The structure went up in flames rapidly. Inside, Emperor Valens and his guards were trapped. The emperor, already wounded, couldn't escape through the flames and smoke. Valens died in the burning cottage. His body was consumed by the fire, making identification impossible. The Emperor of Rome burned to death in a random peasant's house, killed by enemies who didn't even know he was there. His body was never recovered or properly buried. Tiberius. On March 16, 37 AD, 78-year-old Emperor Tiberius lay in his villa at Cape Misenum, near Naples. Tiberius had ruled Rome for 23 years, but his reign had grown increasingly paranoid and isolated. He'd spent his final years on the island of Capri, governing Rome from a distance and executing anyone he suspected of treason. By March 37 AD, Tiberius was elderly and in declining health. He'd traveled to his mainland villa but fell seriously ill. His physicians believed he was dying. Tiberius fell into a coma, lying motionless in his bed. His breathing was so shallow that attendants couldn't detect it. The Praetorian prefect Macro and others in attendance believed the emperor had died. They immediately began making arrangements for the succession. Caligula, Tiberius's grandnephew and heir, was present at the villa. Macro and the guards rushed to hail Caligula as the new emperor. Celebrations began. Guards congratulated Caligula. Officials started drafting announcements. Everyone assumed Tiberius was dead and the transition of power was underway. The body still lay in the bedroom, presumed lifeless. Then Tiberius woke up. The old emperor opened his eyes and asked for food. He was alive. The room fell silent. Everyone present realized they'd just committed treason by declaring a new emperor while the current one still lived. Macro acted quickly. He couldn't allow Tiberius to recover and discover what had happened. The Praetorian prefect grabbed bedsheets and pillows. While Caligula watched, Macro placed the bedding over Tiberius's face. Macro smothered the elderly emperor to death. Tiberius struggled briefly, but was too weak to fight off the Praetorian prefect. The emperor, who'd ruled Rome for over 2 decades, died suffocated in his own bed by the commander of his bodyguard. Caligula was immediately proclaimed emperor. The official story claimed Tiberius had died of natural causes. No investigation was conducted. The man who'd executed hundreds for suspected treason died the victim of actual treason. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Chuck Hughes. On October 24, 1971, 28-year-old Chuck Hughes was playing wide receiver for the Detroit Lions in a game against the Chicago Bears at Tiger Stadium in Detroit. Hughes was a backup receiver who saw limited playing time. The Lions were losing 28-23, with just over 1 minute remaining in the game. On a passing play, Hughes ran a route as a decoy receiver. The play ended with an incomplete pass. Hughes began jogging back toward the Lions' huddle around the 20-yard line. Suddenly, Hughes collapsed face-first onto the turf. Players from both teams initially thought he might have been hit or tripped, but no one had touched him. Hughes lay motionless on the field. Bears linebacker Dick Butkus was the first to realize something was seriously wrong. He frantically waved to the sidelines for medical help. Team physicians and trainers rushed onto the field. They began CPR immediately, while the sold-out crowd at Tiger Stadium watched in confused silence. An ambulance drove onto the field. Medical personnel loaded Hughes onto a stretcher and transported him to a nearby hospital. Doctors worked desperately to revive him, but Chuck Hughes was pronounced dead. An autopsy revealed that Hughes had suffered a massive heart attack caused by severe arteriosclerosis, a hardening and narrowing of the arteries. At 28 years old, Hughes had advanced coronary artery disease that no one had detected. The condition had restricted blood flow to his heart. The physical exertion of playing football triggered the fatal heart attack. To this day, Chuck Hughes remains the only NFL player in history to die on the field during a game. His death left the entire NFL community devastated. Immediately after Hughes's death, the NFL began implementing more rigorous cardiac screening for players. Hughes's death highlighted the need for better medical evaluations to detect hidden health conditions in athletes who might appear to be in peak physical condition. Adam Johnson. On October 28, 2023, 29-year-old Adam Johnson was playing professional ice hockey for the Nottingham Panthers in the Elite Ice Hockey League at Sheffield Arena in England. Johnson, an American forward who had previously played in the NHL, was in his first season with Nottingham. The Panthers were facing the Sheffield Steelers in a regular season match before thousands of fans. During the second period, play was continuing in the Nottingham defensive zone when an opposing player's leg kicked up high during a collision. The player's skate blade rose into the air and struck Johnson directly in the neck. The sharp blade sliced open his neck, severing critical blood vessels. Johnson immediately stood up from the ice, blood pouring from the wound. He tried to skate toward the team bench, his hand pressed against his neck. Teammates and staff watched in horror as Johnson struggled across the ice, trailing blood. He made it only a few feet before collapsing onto the frozen surface. Medical personnel rushed onto the ice immediately. They worked frantically to stop the bleeding and stabilize Johnson. The arena was cleared of spectators as emergency responders continued treatment. Johnson was transported to Sheffield Hospital, but he died from his injuries. The entire hockey world went into shock. Video footage of the incident spread globally within hours, though most outlets chose not to show the graphic moments. Within days, hockey leagues around the world began mandating neck guards for players, equipment that had been optional in many professional leagues. His former teams, including the Pittsburgh Penguins, held tributes. Philip Hughes. On November 25, 2014, 25-year-old Philip Hughes was batting for South Australia against New South Wales in a Sheffield Shield cricket match at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Hughes was one of Australia's most promising young batsmen. Having already played international test cricket for his country, he was known for his aggressive batting style and had a bright future ahead. During the match, Hughes was facing bowler Sean Abbott. Abbott bowled a short-pitched delivery, commonly called a bouncer, designed to rise toward the batsman's upper body. Hughes attempted to hook the ball, a common batting shot. As he swung, the ball struck him on the side of the neck, just below his helmet. The impact hit an unprotected area between the bottom of his helmet and the top of his shoulder pad. Hughes immediately collapsed at the crease. Players from both teams rushed to his aid. Medical staff ran onto the field and began emergency treatment. Hughes had been struck in an extremely vulnerable spot. The ball's impact caused a vertebral artery dissection, essentially tearing the artery that supplies blood to the brain. He was rushed to St. Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, where surgeons performed emergency procedures. Hughes never regained consciousness. He died 2 days later on November 27, 2014, with family and teammates at his bedside. Australia went into mourning. Sean Abbott, the bowler who had delivered the fatal ball, was devastated. Cricket authorities and players rallied around Abbott, emphasizing that he had done nothing wrong and that Hughes's death was a tragic accident. A global movement emerged called Put Out Your Bats. Cricket fans worldwide placed their bats outside their homes as a tribute to Hughes. The hashtag trended globally. Hughes's funeral was attended by cricket legends and broadcast nationally. The incident led to immediate changes in cricket safety equipment, with manufacturers developing improved helmet designs that better protected the neck area. Hughes's death remains one of cricket's darkest moments, a reminder that even in sports considered relatively safe, tragedy can strike. Frank Hayes. On June 4, 1923, 22-year-old Frank Hayes was working as a stable hand at Belmont Park Racetrack in New York. Hayes had little experience as a jockey, but the owner of a horse named Sweet Kiss asked him to ride in a steeplechase race that afternoon. Hayes had never won a professional race. The steeplechase at Belmont Park that day covered a challenging course with multiple jumps and obstacles. Hayes mounted Sweet Kiss and lined up with the other horses at the starting gate. The race began, and Sweet Kiss started running well, keeping pace with the leaders. As the race progressed through its jumps and turns, Hayes remained in the saddle, guiding Sweet Kiss through the course. What spectators didn't realize was that sometime during the race, Frank Hayes suffered a massive heart attack. His body went rigid in the saddle, but his legs remained locked around the horse, and his hands gripped the reins in a death grip. Sweet Kiss continued racing with Hayes's body rigid atop her. The horse navigated the remaining obstacles and entered the final stretch. Sweet Kiss accelerated and crossed the finish line in first place. The crowd cheered as Sweet Kiss won the race. The horse's owner rushed to congratulate Hayes on his first professional victory. When she reached Sweet Kiss and looked up at Hayes, she immediately knew something was wrong. Hayes wasn't moving or responding. Officials helped remove Hayes from the saddle and discovered he was dead. He had died during the race, possibly minutes before Sweet Kiss crossed the finish line. Frank Hayes became the only dead man to win a professional horse race. The bizarre circumstances captured public imagination. Sweet Kiss earned the morbid nickname, Sweet Kiss of Death. The horse never raced again, as superstitious owners believed she was cursed. Hayes's death certificate listed his occupation as jockey and noted his cause of death as heart failure during a race that he won. Ray Chapman. On August 16, 1920, 29-year-old Ray Chapman was playing shortstop for the Cleveland Indians in a game against the New York Yankees at the Polo Grounds. Chapman was one of baseball's most popular players, known for his speed and fielding ability. That afternoon, Chapman stepped into the batter's box to face Yankees pitcher Carl Mays in the fifth inning. The game was being played in late afternoon, and visibility was becoming poorer as the sun lowered. In 1920, baseballs were rarely replaced during games. The same ball would be used for multiple innings until it was lost or damaged beyond use. By this point in the game, the baseball had become darkened with dirt and grass stains. Chapman had a batting stance where he crowded close to home plate, making it difficult for pitchers. Mays wound up and threw a fastball. The dirty, dark ball was nearly invisible in the dim light. Chapman never saw it coming. The baseball struck Chapman directly in the head with tremendous force. The impact was so loud that Mays thought the ball had hit Chapman's bat. Mays fielded the ball as it bounced back toward the mound and threw to first base, attempting to record an out. Chapman collapsed at home plate. Players and umpires rushed to his aid. Blood poured from Chapman's ear. He was conscious initially and tried to stand up. Teammates helped him walk toward the clubhouse, but Chapman collapsed again. An ambulance transported him to a hospital where surgeons performed emergency brain surgery. Ray Chapman died early the next morning. He remains the only Major League Baseball player to die from an injury sustained during a game. Chapman's death led to immediate rule changes. Umpires were instructed to replace dirty or discolored baseballs immediately. The tragedy also accelerated discussions about protective equipment that would eventually lead to the development of batting helmets decades later. Carl Mays, the pitcher, was devastated and faced accusations of throwing at Chapman deliberately, though most concluded it was a tragic accident caused by poor visibility and a dirty baseball. Duke Koo Kim. On November 13, 1982, 23-year-old Duke Koo Kim stepped into the ring at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas to fight Ray Boom Boom Mancini for the WBA lightweight championship. Kim, a South Korean boxer, was the underdog, but came to fight aggressively. The bout was scheduled for 15 rounds, the standard championship distance at that time. From the opening bell, both fighters exchanged heavy blows. Mancini was known for his devastating punching power, and Kim absorbed tremendous punishment but refused to back down. Round after round, Kim took shots to the head but kept coming forward. By the 10th round, Kim was visibly damaged. His face was swollen and bleeding. Still, he continued fighting. Mancini landed combinations, but Kim wouldn't go down. The fight continued through the 11th, 12th, and 13th rounds. In the 14th round, Mancini unleashed a barrage of punches. Kim was trapped against the ropes, absorbing blow after blow to the head. Finally, referee Richard Green stopped the fight with 19 seconds remaining in the round. Kim had lost by technical knockout. Kim pulled himself up using the ropes and tried to walk to his corner. He collapsed before reaching his stool. Medical personnel rushed into the ring. Kim was carried out on a stretcher and transported to a hospital. Surgeons discovered a massive brain hemorrhage and performed emergency surgery. Duke Koo Kim never regained consciousness. He died 4 days later on November 17, 1982. The tragedy sent shockwaves far beyond the ring. 3 months later, referee Richard Green, who had officiated the fight, committed suicide. Green had been haunted by guilt, believing he had let the fight continue too long. 4 months after the fight, Kim's mother also committed suicide, unable to cope with her son's death. The triple tragedy devastated the boxing world. Boxing authorities immediately implemented changes. The most significant was reducing championship fights from 15 rounds to 12 rounds, a rule that remains in effect today. Bill Masterton. On January 13, 1968, 29-year-old Bill Masterton was playing center for the Minnesota North Stars in an NHL game against the Oakland Seals at Met Center in Minnesota. Masterton was nicknamed the Professor because he had completed a master's degree and worked as an engineer before turning professional. He was in his first NHL season after years playing in minor leagues. During the first period, Masterton carried the puck into the offensive zone. 2 Oakland Seals defenders converged on him simultaneously. Larry Cahan and Ron Harris delivered a heavy check, hitting Masterton from both sides. The impact knocked Masterton backward. He fell hard, and the back of his bare head struck the ice with tremendous force. In 1968, helmets were not mandatory in the NHL. Most players, including Masterton, chose not to wear them. Masterton lay motionless on the ice. Blood pooled beneath his head. Medical staff rushed to his aid. The arena fell silent as trainers worked on Masterton. He was placed on a stretcher and rushed to a hospital. Doctors discovered Masterton had sustained a massive brain injury from the impact of his head hitting the ice. He underwent emergency surgery, but the trauma was too severe. Bill Masterton never regained consciousness. He died 30 hours later on January 15, 1968, with his wife and family at his bedside. Teammates reported that Masterton's last words before losing consciousness were, "Never again, never again," though some dispute whether he actually spoke these words or if it's become legend. Masterton became the only player in NHL history to die as a direct result of injuries sustained during an NHL game. His death sparked decades of debate about helmet use in hockey. However, the NHL did not mandate helmets until 1979, and even then the rule only applied to players entering the league after that date. Players already in the NHL were grandfathered in and could continue playing without helmets. The last helmetless player didn't retire until 1997. The Bill Masterton Memorial Trophy is now awarded annually to the NHL player who best exemplifies perseverance and dedication to hockey, honoring his memory. Marc-Vivien Foé. On June 26, 2003, 28-year-old Marc-Vivien Foé was playing for Cameroon against Colombia in a FIFA Confederations Cup semi-final match in Lyon, France. Foé was an experienced midfielder who played professionally in France and England. He had been loaned to Cameroon's national team for the tournament. The match was being broadcast live to millions of viewers worldwide. In the 72nd minute, with the score tied 0-0, play was continuing in Colombia's half of the field. Foé was jogging alone near the center circle, far from the action. No players were near him. Suddenly, without any contact or apparent reason, Foé collapsed onto the grass. The collapse happened in the background of the television broadcast. Cameras were focused on the play near the goal, but viewers could see Foé falling in the distance. Players immediately recognized something was wrong. They waved frantically for medical assistance. Medical staff sprinted onto the field. Team doctors began CPR as Foé lay unconscious on the pitch. An ambulance drove onto the field. Medical personnel worked on Foé for nearly an hour, attempting to revive him. He was transported to a nearby hospital where doctors continued resuscitation efforts. Despite their efforts, Marc-Vivien Foé was pronounced dead soon after arrival. An autopsy revealed he had died from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a heart condition where the heart muscle becomes abnormally thick. The condition can cause sudden cardiac arrest, especially during intense physical exertion. Foé had shown no previous symptoms. The football world mourned. Foé's death was particularly haunting because it had occurred on live television, visible to millions. The match was abandoned. Cameroon's remaining players dedicated the tournament to Foé's memory and went on to reach the final. FIFA held a tribute before the final match, and players wore black armbands. Foé's death led to mandatory cardiac screening programs in professional soccer. Many leagues implemented comprehensive heart examinations for all players to detect conditions like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy before they could prove fatal. His number 17 jersey was retired by several of his former clubs in his honor. Pero Aguayo Jr. On March 21, 2015, 35-year-old Pero Aguayo Jr. was wrestling in a tag team match at the Municipal Auditorium in Tijuana, Mexico. Aguayo was one of Lucha Libre's biggest stars, following in the footsteps of his father, legendary wrestler Pedro Aguayo. That night, he was teaming with Monarch against Rey Mysterio Jr. and Extreme Tiger in front of thousands of fans. During the match, Rey Mysterio performed his signature move, a dropkick that sends opponents into the ring ropes. The move sets up Mysterio's finishing maneuver, called the 619. Mysterio dropkicked Aguayo, who fell against the ropes in position for the next move. But something went wrong. Aguayo went limp on the ropes. His head drooped forward, and his arms hung loosely. Despite Aguayo's obvious distress, the match continued around him. For nearly 2 minutes, other wrestlers performed moves in the ring, while Aguayo remained slumped against the ropes just feet away. Mysterio and the other wrestlers may have thought Aguayo was selling the move, staying in character as wrestlers do. Finally, someone realized Aguayo wasn't moving at all. The match stopped. Medical personnel entered the ring. They laid Aguayo flat and began emergency treatment. He was rushed to a nearby hospital. Doctors discovered that Aguayo had suffered a cervical spine fracture, essentially a broken neck, likely from the impact of hitting the ropes. The injury had caused immediate trauma. Pero Aguayo Jr. was pronounced dead. The wrestling world went into shock. Rey Mysterio was devastated, though investigations found no fault in his execution of the move. The tragedy highlighted the dangers of professional wrestling and the difficulty wrestlers face in distinguishing between performance and genuine medical emergency. Aguayo's death led to increased medical precautions at Lucha Libre events and renewed emphasis on immediate response to potentially injured wrestlers rather than assuming they're performing. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The Boer War concentration camps. Between 1899 and 1902, the British Army was fighting Boer guerrillas in South Africa during the Second Boer War. The Boers, descendants of Dutch settlers, used hit-and-run tactics that frustrated British commanders who had expected a conventional war. British General Lord Kitchener decided on a strategy called Scorched Earth to eliminate support for the guerrillas. British troops systematically burned Boer farms, destroyed crops, poisoned wells, and slaughtered livestock across the South African countryside. With their farms destroyed, Boer families had nowhere to go. The British Army began rounding up approximately 115,000 Boer women and children, along with over 100,000 black Africans who had worked on the farms. They were transported to hastily constructed camps, surrounded by barbed wire and guard towers. These facilities became known as concentration camps, marking one of the first modern uses of that term. The camps were designed to hold populations for extended periods, but British authorities made almost no preparations for sanitation, medical care, or adequate food supplies. Families lived in canvas tents that provided little protection from the harsh South African climate. Water sources became contaminated. In some camps, authorities implemented a system where families of men still in combat received smaller rations than those whose men had surrendered. Disease spread rapidly through the overcrowded camps. Measles, typhoid, dysentery, and pneumonia killed thousands. Children were particularly vulnerable. In some camps, the mortality rate exceeded 50%. Over 26,000 Boer women and children died in these camps, along with more than 20,000 black Africans held in separate facilities. British activist Emily Hobhouse visited the camps in 1901 and was horrified by what she found. She documented the conditions and published reports that eventually caused public outcry in Britain. The government conducted investigations that confirmed the terrible conditions, leading to some reforms. However, the camps continued operating until the war ended in 1902. The camps left deep scars in South African society and became a defining grievance for Afrikaners for generations. The Amritsar Massacre. On April 13, 1919, thousands of Indians gathered in Jallianwala Bagh, a walled public garden in Amritsar, Punjab. Many were attending a peaceful religious festival celebrating Baisakhi, while others had come to protest recent British legislation that allowed imprisonment without trial. British authorities had banned public gatherings, but many attendees were unaware of the order. Around 5:55 p.m., Brigadier General Reginald Dyer arrived with approximately 90 soldiers, most of them Gurkha and Sikh troops under British command. The garden had only one narrow main exit. Dyer positioned his troops to block this entrance, effectively trapping the crowd inside the walled enclosure. Without any warning or order to disperse, Dyer commanded his soldiers to open fire on the unarmed civilians. The troops fired continuously for approximately 10 minutes, shooting 1,650 rounds into the packed crowd. People scrambled desperately to escape, climbing walls or throwing themselves into a well in the garden. The soldiers aimed deliberately at the densest parts of the crowd where people had gathered. They continued firing until their ammunition was nearly exhausted. When the shooting finally stopped, bodies covered the ground. The official British inquiry later reported 379 dead and over 1,200 wounded. Indian sources and subsequent investigations placed the death toll at over 1,000, with many more wounded. Dyer did not allow medical personnel to enter the garden to treat the wounded until the following morning. Many injured people died overnight from blood loss. Dyer defended his actions, stating he wanted to create a moral and widespread effect to terrorize the population into submission. Rather than being court-martialed, Dyer received support from many British officials and members of Parliament. The House of Lords praised him, and supporters raised money to give him a substantial financial reward. He was eventually removed from command, but faced no criminal charges. The massacre galvanized Indian independence movements and convinced many moderate Indians that British rule could never be reformed. It became a turning point that pushed leaders like Gandhi toward demanding complete independence rather than dominion status within the British Empire. The Mau Mau detention camps. Between 1952 and 1960, British colonial authorities in Kenya fought an insurgency known as the Mau Mau Uprising. Kenyan activists, primarily from the Kikuyu ethnic group, demanded land rights and independence from colonial rule. The British response involved mass detention on an enormous scale. Colonial authorities detained nearly 1.5 million Kenyans, about 1/4 of the entire Kikuyu population, in a network of detention camps and enclosed villages surrounded by barbed wire and guard towers. The British government described these facilities as rehabilitation centers designed to reform people who had taken Mau Mau oaths. In reality, they were brutal detention facilities where systematic abuse occurred daily. For decades, the British government denied the scope of atrocities committed in these camps. Files were deliberately destroyed or hidden. However, documents later revealed through Operation Legacy, a program to remove incriminating files before granting independence to colonies, proved that the colonial administration sanctioned systematic abuse to extract intelligence and break the Mau Mau movement. Methods included severe beatings, sexual violence, castration, burning of skin, and other forms of torture designed to force confessions or information about Mau Mau activities. Guards treated detainees with extreme cruelty. The most notorious incident occurred at Hola Camp on March 3, 1959. Guards clubbed 11 detainees to death for refusing to work. Colonial authorities initially claimed the men had died from drinking contaminated water. When this lie was exposed, public opinion in Britain began turning against the colonial administration's methods. Investigations revealed that commandants and guards had received tacit approval for harsh treatment from senior colonial officials. The camps destroyed families and communities. Many detainees spent years in detention without formal charges or trials. When Kenya gained independence in 1963, many of those responsible for the camps returned to Britain and faced no accountability. In 2013, after Kenyan survivors filed a lawsuit, the British government issued an apology and agreed to compensate over 5,000 victims, though this represented only a fraction of those who suffered. The Bengal Famine. In 1943, while Britain fought World War II, approximately 3 million people died of starvation and disease in Bengal, a region that included what is now Bangladesh and the Indian state of West Bengal. The famine resulted from a combination of factors including cyclones, flooding, and wartime disruptions, but British policies transformed a food shortage into mass death. Bengal had experienced poor harvests, but the region had not run out of food. The primary issue was distribution and access. As the famine intensified through 1943, rice and grain continued being exported from India to support British war efforts and stockpile food in other parts of the empire. British authorities prioritized feeding the military and ensuring food security in Britain itself over feeding Indian civilians. The British War Cabinet, led by Prime Minister Winston Churchill, repeatedly denied requests from Indian officials for emergency food shipments. Churchill's cabinet discussed the famine multiple times, but decided against diverting merchant shipping to deliver food aid to Bengal. Churchill blamed the famine on Indians breeding like rabbits and made comments suggesting Indians were somehow responsible for their own starvation. As people died by the thousands daily, British military warehouses in Bengal held large stockpiles of food reserved for troops and potential military needs. Colonial policies prevented these supplies from being released to the starving population. The government also restricted movement of grain within India through trade controls designed to prevent food from reaching areas where it might be seized by Japanese forces if they invaded. Bodies lined the streets of Calcutta. Families abandoned children they couldn't feed. Disease spread as malnutrition weakened immune systems. Provincial governments requested assistance repeatedly, but the central British administration provided minimal relief. Some historians characterize the famine as manslaughter through deliberate policy decisions that prioritized military and political objectives over Indian lives. The British government's actions during the famine further eroded any remaining Indian support for colonial rule and strengthened demands for independence, which came 4 years later in 1947. The Batang Kali Massacre. On December 12, 1948, a patrol of Scots Guards from the 2nd Battalion entered a rubber plantation village at Batang Kali in Selangor, British Malaya. Britain was fighting communist insurgents during what became known as the Malayan Emergency. The patrol, consisting of 14 soldiers, arrived at the village around dawn. They rounded up all the residents and separated the men from the women and children. The soldiers locked the women and children in several buildings. They then divided the 24 adult and teenage males into 2 groups and took them to different locations on the plantation. According to the official British Army report, the villagers were shot while attempting to escape. Soldiers claimed the men had been released to gather their belongings, but then tried to run away, forcing the troops to open fire. However, evidence and witness statements painted a very different picture. The women and children who survived reported that they heard sustained gunfire, but no warnings or shouts to halt. The bodies, when recovered, showed that victims had been shot at close range, many with multiple wounds. No villagers were armed. Local investigations found the bodies clustered together rather than spread out as would be expected if people were running away. Several soldiers later admitted that the killings had been premeditated. One soldier told reporters decades later that they had been ordered to kill the villagers. Another described how the men were shot in groups without any attempt to escape. The massacre was sometimes called Britain's My Lai, comparing it to the infamous American atrocity in Vietnam. Despite evidence of wrongdoing, no soldiers were ever prosecuted. The British government conducted several inquiries over the following decades, but each time decided not to pursue charges. In 1970, survivors requested a new investigation after soldiers came forward with confessions. The government refused. In 2012, the British High Court ruled against survivors who sought a public inquiry, stating too much time had passed. Although the UK has now issued statements of regret and apology, they still resist full legal accountability. The Chagosian expulsion. Between 1968 and 1973, the British government forcibly removed the entire population of the Chagos archipelago in the Indian Ocean. Approximately 2,000 Chagosians, descendants of enslaved Africans and Indian laborers who had lived on the islands for generations, were expelled to make way for a United States military base on Diego Garcia, the largest island. The British government had secretly leased Diego Garcia to the United States military. To facilitate the base construction, authorities decided the islands needed to be emptied of their inhabitants. Initially, Chagosians who had traveled to Mauritius for medical treatment or other reasons were simply prevented from returning home. Officials told them their islands were closed. Then authorities began systematic removal of the remaining population. To frighten islanders into leaving, British agents killed their pet dogs. Hundreds of dogs were rounded up, herded into sealed sheds, and gassed to death with exhaust fumes while their owners watched and listened. The psychological impact of this deliberate cruelty was devastating. Families were then forced onto cargo ships with minimal belongings. They were transported to Mauritius and the Seychelles, places many had never seen, and dumped on the docks with no money, no housing arrangements, and no support. The Chagosians had lived for generations in a close-knit community with their own culture and Creole language. Suddenly they found themselves homeless and destitute in unfamiliar places, unable to return to their islands. Many struggled with extreme poverty. Some died within years from the trauma and harsh conditions. The British government insisted the Chagosians had been temporary contract workers rather than permanent inhabitants, despite generations of family graves on the islands. This fiction allowed officials to claim no permanent population had been displaced. For decades, Chagosians fought in courts to return home. In 2019, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly demanding Britain return the islands to Mauritius and allow the Chagosians to return. The International Court of Justice ruled that British administration of the islands was unlawful, yet as of now the Chagosians remain unable to return, and the U.S. military base continues operating on Diego Garcia. The Summer Palace destruction. In October 1860, during the Second Opium War, British and French forces captured Beijing. On October 6th, troops discovered the bodies of British and French prisoners who had been tortured and killed by Chinese authorities. The prisoners, including a journalist and a diplomatic envoy, had been negotiating under a flag of truce when they were seized weeks earlier. In retaliation, James Bruce, 8th Earl of Elgin, and the British High Commissioner to China, ordered the complete destruction of the old summer palace, known as Yuanming Yuan. The palace complex was one of China's greatest architectural and cultural treasures. It had taken 150 years to build and contained pavilions, gardens, galleries, and temples spread across 860 acres. Inside were countless artworks, ancient manuscripts, porcelain, jade carvings, and other irreplaceable cultural artifacts collected over centuries by Chinese emperors. Before burning it, British and French troops spent 3 days systematically looting the palace. Soldiers filled wagons with gold, silver, jade, porcelain, paintings, and silk. Officers claimed the most valuable items. The looting was so extensive that auction houses in London and Paris spent years selling the stolen artifacts. Many pieces remain in British museums and private collections today. On October 18th, Elgin ordered 3,500 British troops to burn the entire complex to the ground. The destruction took 3 days. Flames consumed wooden structures, gardens, and libraries. The heat was so intense that stone and marble structures cracked and collapsed. When the fires finally burned out, one of Asia's greatest cultural monuments had been reduced to ruins. The destruction was purely punitive, designed to humiliate the Chinese emperor and demonstrate British power. The burning had no military value. The atrocity shocked even some British officials. One officer wrote that the destruction was wretchedly demoralizing work for an army. The ruins remain today as a memorial to what was lost. Chinese authorities have deliberately left the site partially destroyed, as a reminder of the humiliation suffered during the century of humiliation under foreign powers. The destruction of the Summer Palace became a symbol of Western imperialism's cultural destruction in China. Bloody Sunday. On November 21, 1920, during the Irish War of Independence, British forces entered Croke Park Stadium in Dublin during a Gaelic football match between Dublin and Tipperary. Earlier that morning, the Irish Republican Army had assassinated 14 British intelligence officers in coordinated attacks across Dublin. The operation had been ordered by Michael Collins to eliminate the Carrow Gang, a group of undercover agents and assassins targeting IRA leadership. In retaliation, British forces decided to strike at civilians. Around 3:15 p.m., trucks carrying British auxiliaries in black and tans, paramilitary police forces known for brutal reprisals, surrounded Croke Park. Approximately 5,000 spectators were watching the match. Without warning, armored cars entered the ground, and troops opened fire on the crowd. Soldiers fired rifles and machine guns indiscriminately into the stands and onto the playing field. People scrambled desperately to escape, climbing walls and trampling each other in panic. One Tipperary player, Michael Hogan, was shot dead on the field. 14 civilians were killed, including 3 children. Over 60 people were wounded. British authorities claimed they had come to search for weapons and IRA members, and that someone in the crowd had fired first, forcing them to return fire. However, no weapons were found on any of the victims, and forensic evidence showed most victims had been shot from outside the stadium, not from within the crowd. The incident became known as the first Bloody Sunday in Irish history. It galvanized Irish public opinion against British rule and strengthened support for independence. The dead became martyrs, and Croke Park became a symbol of British oppression. The GAA, which runs Gaelic sports, banned British security forces from attending matches, a rule that remained in place for decades. Today, a part of Croke Park Stadium is named the Hogan Stand in honor of the player killed that day. The Partition of India. In 1947, the British government decided to grant independence to India, but partitioned the country into 2 separate nations, India and Pakistan. The partition was executed with catastrophic haste. The British appointed Cyril Radcliffe, a lawyer who had never been to India and knew nothing about the region, to draw the border lines. Radcliffe was given just 5 weeks to divide the entire subcontinent. He worked from outdated maps and census data, drawing lines that split communities, divided families, and separated people from their ancestral lands. The borders cut through Punjab and Bengal, regions with mixed Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh populations. When the borders were announced on August 17, 1947, 2 days after independence, millions of people suddenly found themselves on the wrong side of the new international boundaries. Hindus and Sikhs in what became Pakistan fled toward India. Muslims in India fled toward Pakistan. The mass migration became the largest in human history, with approximately 14 million people displaced. As refugees traveled, communal violence erupted on a massive scale. Trains carrying refugees were attacked, with entire carriages of people murdered. Mobs attacked refugee columns on roads. Villages were burned. Women were abducted and assaulted. Families were separated in the chaos. The violence spiraled out of control. British military forces remained in both countries during the transition period, but they largely failed to intervene to stop the massacres. In some cases, British officers withdrew troops from areas where violence was predictable, leaving civilians unprotected. The death toll remains disputed, but estimates range from 200,000 to 2 million people killed in the partition violence. The British government's decision to rush the partition, combined with inadequate security measures and poor planning, directly contributed to one of the worst humanitarian disasters of the 20th century. The scars of partition remain visible today in the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan. The Opium Wars. Between 1839 and 1860, Britain fought 2 wars against China that were essentially conflicts to protect Britain's drug trafficking operations. British merchants had been importing opium from India into China for decades, creating a massive addiction crisis among the Chinese population. Millions of Chinese people became addicted to opium, devastating families and communities across the country. The Chinese government, seeing the destruction caused by opium addiction, attempted to stop the drug trade. In 1839, Chinese officials confiscated and destroyed over 20,000 chests of opium from British merchants in Canton. Britain responded by declaring war. British naval forces, with superior military technology, bombarded Chinese ports and cities. Chinese defenses were no match for British warships and modern artillery. After defeating Chinese forces in the First Opium War, Britain imposed the Treaty of Nanking in 1842. The treaty forced China to pay massive reparations to Britain for the destroyed opium, essentially making China pay for the drugs that had been poisoning its population. China was also forced to cede Hong Kong to Britain and open 5 ports to British trade, including unrestricted opium trade. When China attempted to resist continued opium imports in the 1850s, Britain launched the Second Opium War alongside France. Again, superior Western military power overwhelmed Chinese defenses. The resulting treaties forced China to legalize opium and open even more ports to Western trade. The Opium Wars represented Britain acting as a state-sponsored drug cartel, using military force to ensure profits from narcotics trafficking. The wars humiliated China and began what Chinese historians call the Century of Humiliation, when Western powers exploited and carved up Chinese territory. The forced legalization of opium continued devastating Chinese society for generations, with addiction rates soaring and social problems multiplying. The Tasmanian Genocide. During the 1820s and early 1830s, British colonists in Tasmania, then called Van Diemen's Land, engaged in systematic killing of the indigenous Aboriginal population. The Tasmanian Aboriginal people had lived on the island for at least 35,000 years before British colonization began in 1803. As British settlers expanded across the island, they pushed Aboriginal people off their traditional lands. Conflicts erupted as Aboriginal groups resisted the invasion of their territories. British authorities and settlers responded with extreme violence, Settler militias and soldiers hunted Aboriginal people, shooting them on sight. Poisoned flour was left out deliberately to kill Aboriginal families. Children were taken from their parents. Women were kidnapped and forced into servitude. The violence escalated into what became known as the Black War. In 1830, Lieutenant Governor George Arthur organized the Black Line, an operation where approximately 2,200 settlers and soldiers formed a human chain across the island. They marched from north to south, attempting to corral all remaining Aboriginal people into the Tasman Peninsula. The operation was a military failure, capturing only a handful of people. However, the systematic violence and disease introduced by colonists had already devastated the Aboriginal population. By the 1830s, only a few hundred Aboriginal Tasmanians survived from an original population estimated at 3,000 to 15,000. George Augustus Robinson, a British missionary, convinced the remaining survivors to relocate to Flinders Island, promising them safety and provision. Instead, conditions on Flinders Island were terrible. Poor food, inadequate shelter, and disease killed most of the relocated population within years. Truganini, often called the last full-blooded Tasmanian Aboriginal person, died in 1876. The Tasmanian case is frequently cited by historians and genocide scholars as one of the only documented examples of a successful complete genocide, where an entire distinct population was eliminated. British colonization effectively destroyed Tasmania's Aboriginal people and their culture within a single generation. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The Birthday Fire. On January 4, 2019, 5 15-year-old girls arrived at the Tuni Pokoi escape room in Koszalin, Poland, excited to celebrate a birthday together. Julia, Amelia, Gosia, Carolina, and Victoria were close friends looking forward to an afternoon of puzzles and adventure. The escape room was located in a converted residential building, and the teenagers checked in around 5 p.m., eager to start their game. A 26-year-old employee led them to the waiting area while preparing their room. In that waiting area sat a gas heater, used to warm the space during Poland's cold winter months. The heater had been leaking gas, creating an invisible cloud of flammable vapor that accumulated in the enclosed space. At approximately 5:25 p.m., after the girls had started their escape room, the leaking gas suddenly ignited and exploded into flames. Fire erupted instantly throughout the waiting area, blocking the main entrance. The 5 girls were trapped inside a room with no emergency exit and no handle on the inside of the door. Thick black smoke filled the space within seconds as the fire consumed furniture and building materials. The teenagers had no way out. The employee suffered severe burns trying to help, but was forced back by the flames. Emergency services received calls immediately, but by the time firefighters arrived and extinguished the blaze, all 5 girls had died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Their bodies were found together in the room where they'd been trapped. The tragedy marked the first known escape room fatalities in history. Poland's interior minister immediately ordered nationwide safety inspections of all escape rooms. Within days, authorities shut down 13 escape rooms across the country for serious safety violations, including blocked exits, inadequate fire suppression, and dangerous heating systems. The 28-year-old escape room owner was arrested and charged with deliberately endangering lives and unintentionally causing the deaths. He faced up to 8 years in prison. The incident prompted Poland to quickly tighten fire safety regulations for all entertainment venues, requiring emergency exits, fire suppression systems, and strict inspection protocols. The Coffin Crush. On September 16, 2017, 21-year-old Chung Chu-kit visited Ocean Park in Hong Kong during their annual Halloween celebration. The park featured several haunted attractions designed to thrill visitors with scares and immersive horror experiences. One attraction, called Buried Alive, invited guests to experience the sensation of being trapped in a coffin and escaping from a pretend crypt. Chung entered the attraction alone around 8:30 p.m., ready for the Halloween experience. The attraction used mechanical coffin platforms that moved on tracks to simulate burial and create atmosphere. Guests were supposed to stay in designated areas as they navigated through the themed environment. For reasons that remain unclear, Chung strayed from the designated guest path and entered an off-limits area of the mechanical ride. Minutes after entering, staff discovered him unconscious in a restricted technical zone. A moving coffin platform had struck him with tremendous force. The heavy mechanical equipment crushed him against structural elements of the ride, causing massive trauma to his back and internal organs. Paramedics were called immediately and rushed Chung to a hospital, but his injuries were catastrophic. He died from the trauma shortly after arrival. Ocean Park officials immediately shut down all Halloween attractions and launched an internal investigation. Hong Kong government authorities also investigated the incident. The investigation revealed that Chung had climbed into an unsafe area where guests were never meant to be, though questions arose about why such areas were accessible at all. The park's chief executive expressed deep sorrow and promised to tighten safety protocols. The tragedy sparked widespread discussion about safety in haunted attractions and immersive experiences. The Horror Quest Fire. On July 22, 2024, two young women arrived at a horror-themed escape quest called House of Horrors in Makhachkala, Dagestan. Asiyat, 19 years old, and her friend Medina, 25, were looking for an intense, scary experience. The quest rooms specialized in extreme horror, using actors, props, and special effects to terrify participants. The women entered the game along with Asiyat's husband, Said, who was 21 years old. The scenario involved being captured and restrained as part of the horror theme. As the game progressed, Asiyat and Medina were shackled to chairs, unable to move freely. This was presented as part of the immersive experience. An 18-year-old actor working as the game master decided to enhance the fear factor with a dangerous stunt. He doused his gloved hands in gasoline and lit them on fire, creating a dramatic visual effect. The burning gasoline on his hands should have burned out quickly, but the stunt went catastrophically wrong. Flaming gasoline dripped from his hands onto nearby props, including a chainsaw covered in fuel. Within seconds, a fuel can ignited, and fire exploded throughout the room. The two women, still chained to their chairs, could not escape. The husband desperately tried to free his wife and her friend, suffering burns over half his body in the attempt. The venue had no fire suppression system, no emergency exits, and no quick-release mechanisms for the restraints. Asiyat died from carbon monoxide inhalation as smoke filled the enclosed space. Medina sustained burns over 97% of her body and died shortly after from her injuries. The shocking circumstances drew immediate media attention across Russia. Authorities launched a criminal investigation and arrested the teenage game master for negligence, leading to death. The quest room's owner was also charged amid public outrage over the complete lack of safety measures. The ladder fall. In November 2022, a 30-year-old man named Luo participated in an escape room game in Xi'an, China. The escape room featured a two-story design with multiple levels that players needed to navigate as part of solving the game. The final stage of the game required players to climb down from a second-floor loft through a hatch, using a rope ladder to reach the lower level. Luo reached this stage and began his descent as instructed by the game design. The escape room had installed a safety rope that was supposed to serve as a handhold and security line for players making the climb. As Luo descended the rope ladder into the lower chamber, the safety rope failed. Investigators later determined the rope had been improperly secured and essentially rendered useless. Without proper support, Luo lost his grip on the ladder. He fell 2 meters, roughly 6.5 feet, from the loft opening to the floor below. The impact area had no padding, crash mats, or any other fall protection, despite being a known hazard point in the game. Luo struck the hard floor with severe force, sustaining critical head and spinal injuries. Staff called emergency services immediately, but despite rescue efforts and medical treatment, Luo died from his injuries. His family filed a lawsuit against the escape room operator for negligence. The investigation revealed multiple safety failures. The safety line that should have been properly anchored as a secure handhold was coiled uselessly on the second floor. The venue lacked any padding or protection at the fall hazard, and players had not been given adequate safety briefings about the physical risks. A Chinese court heard the case and ordered the company to pay approximately 670,000 RMB in damages to the family, equivalent to about $95,000. Chinese authorities and media urged operators to improve safety measures, from proper equipment installation and regular inspection to clear player briefings about physical requirements and risks. The Haunted Castle Inferno. On May 11, 1984, years before modern escape rooms existed, 8 teenagers visited Six Flags Great Adventure in Jackson Township, New Jersey. The popular amusement park featured a walk-through attraction called the Haunted Castle, a dark maze filled with costumed actors, special effects, and horror-themed rooms designed to scare guests. The 8 visitors, aged between 15 and 19 years old, entered the attraction around 6:30 p.m. on a Friday evening. The Haunted Castle was constructed as a large trailer complex with plywood walls, creating a twisting labyrinth of dark corridors and themed chambers. Guests walked through the darkness, encountering various scares before eventually finding the exit. Shortly after the group entered, fire broke out inside the attraction. The exact cause was never definitively determined, though arson was suspected. Flames spread rapidly through the structure, which was built with highly flammable materials. The dark, twisting corridors that made the attraction frightening became death traps as thick black smoke filled the space within minutes. The 8 teenagers became disoriented in the darkness and smoke, unable to locate exits. The Haunted Castle had no sprinkler system despite being an enclosed entertainment venue. Emergency exits were inadequate, and in the chaos and darkness, the trapped teenagers could not find their way out. All 8 died from smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide poisoning before firefighters could reach them. Their bodies were recovered from various locations throughout the burned structure, showing they had desperately searched for escape routes. The tragedy shocked the nation and became front-page news across America. Investigators uncovered that Six Flags had ignored repeated fire safety warnings about the haunted castle. The park and its parent company were indicted for aggravated manslaughter, accused of reckless negligence. Six Flags paid millions of dollars in civil settlements to the victims' families. The incident prompted sweeping changes in fire codes and enforcement for amusement attractions nationwide, requiring sprinkler systems, emergency lighting, clearly marked exits, and regular fire safety inspections for all similar venues. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Ayrton Senna, 1994. On May 1, 1994, 34-year-old Ayrton Senna was leading the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola, driving his Williams FW16 at race speed. The three-time world champion from Brazil was already a legend, known for his wet-weather brilliance and aggressive driving style. It was lap 7, and Senna approached the Tamburello corner at approximately 192 miles per hour. This fast left-hander had caught drivers before, but Senna knew it well. Without warning, his car suddenly veered off the racing line and left the track. The Williams shot straight toward the concrete wall on the outside of the corner, with no sign of braking or correction. Impact came at nearly full speed. The car slammed into the unprotected concrete barrier, crumpling the front end instantly. Debris exploded across the track. Among the wreckage, a suspension rod broke free from the car and pierced directly through Senna's helmet visor. The metal component penetrated his skull, causing massive head and brain trauma. Medical crews reached him within seconds, but the damage was catastrophic. Senna was extracted from the cockpit and airlifted by helicopter to Bologna's Maggiore Hospital. Doctors worked desperately to save him, but his injuries were unsurvivable. Later that afternoon, Ayrton Senna was pronounced dead. Brazil declared 3 days of national mourning. His funeral in São Paulo drew over 3 million people into the streets. Senna's death triggered immediate safety reforms, including track modifications, improved barriers, and mandatory cockpit safety enhancements that fundamentally changed Formula One racing. Tom Price, 1977. On March 5, 1977, 27-year-old Welsh driver Tom Price was racing in the South African Grand Prix at Kyalami Circuit. The shadow driver from Wales was having a solid race, running in the midfield pack as the cars circulated at racing speeds exceeding 170 miles per hour. Earlier in the race, another car had pulled off with a small fire on the opposite side of the track. Two young marshals, without authorization from race control, decided to run across the main racing circuit carrying heavy fire extinguishers to deal with the smoking car. The marshals sprinted across the track at a section where cars crested a rise, meaning drivers had virtually no warning of what lay ahead. Price came over the rise at full throttle, approximately 170 miles per hour, with zero visibility of the marshals crossing below. By the time he saw them, reaction was impossible. His shadow struck 19-year-old Marshal Frederik Jansen van Vuuren directly, killing the teenager instantly. The marshal's 40-pound fire extinguisher was launched upward by the impact like a projectile. The heavy metal cylinder flew through the air and struck Price's head with devastating force, killing him on impact inside his cockpit. Price's car, now carrying its dead driver, continued down the track at speed, with no steering input, eventually crashing heavily into barriers. Both men died instantly. The accident was captured on film and remains one of the most horrific incidents in motorsport history. Formula One immediately overhauled its marshalling procedures, establishing strict protocols that marshals could never cross an active racing surface without permission and proper safety measures. Roger Williamson, 1973. On July 29, 1973, 25-year-old British driver Roger Williamson was competing in only his second Formula One race at the Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort. The rookie was running his March chassis in the midfield when disaster struck on lap 8. At high speed, a tire on Williamson's car suffered a catastrophic failure, causing him to lose control instantly. The March veered off track and hit the poorly installed Armco barriers. The barrier acted like a ramp, and the car was launched into the air, flipping completely upside down before landing on its rollover hoop. The inverted car immediately burst into flames. Williamson was alive inside, strapped upside down in his cockpit, conscious and screaming for help as fire engulfed the chassis. Fellow driver David Purley saw the accident unfold in his mirrors. In an extraordinary act of courage, Purley stopped his own race car, jumped out and sprinted across the active racing circuit to help. For several minutes, Purley attempted single-handedly to flip the burning March upright, desperately trying to free his trapped colleague. He waved frantically at passing cars and marshals for assistance. Shockingly, race officials did not stop the race. Cars continued screaming past at full speed, while Purley fought the flames barehanded. Most track marshals lacked proper fireproof equipment and hesitated to approach the inferno. By the time a fire truck finally arrived and extinguished the flames, Roger Williamson had died from smoke inhalation and asphyxiation inside his cockpit. He wasn't severely injured by the crash itself, just trapped upside down as fire consumed oxygen around him. The haunting footage of Purley's solo rescue attempt, while the race continued, remains one of Formula One's most disturbing moments. Roland Ratzenberger, 1994. On April 30, 1994, 33-year-old Austrian driver Roland Ratzenberger was participating in qualifying for the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola. The rookie was driving for the small Simtek team in only his third Formula One event. During an earlier qualifying run, Ratzenberger's car had sustained front wing damage that his team attempted to repair. On his next flying lap, the temporary repair failed. At approximately 195 miles per hour, approaching the high-speed Villeneuve corner, his front wing collapsed completely. Without front downforce, the Simtek became instantly uncontrollable. Ratzenberger's car shot straight off the racing line at nearly full speed. He hit the concrete barrier head-on with tremendous force. The car disintegrated on contact, scattering debris across the circuit. Ratzenberger was killed instantly from a basilar skull fracture, a catastrophic head and neck injury caused by extreme deceleration forces. Medical crews reached him within seconds, but he had died on impact. His death marked the first driver fatality at a Formula One race weekend in 12 years, ending a period during which the sport had believed it had conquered its deadly past. Less than 24 hours later, Ayrton Senna would die at the same circuit during the race itself. The 1994 San Marino Grand Prix weekend became known as Formula One's darkest weekend, with 2 drivers killed in separate accidents within a single day. Ratzenberger's death, though initially overshadowed by Senna's more famous crash, proved equally significant in forcing Formula One to confront its safety standards. The incidents directly led to mandatory implementation of the HANS device and numerous other safety innovations that have prevented similar basilar skull fractures. Jules Bianchi, 2014. On October 5, 2014, 25-year-old French driver Jules Bianchi was racing for the Marussia team in the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka circuit. Heavy rain had been falling throughout the race, creating treacherous conditions on the high-speed circuit. Several laps earlier, German driver Adrian Sutil had crashed his Sauber at the Dunlop curve, and a recovery vehicle was on track retrieving the damaged car. Double yellow flags were waving, indicating drivers should slow considerably and be prepared to stop. Bianchi approached the accident scene under caution, but lost control on standing water. His Marussia hydroplaned off the racing line at reduced but still significant speed. The car slid off track and went directly toward the recovery crane that was loading Sutil's wrecked car. Bianchi's car struck the rear of the heavy tractor with its nose, but the low-slung Formula One chassis slid partially underneath the crane's chassis. The impact subjected Bianchi to massive deceleration forces as his car was compressed and deflected by the crane's underside. His helmet struck the crane's framework with catastrophic results. He sustained a diffuse axonal brain injury, one of the most severe forms of traumatic brain damage. Bianchi was immediately unconscious and required emergency extraction from the cockpit. He was rushed to Mia General Medical Center in Yokkaichi, where surgeons performed emergency procedures to relieve brain swelling. Bianchi fell into a coma and never regained consciousness. After 9 months in various medical facilities, Jules Bianchi died on July 17, 2015. He was the first Formula One driver to die from racing injuries since Ayrton Senna 21 years earlier. His accident prompted immediate safety reviews and led to the introduction of the virtual safety car system and eventually the Halo cockpit protection device. Formula One retired his car number 17 permanently in his honor. Gilles Villeneuve, 1982. On May 8, 1982, 32-year-old Canadian driver Gilles Villeneuve was participating in final qualifying for the Belgian Grand Prix at Zolder Circuit. The Ferrari driver was beloved by fans for his spectacular, wheel-to-wheel racing style and was desperately trying to improve his grid position, the starting lineup for a race determined by time trials beforehand. His teammate Didier Pironi had set a competitive time, and Villeneuve was pushing hard in the closing minutes of the session. Racing at over 140 miles per hour, Villeneuve came up rapidly behind the much slower German driver Jochen Mass, who was completing a slow cooldown lap. Mass, hearing the Ferrari approaching at high speed, moved to the right side of the track to allow Villeneuve through. At precisely the same moment, Villeneuve also veered right to overtake. Neither driver could see the other's intention in time. The Ferrari's nose made contact with the March's left rear wheel. The impact launched Villeneuve's Ferrari violently into the air. The car began cartwheeling end over end across the circuit at tremendous speed, disintegrating as it tumbled. During one of the rotations, Villeneuve was thrown from the cockpit, still attached to his seat. He struck the ground with massive force, sustaining a fatal fracture to his neck and cervical spine. The violent ejection from the tumbling car proved instantly fatal. Medical crews reached him quickly, but he was unresponsive. Villeneuve was rushed to University Hospital in Leuven, where doctors confirmed the severity of his injuries. Despite all efforts, Gilles Villeneuve died later that evening. The Ferrari team and entire Formula One community mourned one of the sport's most charismatic and talented drivers. Ronnie Peterson, 1978. On September 10, 1978, 34-year-old Swedish driver Ronnie Peterson was starting the Italian Grand Prix at Monza from the second row, a solid starting position. Known as Super Swede, Peterson was one of the fastest and most popular drivers of the 1970s, racing for Lotus. At the race start, the tightly bunched pack of cars accelerated toward the first chicane at the end of the long main straight. As cars jockeyed for position entering the braking zone, several made contact in the chaos. Peterson's Lotus was clipped by another car and launched sideways into the Armco barrier on the right side of the track. The impact was severe, and Peterson's car burst into flames immediately. Fuel from ruptured tanks ignited, engulfing the Lotus in fire. Several drivers, including James Hunt, stopped their cars and rushed to help, pulling Peterson from the burning wreckage. He was conscious and talking, suffering from multiple compound fractures to both legs along with other injuries. Medical teams transported Peterson to Nigarda Hospital in Milan, where orthopedic surgeons worked through the night performing extensive operations on his shattered legs. The surgery lasted several hours. Initially, doctors were cautiously optimistic about his survival. However, during the night, Peterson's condition deteriorated rapidly. He developed a fat embolism, a complication where fat particles from his broken bones entered his bloodstream and blocked vital blood vessels. Despite intensive care efforts, Ronnie Peterson died early the next morning. His death devastated the Formula One community. Peterson had been leading the championship battle and was poised to challenge for the title. His teammate Mario Andretti, who won the race and clinched the 1978 World Championship, could barely celebrate after learning of Peterson's death. The tragedy led to improved emergency medical response protocols and modifications to Monza's first chicane to prevent similar start line incidents. Jochen Rindt, 1970. On September 5, 1970, 28-year-old Austrian driver Jochen Rindt was practicing for the Italian Grand Prix at Monza circuit. The charismatic Lotus driver was leading the Formula One World Championship and appeared certain to clinch his first title. His Lotus 72 was tuned to have almost no extra downforce, so it could reach higher top speeds on Monza's fast track. During a practice session, Rindt was braking from over 150 miles per hour, approaching the Parabolica corner when his car suddenly veered left without warning. The Lotus shot off the racing line and struck the guardrail at high speed. The impact was made catastrophically worse because the car went partially underneath the metal barrier, which effectively scalped the front of the chassis and decelerated the car with extreme violence. Rindt had been racing without his crotch strap fastened, a dangerous practice some drivers adopted for comfort and easier cockpit exit. Without the full 6-point harness properly secured, Rindt shot forward under his lap belt during the impact. The safety belt buckle was driven into his chest and throat with tremendous force, causing fatal internal injuries to his chest and neck. He sustained massive trauma and was unconscious when extracted from the wreckage. Jochen Rindt died en route to hospital. Investigators suspected either brake failure or aerodynamic instability caused the car to veer off course, but the exact cause was never definitively determined. Because Rindt had built such a commanding championship lead before his death, no other driver managed to surpass his points total in the remaining races. Jochen Rindt was crowned 1970 Formula One World Champion posthumously, the only driver in history to win the championship after his death. His tragedy led to renewed focus on proper safety harness use and improved barrier design. Wolfgang von Trips, 1961. On September 10, 1961, 33-year-old German Count Wolfgang von Trips was racing for Ferrari in the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. The aristocratic driver was leading the world championship and needed only to finish second or better to clinch his first title. On the second lap of the race, von Trips was battling with British driver Jim Clark's Lotus through the high-speed Parabolica section. The two cars were running side by side at approximately 140 miles per hour when their wheels made contact. The touch sent von Trips's Ferrari veering sharply left off the racing circuit. The car shot up an embankment and struck a wire fence that separated the track from a packed spectator viewing area. The Ferrari disintegrated as it hit the fence, scattering wreckage across the grandstand. 15 spectators standing along the fence were killed instantly by the car and flying debris. Many more suffered serious injuries. Von Trips was thrown from his disintegrating Ferrari during the impact. He landed on the track and was reportedly already dead. Medical teams confirmed he had sustained fatal injuries in the crash. The race controversially continued despite the carnage, and von Trips's teammate Phil Hill won, clinching the 1961 World Championship in the most tragic circumstances imaginable. The Monza disaster, with 16 total fatalities, remains one of Formula One's deadliest single incidents. The catastrophe prompted immediate changes to spectator safety regulations, including improved barriers, greater separation between tracks and crowds, and stricter enforcement of safety zones. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The ski football crash. On New Year's Eve, 1997, 39-year-old Michael Lemoyne Kennedy was vacationing with family in Aspen, Colorado for the New Year's holiday. Michael was a member of the famous Kennedy family, the son of Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy. He was the CEO of Citizens Energy, a non-profit that used profits from energy ventures to fund charitable programs for the poor, and father of 5, known for his athletic abilities and family legacy. That afternoon, Kennedy and his siblings decided to play a Kennedy family tradition called ski football. The game involved tossing a football back and forth while skiing downhill at high speeds. They had played this game many times before, and that day was no different. Around 4:15 p.m., Kennedy was skiing at approximately 40 miles per hour on a steep intermediate run at the Aspen Highlands Ski Resort. He was participating in the ski football game, focused on catching passes while navigating the slope. As Kennedy raced downhill attempting to catch or throw the football, he lost control on the steep terrain. He was unable to release his ski binding safety mechanism in time. Kennedy crashed headfirst into a tree at full speed. The impact was catastrophic. He sustained fatal skull fractures and severe neck trauma. Family members and ski patrol reached him within minutes and attempted resuscitation, but Michael Kennedy was pronounced dead that afternoon. News coverage dominated the media for days. Kennedy's funeral drew hundreds of mourners, and what had been planned as an elite New Year's getaway had transformed into a scene of national mourning. The Honolulu fireworks explosion. On December 31, 2024, a backyard New Year's Eve party in Honolulu's Aliamanu neighborhood was in full swing as families gathered to celebrate. Among the guests was 3-year-old Cassius Ramos Benigno, a cheerful preschooler who loved fireworks and big celebrations. He sat on his father's shoulders, waving excitedly as adults prepared an elaborate but extremely illegal fireworks display in the garage. The homeowner had purchased a massive fireworks cake, a professional-grade pyrotechnic device containing multiple aerial shells designed to launch in sequence. Around 9 p.m., as the party reached its peak, someone lit the fireworks cake. Within seconds, something went horribly wrong. The heavy device tipped over, redirecting its rockets horizontally instead of skyward. Flaming projectiles shot directly into boxes and crates filled with additional fireworks stored throughout the garage. The chain reaction was instantaneous. A massive explosion ripped through the garage, sending a shockwave across the property. The blast obliterated the garage structure, destroyed multiple vehicles, and sent debris flying hundreds of feet. Flames engulfed the area. Cassius died instantly from the blast. His grandmother, 61-year-old Carmelita Benigno, also died at the scene. 2 other women, 58-year-old Nellie Ibarra and 23-year-old Jennifer Van, died from their injuries shortly after. 20 other guests suffered serious burns and trauma. Nearly a month later, 29-year-old Kevin Ballesteros, who had been critically injured in the explosion, succumbed to his injuries, bringing the death toll to 5. The explosion made headlines worldwide. Hawaii authorities launched investigations into illegal fireworks trafficking, and the homeowner faced potential criminal charges. The plane fire. On December 31, 1985, 45-year-old Ricky Nelson was traveling from Guntersville, Alabama, to a New Year's Eve concert at the Coach House Concert Hall in San Diego, California. The rock and roll pioneer, who had starred in the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet as a child and became famous for hits like Hello, Mary Lou, was accompanied by his fiancée Helen Blair and his band members. They were flying in a chartered Douglas DC-3 aircraft with 2 pilots. The group was excited about performing on New Year's Eve. Around 5 p.m., as the DC-3 flew over northeast Texas near DeKalb, a fire broke out in the cabin. The exact ignition source was later determined to be a malfunctioning cabin heater. Flames and thick smoke rapidly filled the passenger compartment. Nelson and his band members attempted to help his fiancée and escape the smoke, but the fire spread too quickly. The pilots realized they had an emergency and attempted to make a crash landing in an open field. The DC-3 came down hard near DeKalb, Texas, breaking apart on impact. Both pilots survived the crash landing and escaped from the cockpit. However, the passenger cabin was engulfed in flames. Ricky Nelson, Helen Blair, and the 5 band members all died from smoke inhalation and burns. Only the 2 pilots in the separated cockpit survived. Autopsies later confirmed that no drugs were in Nelson's system, debunking early rumors about freebasing cocaine causing the fire. The official National Transportation Safety Board investigation determined the cabin heater malfunction caused the fatal fire. Ricky Nelson's death sent shockwaves through the music industry and among fans worldwide, and he was posthumously inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1987. The Backseat Incident. On New Year's Eve, 1952, 29-year-old Hank Williams was scheduled to perform two New Year's concerts, one in Charleston, West Virginia, and another in Canton, Ohio. The country music legend had been dealing with chronic back pain for years and regularly used alcohol and prescription medications. His New Year's Eve Charleston concert was canceled due to bad weather and icy roads. Williams decided to continue traveling overnight to make the Canton show on New Year's Day. A driver was hired to take Williams in his blue Cadillac convertible. Before departing, Williams visited a doctor in Knoxville, Tennessee, who administered injections of vitamin B12 and morphine for his pain. Williams also had chloral hydrate, a powerful sedative, and had been drinking. He climbed into the back seat of the Cadillac and lay down for the long drive north. As midnight passed and 1953 began, the driver continued through the winter night with Williams sleeping in the back. Hours passed. Sometime after midnight, the driver noticed Williams had become very still and wasn't responding. Around 7 a.m. on January 1st, the car stopped in Oak Hill, West Virginia for gas. The driver tried to wake Williams but got no response. He felt Williams' hand and realized it was cold. A doctor was summoned immediately. Hank Williams was pronounced dead in the back seat of his Cadillac. The official cause was listed as right ventricular heart failure. Medical experts later determined Williams had died from a lethal combination of alcohol, chloral hydrate, and morphine that caused his heart to stop. He was 29. His body was taken to an Oak Hill hospital, then transported back to Alabama. His death shocked the nation, and his Montgomery funeral drew over 20,000 mourners, cementing his status in history as a country music icon. The carbon monoxide cabin. On December 31, 2020, 8 friends from the Tribestovo area of Bosnia and Herzegovina gathered at a remote mountain cabin to celebrate New Year's Eve together. The group consisted of high school and college students, all between 18 and 20 years old. As temperatures dropped that evening in the isolated mountain location, the group brought a gasoline-powered generator inside the cabin to provide heat and electricity. Due to its primitive design, the small structure had limited ventilation. As midnight approached and the new year began, the generator continued running inside the enclosed space. Carbon monoxide from the generator's exhaust began accumulating in the cabin. The colorless, odorless gas filled the room as the group celebrated, unaware of the danger that surrounded them. By the time symptoms became apparent, the gas had already reached lethal levels. One by one, all 8 friends were overcome by the toxic fumes. None were able to escape or call for help. When family members couldn't reach the group on New Year's Day and went to check on them, they found all 8 friends dead inside the cabin. Bosnian authorities confirmed that the generator's exhaust had created a deadly atmosphere inside the poorly ventilated structure. The symptoms had likely been so sudden and disorienting that none of the victims understood what was happening in time to save themselves or others. The story shocked Bosnia and Herzegovina and made international headlines. Officials used the incident to warn about the dangers of running generators or other combustion engines indoors, especially during cold weather celebrations when people might prioritize warmth over ventilation. The relief flight crash. On New Year's Eve, 1972, 38-year-old Roberto Clemente was at the San Juan Airport in Puerto Rico preparing to board a DC-7 cargo plane. The Pittsburgh Pirates baseball star and humanitarian had spent days organizing relief supplies for Nicaragua, where a massive earthquake had killed thousands and left survivors desperate for aid. Clemente had learned that previous shipments were being stolen by corrupt officials before reaching victims. He decided to accompany this flight personally to ensure the supplies reached those in need. The DC-7 aircraft was loaded with relief supplies including food, medicine, and clothing. The plane was overloaded beyond its safe weight capacity. Maintenance records later showed the aircraft had known mechanical problems, and the pilot had minimal experience with the DC-7. Around 9:22 p.m. on New Year's Eve, the heavily loaded plane began its takeoff roll from Isla Verde International Airport. The aircraft struggled to gain altitude after leaving the runway. Within seconds of takeoff, witnesses heard explosions and saw flames. One of the plane's engines had failed. The crippled DC-7 banked sharply and descended toward the Atlantic Ocean just offshore. The aircraft crashed into the water approximately 1 mile from the airport. All 5 people aboard, including Clemente, were killed on impact. Coast Guard vessels and rescue teams searched the crash site for days. They recovered the bodies of 4 crew members and debris from the plane, but Clemente's body was never found. His death on New Year's Eve while on a humanitarian mission stunned the sports world and Puerto Rico. Major League Baseball waived the standard waiting period and inducted Clemente into the Hall of Fame just months later. Nicaragua named stadiums and buildings after him. The tragedy remains one of the most famous New Year's Eve deaths in sports history. The roadside strike. On January 1, 2025, 52-year-old Jelson Kainu Leslie was celebrating New Year's in South Kona, Hawaii. Just 2 minutes after midnight, as 2025 began, Leslie was setting up a street-side fireworks display in Captain Cook, a small community on the Big Island. He was positioning pyrotechnics along the roadway to launch as part of the New Year's celebration. While Leslie worked on the roadside fireworks setup, a 2018 Honda Accord was driving through the area. The driver, later suspected of driving under the influence, was traveling at high speed through the residential neighborhood. Around 12:02 a.m., the Honda struck Leslie directly as he stood on the roadway arranging fireworks. The impact threw him violently. The car continued its trajectory and crashed into a parked truck nearby. Emergency responders arrived quickly, but Jelson Leslie died at the scene from massive trauma. Police arrested the driver on suspicion of DUI and vehicular manslaughter. Hawaii authorities used the case to emphasize both DUI enforcement and the risks of fireworks preparations near active roadways during New Year's festivities. The concert crash. On New Year's Day 2024, just after midnight, a large crowd was exiting a concert at Rochester's Kodak Center in New York. The New Year's celebration had drawn hundreds of people to the venue for a performance. Among the attendees were 28-year-old Justina Hughes and 29-year-old Joshua Orr, who had called a rideshare to take them home after the show. Around 12:50 a.m., as Hughes and Orr waited in their rideshare vehicle outside the venue near the dispersing crowd, a Ford Expedition came racing toward the area at high speed. The SUV was driven by 35-year-old Michael Avery, who had rented the vehicle. Inside the Expedition were multiple gasoline canisters. Surveillance footage and witness accounts showed Avery deliberately accelerating toward the pedestrian area and parked vehicles. The Expedition struck the rideshare car containing Hughes and Orr with tremendous force. The impact combined with the gasoline canisters caused a massive explosion and fireball. The rideshare vehicle was engulfed in flames instantly. Justina Hughes and Joshua Orr died in the inferno, unable to escape the burning wreckage. Multiple pedestrians nearby suffered burns and injuries from the explosion. Michael Avery also died from his injuries. Authorities determined that Avery had intentionally loaded gasoline canisters to create an attack. Chilling video footage captured him buying some of his supplies, though his exact motives remained unclear. The fiery crash outside a New Year's concert made national headlines and sparked discussions about vehicle attacks and public safety at large gatherings. The Golden Boy. On January 1, 2025, 11-year-old Roger Coro was returning from a church picnic in Natadola, Fiji. Known as the Naughty Golden Boy, Roger was a celebrated young athlete in his community, excelling in multiple sports and dreaming of becoming an engineer and national sports champion. He was riding in the open bed of a pickup truck with other church members on their way home from New Year's Day celebrations. Around midday, as the truck traveled along a rural road, it hit a large pothole. The impact jolted the vehicle violently. Roger was thrown from the open cargo bed onto the paved roadway. He struck the pavement with tremendous force, sustaining critical injuries. Other passengers in the truck immediately stopped and called for emergency help. Roger was rushed to Sigatoka Hospital, but he died from his injuries. Community members throughout Nadi mourned the loss of a child they had watched grow and excel. The story gained international attention. Roger's death highlighted transportation safety issues in rural areas and the dangers of passengers riding in open truck beds. His community held memorials celebrating his short life, remembering the Golden Boy who died on New Year's Day. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Steve Irwin. On September 4, 2006, 44-year-old Steve Irwin was filming an underwater documentary segment at Bat Reef off the coast of Australia. The wildlife conservationist, known worldwide as the crocodile hunter, had spent decades working with dangerous animals including crocodiles, venomous snakes, and sharks. That morning, Irwin and his crew were capturing footage for a documentary series called Ocean's Deadliest. Weather conditions had forced them to postpone other filming, so they decided to shoot some filler material in shallow water with stingrays. Stingrays are generally docile creatures that avoid confrontation with humans. Fatal stingray attacks are exceptionally rare, with only a handful documented in history. Around 11 a.m., Irwin was swimming in chest-deep water above a stingray. He approached the animal to film it from above. The stingray, possibly mistaking Irwin for a predator or feeling threatened by the shadow above it, suddenly whipped its tail upward. The barbed tail struck Irwin multiple times in rapid succession. One strike pierced his chest, and the jagged barb penetrated directly into his heart, causing a 2-inch wound. The injury caused massive internal trauma and cardiac arrest. Irwin's crew immediately pulled him onto their boat and began CPR while rushing to shore. Despite frantic efforts to revive him, Steve Irwin was pronounced dead shortly after. The entire incident was captured on film, making it the only known fatal stingray attack ever recorded on video. However, the footage has never been publicly released and was destroyed at the request of Irwin's family. The shocking death made headlines worldwide. Millions of fans who had watched Irwin fearlessly handle deadly crocodiles and venomous snakes were stunned that he died from an animal considered relatively harmless. In the aftermath, Irwin's family continued his conservation work through the Australia Zoo and Wildlife Warriors organization. Bruce Lee. On July 20, 1973, 32-year-old Bruce Lee was in Hong Kong, working on his upcoming film Game of Death. The martial arts superstar and international icon appeared to be in perfect health and peak physical condition. That afternoon, Lee attended a meeting at the apartment of actress Betty Ting Pei to discuss the film. Around 7 p.m., Lee complained of a headache. Ting Pei gave him a tablet of Equagesic, a prescription painkiller containing aspirin and a tranquilizer. Lee took the medication and lay down to rest in a bedroom. Hours passed. When others tried to wake Lee for a dinner meeting, he would not respond. Ting Pei and producer Raymond Chow attempted to rouse him without success. They called Lee's personal physician, who arrived and spent 10 minutes trying to revive him. An ambulance rushed Lee to Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but doctors were unable to revive him. Bruce Lee was pronounced dead at age 32. An autopsy revealed that Lee's brain had swollen significantly, weighing about 13% more than normal. The official cause of death was cerebral edema, swelling of the brain. Pathologists determined that Lee had suffered a severe allergic reaction to one of the components in the Equagesic painkiller. His brain's hypersensitive reaction caused fatal swelling. The coroner's verdict was death by misadventure, meaning accidental death. The shocking death of someone so young and fit sparked immediate conspiracy theories. Over decades, people have speculated about everything from assassination by organized crime to a family curse, especially after Lee's son Brandon also died young in a freak accident. Some theories suggested heat stroke or dehydration. In 2022, researchers even proposed that Lee might have died from hyponatremia, essentially drinking too much water, which can also cause brain swelling. However, the official medical conclusion remains that Bruce Lee died from an allergic reaction to medication. Lee's death remains one of the most discussed and analyzed celebrity deaths, a medical mystery that continues generating theories decades later. Isadora Duncan. On September 14, 1927, 50-year-old Isadora Duncan was riding in an open-air sports car through Nice, France. The American-born dancer had revolutionized modern dance and was known for her flowing, dramatic style both on stage and in daily life. Duncan was a passenger in an Amilcar automobile driven by a young French-Italian mechanic named Benoit Falchetto. She was wearing one of her signature accessories, an extremely long hand-painted silk scarf that hung loosely around her neck and trailed down her back. As the car accelerated down the street around 9 p.m., Duncan's scarf began flowing in the wind. The long fabric caught in the car's open-spoke rear wheel and became entangled in the rear axle. The scarf wound tightly around the rotating axle in an instant. Because the scarf was wrapped around Duncan's neck, the sudden tension yanked her violently out of the moving vehicle. The force was tremendous. Duncan was pulled backward out of the car and onto the cobblestone street. The scarf tightened around her neck like a noose, strangling her. Her neck broke from the violent force, killing her almost instantly. She was dragged several feet along the street before the driver realized what had happened and stopped the car. Witnesses described the horrific scene of Duncan lying on the cobblestones, the scarf still wrapped tightly around her neck and tangled in the car's axle. She died before medical help could arrive. The bizarre accident shocked the world and became immediate international news. Writer Gertrude Stein remarked that affectations can be dangerous, referring to Duncan's habit of wearing such dramatic flowing scarves. The manner of death was so unusual that medical professionals later coined the term Isadora Duncan syndrome to describe accidental strangulation by clothing or accessories caught in machinery. Media coverage at the time described the death as an extraordinary manner for such a celebrated artist to die. Duncan's tragic end became one of history's most famous freak accidents, a cautionary tale about how fashion choices and moving machinery can combine with fatal results. Anton Yelchin. On June 19, 2016, 27-year-old Anton Yelchin returned to his Los Angeles home in the early morning hours after a rehearsal with friends. The rising star, known for playing Pavel Chekhov in the rebooted Star Trek films, lived in a house on a steep driveway in Studio City. Yelchin drove a 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee, equipped with a controversial electronic gear shifter. Around 1:10 a.m., Yelchin parked his SUV on the sloped driveway and exited the vehicle. What he apparently didn't realize was that the gear shifter's confusing design had left the vehicle in neutral rather than park. The Jeep began rolling backward down the incline. Yelchin was positioned between his vehicle and a brick mailbox pillar with a security fence when the SUV started moving. The Jeep pinned him against the brick pillar and metal security gate. The crushing force trapped his body between the vehicle and the solid structure. He was unable to escape or call for help. Friends found him several hours later, still pinned between his Jeep and the gate. Emergency responders arrived quickly, but Anton Yelchin was pronounced dead at the scene from traumatic asphyxia caused by the crushing compression. He had likely lived for several minutes while trapped, unable to breathe properly due to the pressure on his chest. The tragedy became even more disturbing when investigators revealed that Yelchin's vehicle was part of a massive recall. Fiat Chrysler had recalled over 1 million vehicles, including his model, because the electronic gear shifter design confused drivers. The shifter's design made it difficult to determine what gear the vehicle was actually in, leading to numerous rollaway incidents. Yelchin had received recall notices but hadn't yet brought his vehicle in for the repair. His parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Fiat Chrysler, arguing that the defective design killed their son. In 2018, the family reached a confidential settlement with the automaker. Yelchin's shocking death robbed Hollywood of a promising talent and became a cautionary tale that prompted automotive companies to reconsider electronic shifter designs. David Carradine. On June 4, 2009, 72-year-old David Carradine was staying at the Swiss hotel Nilert Park in Bangkok, Thailand, while filming a movie. The actor, famous for the 1970s television series Kung Fu and Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill films, had checked into the hotel alone. On the morning of June 4th, a hotel maid entered Carradine's room for housekeeping. She discovered his body in the closet. Carradine was found hanging with a rope around his neck and genitals. He was unclothed. Thai police were called immediately and began investigating. Initial reports suggested possible self-harm, but evidence quickly pointed toward a different conclusion. The scene indicated accidental death during a solitary intimate act gone wrong. Thai authorities determined that Carradine had died from asphyxiation, but not intentionally. A second autopsy conducted in the United States confirmed the findings: death by asphyxiation with no evidence of self-harm. The conclusion was that Carradine had accidentally strangled himself during a dangerous practice. The circumstances of Carradine's death ignited a massive media frenzy. Tabloid newspapers published graphic leaked photographs from the death scene, causing tremendous anguish to his family. Some family members initially refused to accept the findings and theorized about possible foul play, suggesting he might have been attacked. However, authorities in both Thailand and the United States consistently ruled the death accidental. Carradine's death certificate officially listed the cause as asphyxiation due to accident. The incident remains one of Hollywood's most startling celebrity deaths, demonstrating how a public figure's final moments can be shockingly at odds with their carefully cultivated image. Vic Morrow. On July 23, 1982, 53-year-old actor Vic Morrow was filming a night scene for Twilight Zone the movie at Indian Dunes in California. The scene depicted a Vietnam War scenario, with Morrow's character rescuing 2 children from a village under attack. The production had hired 2 child actors, 7-year-old Micah Ding Lei and 6-year-old Renee Shin-Yi Chen. The scene called for Morrow to carry the children through water while a helicopter hovered overhead and explosions detonated around them. Filming began around 2:20 a.m. The helicopter was flying at low altitude, only about 25 feet above the actors. Pyrotechnic charges were detonating to simulate artillery explosions. During one take, a series of explosions went off near the helicopter. The blast debris and shockwave caused the helicopter to lose control. The aircraft began spinning and descended rapidly. Within seconds, the helicopter crashed directly onto the 3 actors in the shallow water below. The main rotor blades were still spinning at full speed. Vic Morrow and one of the children were struck by the rotor blades and killed instantly. The other child was crushed beneath the helicopter. All 3 died at the scene. The horrifying accident was captured on multiple cameras. The footage showed the helicopter's catastrophic descent and the moment it struck the actors. Investigations revealed serious safety violations. The production had illegally hired the children to work at night, violated child labor laws, and ignored safety protocols regarding helicopter operations and pyrotechnics. Director John Landis and 4 crew members were charged with involuntary manslaughter, marking the first time a Hollywood director faced criminal trial for a film-related death. The trial lasted 10 months. In 1987, all defendants were acquitted of criminal charges, though the families of the victims reached civil settlements. The case fundamentally changed Hollywood's approach to on-set safety, leading to stricter regulations for stunts, pyrotechnics, and child actors. Owen Hart. On May 23, 1999, 34-year-old professional wrestler Owen Hart was performing at a World Wrestling Federation pay-per-view event called Over the Edge at Kemper Arena in Kansas City, Missouri. Hart was scheduled to make a dramatic entrance as his character the Blue Blazer, descending from the arena's rafters on a cable and harness system. The stunt called for Hart to be lowered approximately 78 feet from the ceiling, down to the wrestling ring, while thousands of fans watched. Around 8 p.m., Hart was secured in a safety harness and lifted into the rafters above the arena. The harness was attached to a cable controlled by a winch system. However, the setup used a quick-release mechanism that could be accidentally triggered. As Hart was being positioned above the ring, something went wrong. The quick-release clip disengaged prematurely, likely triggered accidentally by Hart's own movements. Hart plummeted over 70 feet, falling from the rafters directly toward the ring. He struck the top rope of the wrestling ring chest first, before landing in the ring. The impact caused massive blunt force trauma to his chest. Emergency medical technicians rushed to the ring immediately. The arena fell into shocked silence as medical personnel worked on Hart in front of the live audience. He was quickly transported to Truman Medical Center, but Owen Hart was pronounced dead shortly after arrival from internal injuries. The fall had been partially captured on the event's video feed, though the live television broadcast had cut to a pre-taped video package moments before the accident. Wrestling commentators later solemnly announced Hart's death during the broadcast. An investigation revealed that the quick-release mechanism, designed for ease of use, had proven too easy to accidentally trigger. Hart's widow Martha filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the WWF. The case was settled out of court for $18 million. The incident prompted wrestling promotions to implement much stricter safety protocols for aerial stunts and elaborate entrances. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones, and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The Waukesha Christmas Parade Incident. On November 21, 2021, the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade was proceeding through Main Street in Waukesha, Wisconsin, drawing thousands of spectators to watch marching bands, dance groups, and holiday floats. The parade had been running for nearly an hour, with families lining both sides of the street holding hot chocolate and waving at performers. Among the participants were the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies, a group of grandmothers who performed choreographed routines at community events throughout the year. At approximately 4:39 p.m., a red Ford Escape SUV, driven by 39-year-old Darrell Brooks, suddenly broke through police barriers at the parade's perimeter. The vehicle accelerated down the parade route, weaving between participants and striking multiple people. Brooks drove for several blocks through the dense crowd, hitting marchers, dancers, and parade-goers. Witnesses described people being thrown into the air and parents grabbing children to pull them out of the vehicle's path. The Dancing Grannies formation was struck directly, with several members hit. Emergency responders flooded the scene within minutes, finding victims scattered along multiple blocks of the parade road. 6 people died from their injuries: 8-year-old Jackson Sparks, 52-year-old Jane Coolidge, 71-year-old Leanna Owen, 79-year-old Virginia Sorensen, 81-year-old Wilhelm Hospel, and 52-year-old Tamara Durand. More than 60 others sustained injuries ranging from broken bones to severe trauma. Brooks was arrested shortly after abandoning the vehicle and attempting to flee on foot. The attack was captured on multiple video angles, including live streams and cell phone footage from parade attendees. The contrast between the wholesome holiday event and sudden mass casualty shocked the nation. Brooks's extensive criminal history, including a recent release on bail for another violent offense just weeks earlier, sparked intense debate about bail reform policies. He was later convicted on 76 charges and sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The Raleigh Christmas Parade Accident. On November 19, 2022, the Raleigh Christmas Parade moved through downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, featuring dozens of floats, dance groups, and marching bands. Among the participants was CC & Company Dance Complex, a local studio with young dancers performing in the parade. 11-year-old Haley Brooks was part of the dance group, wearing her costume and moving alongside her teammates near the parade's conclusion. Around 10:15 a.m., a pickup truck towing one of the parade floats began experiencing mechanical problems near the intersection of Hillsborough Street and Boylan Avenue. The driver lost control of the vehicle as it approached the dance group. Witnesses reported the truck suddenly lurching forward and veering into the performers. Haley was struck by the truck and knocked to the pavement. Other dancers and parade participants screamed and scattered as the vehicle came to a stop. Emergency medical personnel responded immediately, providing aid to Haley at the scene before transporting her to WakeMed Hospital. Despite aggressive treatment, she died from her injuries. The parade was immediately canceled, and investigators began examining the truck's mechanical systems and the circumstances of the accident. Initial findings suggested brake failure or mechanical malfunction had caused the driver to lose control. Haley's death devastated her family, friends, and the Raleigh community. Her dance studio held memorial services, and hundreds attended vigils in her honor. Multiple lawsuits were filed against the city and parade organizers, alleging inadequate safety protocols and vehicle inspections. The city of Raleigh subsequently implemented stricter requirements for parade vehicles, including mandatory mechanical inspections, enhanced insurance requirements, and additional safety officers positioned along routes. The incident sparked broader discussions about parade safety standards nationwide. The Bluffton Christmas Parade Tragedy. On December 7, 2019, the Bluffton Christmas Parade proceeded through the small town of Bluffton, South Carolina. with local families riding on decorated trailer floats pulled by trucks and tractors. 5-year-old Amir Fraser was riding on one of the floats with other children, waving to spectators lining the streets of the tight-knit community. The parade route wound through downtown Bluffton, with the float moving at typical parade speed of approximately 5 miles per hour. At approximately 1:30 p.m., near the intersection of Bridge Street and Calhoun Street, Amir somehow fell from the moving trailer. Before anyone could react, he landed directly in the path of the trailer's wheels. The driver was unaware of what had happened and continued forward, running over the child. Other parade participants immediately signaled for the driver to stop, and emergency responders rushed to Amir's aid. Paramedics transported Amir to a nearby hospital, but his injuries were too severe. He was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The parade was immediately halted, and Bluffton police began investigating the circumstances of the accident. Witnesses provided statements about what they had observed, though the exact reason for Amir's fall remained unclear. Investigators examined whether the trailer lacked proper safety railings or restraints. Amir's parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the town of Bluffton, alleging negligence in parade safety standards and inadequate oversight of float construction. The lawsuit claimed the town had failed to establish and enforce safety requirements for parade vehicles carrying children. The case highlighted the absence of uniform safety regulations for small-town parades across the country. Bluffton subsequently revised its parade policies, requiring safety inspections for all floats and mandatory safety railings on any vehicle carrying passengers. The Mount Juliet Christmas Parade Float Incident. On December 14, 2019, the Mount Juliet Christmas Parade was underway in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, featuring local families and organizations on festive floats moving through the city's downtown area. 7-year-old Rowan Frensley was riding on a float driven by his father, accompanied by other family members and friends. The parade proceeded along North Mount Juliet Road, with spectators waving from sidewalks and parking lots. At approximately 12:30 p.m., as the float moved through an intersection, Rowan fell from the trailer. His father, unaware of what had occurred behind him, continued driving forward. The trailer's wheels struck Rowan before anyone could alert the driver to stop. Other parade participants immediately began screaming and signaling, causing the father to brake and look back to discover what had happened. Emergency medical services arrived within minutes and began treating Rowan at the scene, but his injuries were catastrophic. He was transported to Vanderbilt University Medical Center in Nashville, where medical teams worked to save him, but he was pronounced dead from severe trauma. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office launched an investigation into the accident, interviewing witnesses and examining the float's construction and safety features. The tragedy's particular horror stemmed from the fact that Rowan's own father had been driving the vehicle that killed him. The family's unimaginable grief was compounded by the public nature of the accident, which occurred in front of hundreds of parade spectators. Investigators determined the death was accidental, with no criminal charges filed. The incident prompted Mount Juliet and surrounding communities to implement stricter parade safety requirements, including mandatory safety meetings for all float drivers, requirements for spotters on each float, and prohibitions on children riding on certain types of trailer floats without proper restraints. The Citadel Mall Christmas Eve Incident. On December 24, 2023, Citadel Mall in Colorado Springs, Colorado, was packed with last-minute Christmas Eve shoppers searching for final gifts and holiday items. Families moved through stores while retailers offered closing-hour discounts. The mall's festive decorations and holiday music created a celebratory atmosphere as people rushed to complete their shopping before stores closed for Christmas Day. Around 4:30 p.m., two groups inside the mall became involved in a confrontation near the food court area. The argument escalated rapidly, with members of both groups shouting and pushing each other. Witnesses reported the dispute appeared personal rather than shopping-related. Within moments, someone pulled out a firearm and shots were fired. Panicked shoppers dove behind kiosks and store counters, while others ran for exits. Multiple people were struck by gunfire during the exchange. One person died at the scene from their wounds, while several others sustained injuries and were transported to nearby hospitals. Colorado Springs Police Department officers arrived quickly, securing the area and beginning the process of evacuating the mall. Investigators worked to identify those involved in the shooting and determine what had sparked the violent confrontation. The shooting sent shockwaves through Colorado Springs, particularly given its timing on Christmas Eve, when families were engaged in holiday traditions. Cell phone footage captured portions of the chaos, with videos of shoppers fleeing and the sound of gunfire circulating on social media. The incident highlighted ongoing concerns about violence in retail spaces during peak shopping periods. Citadel Mall subsequently increased security presence during major shopping days and implemented enhanced screening procedures at entrances. The Santa Line Incident. On December 21, 1971, Higbee's department store in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, was crowded with families waiting to see Santa Claus during the final days before Christmas. The store's elaborate Santa display had been a Cleveland tradition for decades, drawing hundreds of children each day. Parents and children stood in a long line that wound through the store's fourth floor, waiting their turn for photos with Santa. Around 2 p.m., two men in the Santa line became involved in an argument. The dispute's origins remain unclear, but witnesses reported the confrontation escalated quickly, with both men shouting and threatening each other. Other parents attempted to move their children away from the altercation. Suddenly, one of the men pulled out a knife and stabbed the other man, later identified as Jack Fitzpatrick, in the chest. Fitzpatrick collapsed to the floor as screaming parents grabbed their children and fled. Store security and Cleveland police responded immediately, but Fitzpatrick died from his wound before medical help could save him. The attacker was arrested at the scene and later charged with manslaughter. Among the witnesses to the violent death was a young boy named Terrence Howard, who decades later would become a well-known actor. Howard has spoken in interviews about how witnessing the Santa line incident affected him psychologically. The incident became notorious in Cleveland history, often recounted as an example of how violence can intrude even into the most innocent settings. The juxtaposition of a Christmas tradition, children waiting to see Santa, with sudden lethal violence created a lasting impact on those present. The case received extensive local media coverage and became part of Cleveland's darker holiday lore, referenced in discussions of the city's history. The Covina Santa suit tragedy. On December 24, 2008, a family Christmas Eve party was underway at a home in Covina, California, a suburb of Los Angeles. Approximately 25 family members had gathered at the residence of Joseph and Alicia Ortega to celebrate the holiday with dinner, gifts, and conversation. Children played while adults prepared food and socialized. The festive gathering represented a typical family Christmas celebration. At approximately 11:30 p.m., the doorbell rang. When an 8-year-old girl answered the door, she found someone dressed in a full Santa Claus costume, standing on the porch. The man appeared to be delivering a gift. Before anyone realized what was happening, 45-year-old Bruce Pardo, the ex-husband of one of the partygoers, raised a handgun and began shooting. The little girl was struck first, with the bullet severely injuring her face. Pardo forced his way into the house and continued firing indiscriminately at the terrified party guests. He shot multiple people as they attempted to flee or hide. After emptying his handgun, Pardo activated a homemade flamethrower device he had constructed and began spraying racing fuel throughout the house, igniting a massive fire. The flames spread rapidly through the residence, trapping victims inside. Neighbors called 911 reporting gunshots and seeing flames erupting from the house. When firefighters arrived, they found a fully involved structure fire, but were initially unable to enter due to ammunition inside exploding from the heat. 9 people died from either gunshot wounds or the fire. Sylvia Ortega Pardo, Pardo's ex-wife, Joseph and Alicia Ortega, her parents, Charles and Cherry Ortega, James Ortega, Alicia Ortiz, Michael Ortiz, and Teresa Ortega. 3 others sustained serious injuries. Pardo fled the scene still wearing portions of the Santa costume. Pardo drove to his brother's home in the Sylmar neighborhood of Los Angeles, where he committed suicide with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. His body was discovered the following morning. Investigators later determined Pardo had meticulously planned the attack following a bitter divorce from Sylvia, including preparing the flamethrower device and obtaining weapons. The massacre became one of the most notorious Christmas-related mass murders in American history, receiving international media coverage due to the Santa disguise, the holiday timing, and the high body count. The incident prompted discussions about domestic violence warning signs and restraining order enforcement. If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The demonic delivery. On April 19, 2023, 59-year-old Randall Cook was working his evening shift as an Uber Eats delivery driver in Holiday, Florida. The experienced driver accepted what appeared to be a routine food order and drove to the delivery address in Pasco County. Cook arrived at the residence around 7:30 p.m., grabbed the order from his vehicle, and walked to the door. What happened next was described by local law enforcement as demonic. The customer who had placed the order, Oscar Solis Jr., was a 30-year-old with prior felony convictions and gang affiliations. Without warning, he ambushed Cook during the delivery. For seemingly no reason, Solis attacked and killed the delivery driver. He then proceeded to dismember his body. When Cook failed to return home that night, his family reported him missing. Pasco County Sheriff's deputies began investigating and traced his last known location to Solis's property. On April 20th, investigators arrived at the residence with a search warrant. What they discovered was horrific. Cook's remains were found in trash bags on the property. Surveillance footage from Cook's delivery app showed him arriving at the address, and blood evidence linked Solis to the crime scene. Detectives arrested Solis and charged him with homicide, along with other offenses. The Pasco County Sheriff publicly described the crime as demonic, a characterization that was repeated across national media coverage. The incident prompted discussions about whether delivery apps needed better safety protocols and customer vetting procedures to protect their workers from violent crimes. The Florida Pack Attack. On August 21, 2022, 61-year-old Pamela Jane Rock was working her regular mail delivery route for the United States Postal Service in Interlaken, Florida. Rock had been a USPS carrier for years and was well known in the community. During her route that afternoon, her mail delivery truck broke down, forcing her to continue deliveries on foot in the summer heat. As Rock was walking her route through a residential neighborhood, 5 dogs suddenly escaped from a fenced yard and spotted her. The pack immediately attacked. The dogs belonged to a nearby resident, whose fence had failed to contain them. Rock fought desperately as the animals mauled her. Neighbors heard her screams and rushed to help. Several people tried to pull the dogs off, including the dog's owner. One neighbor even fired a gun into the air, attempting to scare the animals away. After a frantic struggle, bystanders finally managed to separate the dogs from Rock. She had sustained critical injuries across her body from the attack. Emergency responders arrived and immediately called for a medical helicopter. Rock was airlifted to a trauma center where doctors worked to stabilize her condition. Despite intensive medical care, Pamela Jane Rock died the next evening from her injuries. She was 61 years old. Animal control seized all 5 dogs, which were later euthanized. The incident sparked outrage in Florida and across the country. Rock's family began campaigning for stricter laws to hold negligent dog owners accountable. Their efforts led to proposed legislation, nicknamed the Pam Rock Act, which would impose harsher penalties on owners whose dogs kill or seriously injure postal workers and other delivery personnel. The heatstroke tragedy. On June 25, 2022, 24-year-old Esteban Chavez Jr. was working as a UPS delivery driver in Pasadena, California. It was the day after his 24th birthday. Temperatures in Southern California had climbed into the 90s, and Chavez was making his regular rounds delivering packages in the oppressive heat. Like most UPS delivery trucks, his vehicle had no air conditioning, forcing drivers to work in sweltering conditions during summer months. Witnesses reported seeing Chavez making deliveries throughout the morning and early afternoon as temperatures continued rising. By mid-afternoon, Chavez was showing signs of heat exhaustion. His movements became slower, and he appeared disoriented. Around 3 p.m., Chavez collapsed inside his delivery truck. Another driver discovered him unconscious in his vehicle shortly after. Emergency responders were called immediately and rushed Chavez to a nearby hospital. Despite rapid medical intervention, Esteban Chavez Jr. was pronounced dead soon after arrival. His family believed he died from heat stroke, though the official cause of death remained under investigation. Medical personnel noted clear signs of severe dehydration and heat exhaustion. The case received extensive media coverage and became a rallying point on social media, with many expressing shock that a young worker could die on the job from heat exposure. Public pressure following Chavez's death and similar heat-related incidents contributed to the UPS Teamsters Union's successful 2023 labor negotiations, which included new heat safety measures and eventually air conditioning in delivery trucks. The porch collapse. On November 27, 2021, 45-year-old William Billy Fields was working his evening shift as a pizza delivery driver for Pizza King in Connersville, Indiana. Fields had been delivering pizzas for nearly 30 years and was beloved in the community. Customers knew him by name, and he had become a fixture in the small Indiana town. That evening, Fields received an order and loaded the pizzas into his car for delivery. He drove to the customer's home, grabbed the order, and approached the front door. The house had a wooden front porch, a common feature in the area. As Fields stepped onto the porch carrying the pizzas, the structure suddenly gave way beneath him. The wooden porch collapsed completely, dropping Fields through the broken boards and debris. He became trapped under heavy wooden beams and other wreckage from the collapsed structure. The customer heard the crash and immediately called 911. Emergency responders arrived quickly and worked to extract Fields from the debris. They pulled him free and rushed him to a local hospital, but his injuries were severe. William Fields was pronounced dead from trauma sustained in the collapse. The community was devastated. Fields had been delivering pizzas in Connersville for 3 decades, and countless residents knew him personally. People magazine picked up the story, and news of the beloved local pizza delivery man dying on the job spread across social media. The falling tape measure. On November 6, 2014, 58-year-old Gary Anderson was working as a delivery driver in Jersey City, New Jersey. His job involved transporting construction materials to building sites around the city. That morning, Anderson received an assignment to deliver a load of sheetrock to a high-rise construction site in Jersey City. The building under construction was a 50-story tower with workers spread across multiple floors. Anderson arrived at the site around 9:30 a.m. and began the process of unloading his delivery. He was working on the ground level, coordinating with workers to distribute the construction materials. 50 floors above, a construction worker was using a tape measure while working on the building's upper level. At some point, the tape measure either fell or was dropped from the worker's tool belt. The small metal tool plummeted down the side of the 50-story building, accelerating as it fell. During its descent, the tape measure bounced off equipment and structural elements. At ground level, Gary Anderson was not wearing a hard hat. The falling tape measure struck him directly in the head with tremendous force after falling for 50 floors. The impact critically injured Anderson, causing severe head trauma. Co-workers immediately called for emergency medical assistance. Paramedics arrived and rushed Anderson to a nearby hospital where trauma surgeons attempted to treat his injuries. Despite their efforts, Gary Anderson died approximately 1 hour later from the head trauma. He was 58 years old. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration opened an investigation into the incident. The bizarre nature of the accident, that a common tool like a tape measure could fall and kill someone, captured worldwide attention. The story has been recounted in numerous YouTube videos about unbelievable accidents and workplace safety, underlining how a momentary lapse in safety protocol can have fatal consequences. The train crossing. On October 24, 2025, 24-year-old Dusty L. Souls was working as a UPS delivery driver in rural Hunt County, Texas. The young driver was operating a UPS box truck, making deliveries west of Greenville in an area with numerous railroad crossings. Around 11:30 a.m., Souls approached an ungated railroad crossing, one of many unmarked crossings common in rural Texas. The crossing had no gates, flashing lights, or other automated warning systems, only standard crossbuck signs. As Souls drove her truck toward the tracks, a freight train was approaching on the line. For reasons that remain under investigation, Souls failed to yield at the crossing. Her UPS truck entered the tracks directly into the path of the oncoming freight train. The locomotive struck the box truck with devastating force. The impact tore the vehicle apart and sent debris flying. The collision caused the truck to burst into flames immediately. The train's engineer applied emergency brakes, but stopping a loaded freight train requires considerable distance. By the time the train came to a complete stop, the UPS truck had been completely destroyed. Emergency responders arrived to find the charred, mangled remains of the delivery truck scattered along the railroad tracks. Dusty Souls died instantly from the impact. She was 24 years old. Photographs from the scene showed the truck's burned wreckage and the severity of the collision. Local authorities and railroad investigators examined the crash site to determine exactly what happened. UPS issued a statement expressing condolences to Souls' family. Transportation safety advocates pointed to the case as an example of why more crossings need automated warning systems to prevent similar tragedies. The van theft. In August 2024, a delivery driver in his 40s was working for an Amazon contractor in Leeds, England. The driver was making his regular rounds through residential neighborhoods, delivering packages to homes across the city. After completing a delivery on a residential street, he walked back to where he had parked his delivery van. As he approached, he discovered someone attempting to steal his vehicle. The driver confronted the thief, trying to stop the theft of his van and the packages inside. Rather than flee, the suspect jumped into the driver's seat and started the van. The delivery driver, determined not to lose his vehicle and livelihood, grabbed onto the passenger door as the thief accelerated. The van sped down the residential street, with the driver hanging partly out of the passenger door, struggling to hold on or stop the vehicle. Witnesses watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The van reached dangerous speeds as it careened down the street. Unable to maintain his grip, the delivery driver was flung from the moving vehicle. He struck the pavement with tremendous force, sustaining fatal injuries. Emergency services were called immediately and arrived within minutes. Paramedics attempted to treat the driver at the scene, but his injuries were catastrophic. He was pronounced dead despite their efforts. The thief abandoned the van a short distance away and initially escaped on foot. West Yorkshire police launched a murder investigation and began searching for the suspect. The case gained widespread attention across the United Kingdom and internationally. Unfortunately, the thief was never caught and brought to justice. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The Walmart Stampede. On November 28, 2008, 34-year-old Jim Ty DeMoore reported for his temporary security assignment at the Walmart store on Green Acres Mall in Valley Stream, New York, unaware that he would become the most well-known victim of Black Friday shopping violence in American history. The 6'5", 270-pound temporary worker had been hired through an agency to help manage the expected Black Friday crowds. He arrived at 4 a.m. for the 5 a.m. store opening. Outside the store, approximately 2,000 shoppers had been gathering since the previous evening, creating a massive crowd that pressed against the entrance doors. The temperature was cold, and people had been waiting for hours to access Walmart's advertised doorbuster deals. The deals were available in limited quantities, creating a competitive atmosphere among the waiting crowd. As 5 a.m. approached, the crowd became increasingly restless and aggressive. People began pushing forward, pressing those at the front of the crowd against the glass entrance doors. Store employees inside could see the doors beginning to bow inward from the pressure. Damor and several other employees positioned themselves at the doors to control entry once the locks were released. At approximately 4:55 a.m., the pressure from the crowd became too great. The doors buckled and shattered, and the crowd surged forward like a wave. Damor was immediately knocked to the ground as roughly 2,000 people stampeded over him into the store. Other employees who tried to help him were also knocked down and trampled. Witnesses reported that shoppers continued pouring into the store, stepping on Damor's body as he lay on the floor. Some shoppers who stopped to help were pushed forward by the crowd behind them, unable to stop their momentum. The stampede continued for several minutes as the crowd spread throughout the store, rushing toward advertised deals. Security footage captured the horror as people stepped on and over the fallen worker, many seemingly unaware of the tragedy unfolding beneath their feet. When emergency responders arrived, they too had difficulty reaching Damor through the continuing stream of shoppers. He was pronounced dead at the scene from traumatic asphyxiation and crushing injuries. Several other people were injured in the stampede, including a pregnant woman who required hospitalization. Perhaps most disturbing were the reactions afterward. When police attempted to close the store due to the death, numerous shoppers complained loudly, arguing they had waited in line since the previous night and deserved to shop. Some continued shopping even after being told someone had died. The incident sparked national outrage and became a symbol of consumer culture's darkest excesses, leading to new crowd management rules and government penalties against Walmart. The Toys R Us shootout. Just hours after the Walmart stampede, on the same Black Friday in 2008, Palm Desert, California, became the site of another deadly incident. At approximately midday, the local Toys R Us was packed with holiday shoppers browsing aisles filled with action figures, board games, and electronics. Families with young children navigated the crowded store, searching for the perfect gifts. Near the back of the store, two women began arguing, their voices rising above the general shopping noise. What started as a verbal altercation quickly escalated when male companions accompanying both women, later identified as relatives or boyfriends, decided to involve themselves. Within moments, the confrontation turned violent as both men pulled out handguns. Witnesses described absolute pandemonium as gunshots suddenly rang out inside the toy store. Parents grabbed their children and dropped to the floor, while others ran for exits in blind panic. Screaming filled the air as families who had come for holiday shopping found themselves in a crossfire. When the shooting stopped, both armed men lay dead on the floor among scattered toys and toppled displays. Police arrived to find two handguns at the scene and dozens of traumatized witnesses, many of them children who had witnessed the violence. Authorities recovered the weapons and began interviewing the shell-shocked shoppers who remained. Investigators later determined the shooting wasn't over a toy or Black Friday deal. The women's argument appeared to be personal, possibly related to an ongoing dispute. However, the timing and location made the incident unforgettable. The idea of a deadly gunfight erupting in a children's toy store on the biggest shopping day of the year became a symbol of how dangerous Black Friday had become. The tragedy led to enhanced security measures at retail locations nationwide during the holiday season. The Target heart attack. By 2011, Black Friday's reputation had darkened considerably, but nothing prepared the public for what happened at a Target store in South Charleston, West Virginia. Just after midnight, as the Black Friday sale officially began, 61-year-old Walter Vance was shopping with family members, navigating crowded aisles filled with deal seekers. Around 12:15 a.m., while near the electronics section, Vance suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the floor, suffering an apparent heart attack. What happened next shocked witnesses and would become one of Black Friday's most disturbing stories. As Vance lay on the cold floor in obvious medical distress, other shoppers walked around his body, continuing their hunt for bargains. According to multiple witnesses, some shoppers even stepped over Vance's prone form, barely glancing down as they moved past. For several critical minutes, nobody stopped to help the dying man. Shoppers were so focused on obtaining deals that a human life became merely an obstacle to navigate around. The indifference continued until an off-duty nurse happened to notice Vance and immediately stopped to provide aid. She began performing CPR and called for emergency assistance, but precious time had been lost. Other shoppers finally began to notice, with some expressing shock that they hadn't realized someone was dying. Paramedics arrived and rushed Vance to Charleston Area Medical Center, but despite their efforts, he was pronounced dead a short time later. The incident sparked massive outrage when witnesses came forward, describing the shocking lack of compassion they had observed. News coverage emphasized how shoppers had prioritized discounts over a human being's life, stepping over a dying man to grab televisions and kitchen appliances. Social media exploded with fury and disgust, with the story being shared millions of times as the ultimate example of consumer culture's moral bankruptcy. Vance's family spoke publicly about their devastation, not just at losing him, but at how he had been treated in his final moments. The Highway 101 crash. On November 23, 2012, a 48-year-old father decided to take his family on an all-night Black Friday shopping adventure to outlet stores, hoping to find deals and create holiday memories. They departed Thanksgiving evening and spent the entire night driving between stores, shopping, and standing in lines. The father had gotten approximately 3 hours of sleep in the previous 24-hour period, but was determined to maximize the shopping opportunities. Around 6:50 a.m. on Friday morning, the family was driving northbound on Highway 101 near Palo Alto, California, heading home with their purchases. The father was behind the wheel of the family SUV, with his wife and 3 daughters as passengers. Traffic was light on the early morning highway, and conditions were clear. Without warning, exhaustion overtook him and he fell asleep while driving at highway speed. The SUV immediately veered off the road, crossing lanes before rolling over multiple times in a violent crash. 2 of the man's daughters, aged 20 and 24, were not wearing seatbelts and were ejected from the vehicle during the rollover sequence. Both young women died at the scene from massive trauma. The father, his wife, and another daughter survived with various injuries. Emergency responders arrived to find the mangled SUV far from the roadway, with debris scattered across a wide area. California Highway Patrol investigators determined that the father's severe sleep deprivation from the marathon shopping trip had directly caused the crash. He was later charged with 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter, with prosecutors noting he had recklessly endangered his family by driving in such an exhausted state. The tragedy highlighted a deadly side effect of Black Friday that many hadn't considered: sleep-deprived shoppers turning roads into danger zones. News outlets picked up the story nationwide, and images of the destroyed SUV became part of the growing debate about whether Black Friday's extreme hours were worth the human cost. The drowsy driving accident. On November 29, 2013, Patrick Henry Boyd, a 19-year-old from Clover, South Carolina, had spent Black Friday evening shopping at Concord Mills Mall near Charlotte with a group of friends. The teenagers enjoyed the social atmosphere and excitement of late-night deal hunting, moving from store to store and carrying bags of purchases. Like millions of young people nationwide, they were caught up in the Black Friday experience. Around 3:30 a.m., Boyd was driving his friends back home through Belmont, North Carolina, on Highway 2974. The group was tired but happy, discussing their purchases and laughing about the night's adventures. Boyd was behind the wheel, navigating the dark highway as his passengers dozed or chatted. Without realizing it, the teenager's exhaustion from hours of shopping and lack of sleep began overwhelming him. Boyd's eyes closed, and he fell asleep while driving approximately 60 miles per hour. The car immediately veered off the highway, traveling across the shoulder before slamming into a large roadside sign with tremendous force. The impact was catastrophic. Boyd was killed instantly from massive trauma, and several of his passengers suffered serious injuries. Emergency responders arrived to find the vehicle destroyed, and no skid marks on the pavement. Boyd had never attempted to brake because he was asleep and never saw the crash coming. North Carolina Highway Patrol investigators confirmed that drowsy driving from the late-night shopping expedition had caused the fatal accident. Boyd's death sent shockwaves through his community and became another statistic in Black Friday's growing body count. Traffic safety advocates used his story to campaign against retailers opening on Thanksgiving night, arguing that forcing people to shop at extreme hours created dangerous conditions. The incident was widely shared online as part of Black Friday tragedy compilations, with many people commenting about their own close calls with drowsy driving after holiday shopping. The San Antonio Hero. On the afternoon of November 25, 2016, a Walmart parking lot in San Antonio, Texas, became the scene of a tragedy that would capture national attention. Around 2 p.m., as shoppers loaded purchases into vehicles and others arrived seeking deals, a violent domestic dispute erupted near the store entrance. A man was physically assaulting a woman in the parking lot, hitting her repeatedly as shocked witnesses watched. A 39-year-old man shopping with his wife witnessed the attack and immediately intervened, unable to stand by while someone was being hurt. He approached the attacker and tried to stop the assault, putting himself between the violent man and his victim. The attacker responded by pulling out a handgun and shooting the Good Samaritan in the neck at point-blank range. The victim collapsed to the pavement and died within minutes as panicked shoppers scattered and called 911. His wife, who had been sitting in their nearby car, was struck by bullet fragments and injured. Another shopper was hit by a stray bullet during the violence. The attacker fled on foot but was quickly apprehended by San Antonio police after a brief pursuit. The 21-year-old suspect was taken into custody and charged with murder. The victim's heroic intervention had cost him his life. News coverage spread rapidly, with outlets praising the man's courage while questioning whether shopping areas had become too dangerous. His wife and family issued statements expressing both pride in his actions and devastation at their loss. The incident went viral on social media, with many people expressing admiration for someone who had tried to help a stranger despite the risk. Surveillance footage from the parking lot captured portions of the incident, though police did not release graphic details out of respect for the family. The Hamilton Mall shooting. Also during Black Friday 2016, violence erupted at Hamilton Mall in Mays Landing, New Jersey. In the early morning hours of November 25th, as shoppers began arriving for doorbuster deals around 5:30 a.m., the mall parking lot became a crime scene. Two brothers, Dimon Cotman, 21, and his 26-year-old sibling, were near their parked SUV when an assailant opened fire on them with a handgun. Gunshots echoed across the parking lot, sending early morning shoppers diving behind vehicles and running for cover. Demond Cotman was struck multiple times and collapsed beside the SUV, while his brother was hit in the leg. Witnesses described chaos and confusion as people tried to determine where the shots were coming from while helping the wounded. Some shoppers called 911, while others fled into the mall for safety. Police and emergency medical personnel arrived within minutes to find Demond Cotman dead at the scene, and his brother wounded but conscious. The SUV was riddled with bullet holes, and investigators recovered dozens of shell casings from the pavement. The brother was transported to a nearby hospital where he survived his injuries. Authorities launched an intensive investigation, collecting evidence and interviewing witnesses who had seen portions of the incident. While police later suggested the shooting might have been a targeted attack rather than random Black Friday violence, possibly connected to ongoing disputes between individuals, the timing and location ensured it became part of the day's dark legacy. News helicopters captured aerial footage of the crime scene, showing police tapes surrounding a section of the mall parking lot while confused shoppers stood in clusters nearby. The image of a busy shopping center transformed into a violent crime scene was jarring. Local and national media outlets covered the story extensively, and the incident fed into the growing narrative that Black Friday had become genuinely dangerous. The Reno parking space. On Thanksgiving evening 2016 in Reno, Nevada, the most trivial of disputes escalated into deadly violence. Around 6 p.m., just hours after families had finished Thanksgiving dinner, two groups of shoppers arrived at a Walmart preparing for Black Friday sales. Both groups spotted the same parking space simultaneously and moved to claim it. What should have been resolved with a wave or a brief discussion instead became a heated confrontation. Words were exchanged, then threats. Tempers flared as both parties refused to back down over the parking spot. Within minutes, the argument escalated dramatically when individuals from both groups pulled out firearms, brandishing them threateningly. Witnesses in the parking lot dove for cover or retreated to their vehicles as the situation spiraled out of control. Suddenly, shots were fired. A 33-year-old man was struck in the chest by a bullet and collapsed in the parking lot. He died at the scene before emergency medical personnel could save him. Reno police arrived quickly, securing the area and recovering firearms from both groups involved in the confrontation. Witnesses were interviewed, and both groups remained at the scene, cooperating with investigators. The case presented complex questions about self-defense and who had fired first, with initial reports suggesting it might have been a road rage-style incident where both parties felt threatened. Ultimately, after investigating the circumstances, authorities did not file charges in the shooting. However, a man was dead over a parking space on Black Friday. The absurdity and tragedy of the situation wasn't lost on anyone. News headlines emphasizing the trivial origin of the fatal conflict spread rapidly across social media, with people expressing disbelief that Black Friday had literally come to this fine. The story became a viral symbol of consumer culture's dangerous extremes, frequently cited in articles and videos as the ultimate example of holiday shopping madness. The E.J. Bradford shooting. Thanksgiving night 2018 marked one of the most controversial and heartbreaking Black Friday incidents in recent memory. At Riverchase Galleria Mall in Hoover, Alabama, shoppers flooded in for Black Friday sales that had begun on Thursday evening. Around 9:30 p.m., the mall was packed with families and deal seekers browsing stores when a fight broke out near the food court, quickly escalating to violence. Gunfire suddenly erupted inside the crowded mall. An 18-year-old man and a 12-year-old girl were shot and wounded as panicked shoppers began running in all directions. People screamed and fled, many not knowing where the shots were coming from or where to run. Parents grabbed children and dove into stores, while others rushed for exits. The scene was absolute chaos. Hoover police officers, including off-duty officers working security, immediately responded to the active shooter situation. Officer confusion was extreme. Hundreds of people running, screaming, conflicting reports about the shooter's location. Within moments of the shooting, one officer encountered 21-year-old Emantic E.J. Bradford Jr. near the scene. Bradford was armed with a handgun and moving quickly. In a split-second decision amid the chaos, the officer fired, striking Bradford multiple times. Bradford died at the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning admission. Bradford likely was not the shooter who had wounded the other two victims. He may have been a lawful gun owner who had drawn his weapon in response to the danger, or was simply fleeing. The actual shooter had escaped during the confusion. Bradford's death sparked immediate outrage and protests in Hoover and beyond. His family demanded answers about why police had killed an innocent man. The incident received massive national media attention because it occurred in a packed mall on the biggest shopping day of the year. The Arden Fair Mall shooting. Even during the pandemic year of 2020, when many retailers had scaled back traditional Black Friday events, tragedy still found its way into shopping centers. On Friday, November 27th, at Arden Fair Mall in Sacramento, California, shoppers were browsing stores while observing pandemic precautions, masks, social distancing, and reduced capacity limits. Around 6 p.m., as evening shoppers arrived, gunfire suddenly erupted near one of the mall entrances. A gunman had opened fire in what police would later describe as a targeted attack. Two teenagers were struck by bullets. A 19-year-old male was shot inside the mall and died at the scene despite immediate first aid attempts by mall security and bystanders. A 17-year-old boy was shot outside the mall entrance and critically wounded. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where medical teams worked frantically to save him, but he succumbed to his injuries a short time later. Shoppers throughout the mall heard the gunshots and began evacuating immediately, many running for exits while others sheltered inside stores. Police arrived quickly and began clearing the mall systematically, ensuring there were no additional threats. The entire shopping center was evacuated as investigators secured the scene and began collecting evidence. Sacramento Police Department believed the incident was isolated and possibly gang-related rather than a random shooting, and they launched a manhunt for the suspect. The shooting made international headlines, with outlets including The Guardian covering the story because it demonstrated that even during a pandemic, Black Friday remained dangerous. Video and images of masked shoppers fleeing the mall circulated widely on social media and YouTube. The fact that both victims were minors added another layer of tragedy to an already horrific event. Many online commenters noted the bitter irony. Even with smaller crowds due to COVID-19 restrictions, Black Friday had still produced deadly violence. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones. Feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. Tokaimura Nuclear Accident. On September 30th, 1999, 35-year-old Hisashi Ochi walked into the Tokaimura nuclear fuel processing plant in Japan. For what should have been a routine shift, Ochi worked as a technician at the plant, mixing uranium fuel for a research reactor. That morning, he and two coworkers were rushing to meet a deadline. To save time, they decided to skip the proper safety protocols and mixed 7 times more uranium than regulations allowed, pouring it directly into a steel bucket instead of using the approved equipment. The bucket suddenly began glowing with an eerie blue light. The mixture had gone critical, unleashing a nuclear chain reaction right in front of him. Ochi was standing just 2 feet away when it happened. In less than a second, his body absorbed 17 sieverts of radiation. To put that in perspective, a single sievert can cause radiation sickness. 5 sieverts will kill half the people exposed to it within a month. Ochi had just absorbed more radiation than any human had ever survived. Within minutes, Ochi began vomiting. His skin turned red like a severe sunburn. Ochi was hospitalized immediately, but the damage was already done. The radiation had destroyed the DNA in his cells, making it impossible for his body to produce new blood cells or repair damaged tissue. After 83 days of continuous suffering, on December 21, 1999, Ochi died from multiple organ failure. Ochi's death led to the permanent shutdown of the Tokaimura facility, criminal prosecutions of 6 company officials for negligence, and a complete overhaul of Japan's nuclear safety regulations, requiring independent safety inspections at all nuclear facilities. The Demon Core. On August 21, 1945, 24-year-old physicist Harry Daghlian was working alone at Los Alamos Laboratory late at night. Daghlian was building a neutron reflector around a plutonium core. The experiment was a deadly game of chicken, testing how close they could push the core to starting a self-sustaining nuclear reaction, known as criticality, without crossing the line. At 9:55 p.m., Daghlian reached for another brick. As he moved it toward the assembly, his radiation detector suddenly screamed. He had brought the core too close to criticality. Daghlian panicked and tried to pull the brick away, but it slipped from his hand and fell directly onto the plutonium core. Without thinking, Daghlian knocked the brick off with his bare hand, stopping the reaction but absorbing a massive dose of radiation in the process. He had just seconds to save his own life, but his instinct to stop the reaction sealed his fate. Within hours, Daglian's hand began swelling to twice its normal size. The skin turned red, then purple, then black. Over the next 25 days, he lost weight rapidly, dropping from 160 pounds to just 110. He died on September 15, 1945, in unimaginable pain. The plutonium core he had been working with would later become known as the Demon Core. His death led to new safety protocols requiring at least 2 people present during all criticality experiments and the installation of automatic radiation alarms throughout Los Alamos. The Killer Screwdriver. On May 21, 1946, physicist Louis Slotin was conducting a dangerous experiment at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. The 35-year-old Canadian scientist was demonstrating a procedure his colleagues had nicknamed tickling the dragon's tail. The experiment involved bringing 2 beryllium reflector shells around a plutonium core, stopping just short of triggering a nuclear reaction. He had performed this same experiment dozens of times before, but today, something went wrong. Slotin was working with a plutonium core about the size of a softball, the same demon core that had killed Harry Daghlian just 8 months earlier. 7 other scientists stood in the room watching as Slotin carefully lowered the top reflector shell closer to the plutonium core. His hand was completely steady. At exactly 3:20 p.m., the screwdriver slipped from his hand, and with it, Louis Slotin's fate. The 2 halves of the reflector snapped together around the plutonium, starting the deadly nuclear reaction. Without thinking, Slotin knocked the reflector shells apart with his bare hand, stopping the reaction and saving everyone else in the room. When Slotin looked down at his left hand, it was already turning red and starting to swell. Even though he knew he was dying, his first thought was documenting everything to help the others survive. Within minutes, Slotin began vomiting violently. His colleagues rushed him to the hospital, where doctors examined him and delivered the news he already knew. He had absorbed more than twice the lethal dose of radiation. On May 30th, just 9 days after the accident, Louis Slotin died from massive organ failure. His death led to immediate changes at Los Alamos. All future criticality experiments had to be conducted remotely using machines instead of screwdrivers, and the demon core itself was melted down and never used again. The tickling the dragon's tail experiments were permanently banned as well. The Flash of Death. On December 30th, 1958, Cecil Kelly, a 38-year-old chemical operator, was working at the Los Alamos plutonium processing facility. His job was to mix plutonium solutions, a process that he had done safely thousands of times. That morning, Kelly climbed a ladder to check on a large mixing tank containing plutonium dissolved in organic solvent. He had no idea that the plutonium had settled at the bottom of the tank in a concentrated layer. When Kelly turned on the stirrer at 10:35 a.m., the blades mixed the plutonium into a critical mass. The solution exploded with a brilliant flash of blue light. He had been standing directly above the tank, and his body absorbed a massive dose of radiation in less than a second. Kelly screamed and collapsed off the ladder. His co-workers found him unconscious on the floor and rushed him to the hospital. For a few minutes, doctors thought he might survive. He briefly regained consciousness and mumbled a few words, but the radiation had destroyed his central nervous system. Within 5 hours, Cecil Kelly was dead. The accident investigation revealed that the mixing tank's design was flawed, allowing plutonium to accumulate in dangerous concentrations without any warning system. Kelly's death led to the complete redesign of all plutonium processing equipment at Los Alamos, and new regulations requiring fail-safe geometry in vessels to prevent criticality even if procedures were violated. The polonium drink. On November 1, 2006, Alexander Litvinenko, a 43-year-old former Russian intelligence officer living in London, met 2 men for tea at the Millennium Hotel. Litvinenko had defected from Russia and spent years criticizing the Russian government and President Vladimir Putin. He claimed the FSB had ordered him to assassinate Russian oligarch Boris Berezovsky and that the 1999 Russian apartment bombings, which killed 300 people and justified the war in Chechnya, were actually carried out by Russian intelligence services. These accusations made him a target. That afternoon, someone slipped polonium-210 into his drink that would kill him gradually and painfully. At first, Litvinenko just felt sick to his stomach and thought it was food poisoning, but over the next few days, his condition got worse. Doctors ran test after test but couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, Litvinenko kept getting sicker. Finally, on November 23rd, Britain's atomic weapons establishment tested samples from his body and discovered he had been poisoned with polonium-210, one of the most toxic substances on Earth. Someone had put a lethal dose in his tea, and he had swallowed it without knowing. Alexander Litvinenko died on November 23, 2006, exactly 3 weeks after being poisoned. British investigators traced a radiation trail across London using Geiger counters, finding polonium contamination in hotel rooms, restaurants, offices, and even on the British Airways planes that the two men who Litvinenko met, Lugovoy and Kovtun, had flown. Britain requested the extradition of Andrei Lugovoy for murder, but Russia refused, and Lugovoy was later elected to the Russian parliament, giving him immunity from prosecution. The incident strained relations between Britain and Russia for years, leading to diplomatic expulsions and economic sanctions. The K-19 submarine incident. On July 3, 1961, 23-year-old Soviet naval officer Boris Korchalov boarded the submarine K-19 for his first deployment as commander of the Emergency Repair Group. The sub was the Soviet Union's first nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, built in a rush to match American naval power. Sailors called it Hiroshima after a champagne bottle failed to break at its launching, a bad omen they couldn't ignore. On July 4th, while conducting exercises off Greenland, a cooling pipe cracked in the starboard reactor at 4:15 a.m. Without coolant, the sub's reactor temperature began climbing rapidly and would soon trigger a nuclear explosion. There was no backup cooling system because the sub had been rushed into service and safety systems were still incomplete. The only option to prevent nuclear meltdown was to manually weld pipes inside the reactor compartment, but whoever went in would be exposed to lethal radiation. The captain asked for volunteers. 22 men, including Korchalov, stepped forward, risking their lives. The group was divided into teams of 3, rotating in and out of the reactor compartment every 5 to 10 minutes to limit radiation exposure. When the first team, including Korchalov, opened the door of the compartment, they saw a blue light emanating from the pipes. They thought it was fire, but it was ionized radiation shining in the air. 5 minutes later, Korchalov stumbled out of the reactor room. He ripped off his gas mask and vomited yellow foam. Within hours, his face swelled and his skin turned red. He had received an enormous amount of radiation from being directly exposed. The crew succeeded in preventing a meltdown and hence the nuclear explosion, but Korchalov died on July 10, 1961, just 6 days after the incident. 7 other volunteers died within days, and 14 more within 2 years. Their bodies were so radioactive that they had to be buried in lead coffins in secret locations. The accident remained classified for decades, but in 2006, the K-19 crew was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize for preventing a disaster that could have started World War III. The Radium Water Millionaire. On a fall evening in 1927, Eben Byers, a 51-year-old millionaire industrialist and champion golfer, boarded a train from New York to Pittsburgh. During the journey, he fell from his sleeping berth and injured his arm. The pain lingered for weeks. His doctor recommended a popular new medicine called Radithor, bottled water containing radium that manufacturers claimed could cure everything. After trying Radithor for his arm pain, Byers became convinced it was a miracle cure. He started drinking 2 to 3 bottles every day, sometimes more. The manufacturer loved him because he was their best advertisement, a famous wealthy man publicly endorsing their product. Over the next 3 years, Byers would go on to consume an estimated 1,400 bottles of Radithor. He stopped his consumption in October 1930 after losing most of his teeth and experiencing other negative side effects like weight loss and headaches. In 1931, surgeons had to remove his entire lower jaw and most of his upper jaw. However, due to radium's chemical similarity with calcium, Byers' body had already absorbed it into his bones, where it emitted radiation continuously. On March 31, 1932, just 2 years after he stopped drinking Radithor, Byers died of radium poisoning in a New York hospital. His body was so radioactive it had to be buried in a lead-lined coffin. The Wall Street Journal published his story under the headline, "The Radium Water Worked Fine Until His Jaw Came Off," garnering nationwide attention. Byers' death led to the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act of 1938, which gave the FDA power to regulate medical products and require safety testing before marketing. If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments. The Jupiter Thanksgiving Tragedy. On November 26, 2009, 35-year-old Paul Michael Merhiga arrived 90 minutes late to his cousin's Thanksgiving dinner in Jupiter, Florida. 17 family members had already gathered at Jim and Muriel Sitton's home in an upscale gated community. Paul Merhige had always been on the fringe of family life, rarely attending gatherings. His twin sisters, 33-year-old Carla Merhige and Lisa Knight, had clashed with him in the past, but Paul was still family, and so he was also invited. The table was set, the turkey was carved, and 6-year-old Michaela Sitton had written cards about how thankful she was for her family, stringing them on a clothesline. Paul sat through the entire 3-hour Thanksgiving dinner. He ate turkey. He made small talk. After dinner, the family gathered around the piano for Christmas sing-alongs. Paul smiled and sang along with everyone else. Then calmly, he excused himself and walked out to his car. When he returned minutes later, he was holding a bolt-action Remington 700 rifle. Without warning, without a word, Paul Michael Merhig began firing. He shot his 76-year-old aunt, Raymonda Joseph, then her husband. Despite his gun jamming, he continued on and shot his two twin sisters Carla and Lisa. Lisa's husband, civil trial lawyer Patrick Knight, tried to intervene and Paul shot him in the stomach. Patrick spent 3 months in a medically induced coma but survived. Then Paul walked calmly toward the bedroom, where 6-year-old Michaela Sitton was sleeping. He entered her room and shot the child in her bed. Seconds later, Paul walked out of the house, got into his blue Toyota Camry, and drove away into the night. He had packed clothes and withdrew around $12,000 in cash in preparation. He disappeared for 38 days while U.S. Marshals and local police conducted a massive manhunt. A $25,000 reward was offered for information leading to his arrest. On January 2, 2010, an episode of America's Most Wanted featured Paul's case. The owners of the Edgewater Lodge in the Florida Keys happened to be watching. Despite his shaved head and beard, they recognized Paul as a guest who had checked in under the name John Baca on December 2nd. They immediately called the show's hotline. U.S. Marshals burst into his second-floor motel room and found him on a computer. He was arrested without resistance. Paul Michael Merhig was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. On October 27, 2011, he pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The Salmonella Incident. On November 28, 1995, the Clark County Health District in Las Vegas, Nevada, received a disturbing call from the county coroner's office. A man attended a Thanksgiving celebration where turkey was served alongside other traditional dishes. Within a day of the meal, he developed severe symptoms, violent diarrhea, intense abdominal cramps, high fever, and dehydration. Despite seeking medical attention, his condition deteriorated rapidly. CDC investigators traced the outbreak to improperly prepared turkey that had been contaminated with salmonella bacteria. As the turkey was undercooked, the bacteria multiplied to dangerous levels in the warm, protein-rich meat. Multiple people who attended the same Thanksgiving dinner fell ill, but this man's case was the most severe. His immune system couldn't fight off the massive bacterial infection. Despite aggressive medical treatment, including IV antibiotics and fluids, he died from complications of salmonellosis. The death prompted an investigation by the CDC and local health departments. They issued warnings about proper turkey handling, thawing in the refrigerator, not at room temperature, cooking to an internal temperature of 165 F, and refrigerating leftovers within 2 hours. The case became part of CDC surveillance data tracking Thanksgiving-related foodborne illnesses, which shows that salmonella infections spiked dramatically during the holiday period, with turkey being the primary culprit. The Serving Fork Incident. On Thanksgiving evening 2012, at an apartment in Annapolis, Maryland, 27-year-old Shanika Alsup was hosting Thanksgiving dinner. Among the guests was her 23-year-old half-brother, Deontay Antonio Wallace. The dinner started normally, with family gathered around the table eating turkey, stuffing, and all the traditional holiday dishes. Then an argument broke out. The fight was about something trivial, the food being served. Deontay made a comment about the meal, criticizing how it was made. Shanika took offense. Words were exchanged back and forth across the dinner table, as other family members tried to calm them down. But the argument escalated. Voices got louder. Both siblings were standing now, gesturing and yelling at each other. Other family members backed away from the table, sensing things were getting out of hand. That's when Shanika, in a moment of rage, grabbed the nearest object she could find, a 2-pronged serving fork that had been used to carve the turkey. Without hesitation, Shanika lunged across the table and stabbed Deontay in the neck with the serving fork. Deontay clutched his neck and stumbled backwards. Deontay managed to make it outside to the parking lot of the apartment building, still clutching his bleeding neck. Other family members immediately called 911. When police and paramedics arrived at approximately 9:30 p.m., they found Deontay in the parking lot, with 2 puncture wounds visible at the base of his neck. Paramedics transported Deontay to Anne Arundel Medical Center. Fortunately, despite the violence of the attack and the amount of blood loss, his injuries were determined to be non-life-threatening. He survived. Shanika Alsup was arrested at the scene and charged with first-degree assault, second-degree assault, and reckless endangerment. The youth pastor's rage. In the days leading up to Thanksgiving 2017, in Chesterfield County, Virginia, tension had been building in the Gaddis household. Christopher Gaddis, 58, was a church youth pastor who appeared to be a pillar of his community. But at home, he was drinking heavily and growing increasingly angry with his stepdaughter, 30-year-old Candace Laukunze, and her boyfriend, 36-year-old Andrew Buthorn, who had been staying with him and his wife for several weeks. The couple had originally planned to stay for just a few days while they got back on their feet, but weeks had passed and they were still there. Christopher's resentment grew daily. 2 days before Thanksgiving, tensions exploded. Christopher, drunk, tried to attack his wife Jeanette. Andrew had to physically intervene to stop him from hurting her. On Thanksgiving Day, the atmosphere in the house was toxic. Christopher continued drinking throughout the day. His anger at having Andrew and Candace in his home had reached a breaking point. That evening, neighbors heard multiple gunshots coming from the Gaddy's residence and immediately called 911. When police arrived, they found Andrew Buthorn lying in the front yard, dead from multiple gunshot wounds. Inside the house, officers discovered an even more horrific scene. Candace Laukunza was shot multiple times and died. Most shocking of all, Christopher's wife Jeanette Gaddis, 58, was also dead. Christopher Gaddis was arrested at the scene. Investigators determined that Christopher had shot all 3 victims during his drunken rage on Thanksgiving evening. Neighbors told police that the Gaddis household had been troubled for months, with frequent arguments and escalating tension. Christopher Gaddis was convicted on all 3 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. The 3 victims' families were left devastated, their Thanksgiving holiday forever associated with the senseless violence that took their loved ones. The Ohio mobile home fire. On Thanksgiving morning 2023, at approximately 7:30 a.m., volunteer firefighters in Athens County, Ohio, received a desperate call about mobile homes on fire, with people possibly trapped inside. The fire was located on Rainbow Lake Road, south of Athens, in a rural area where response times are longer. The cause of the fire was the kerosene heater, which got ignited and caught fire. As all the household members were busy for the Thanksgiving family gathering, nobody paid attention to the ignited heater. When Richland area volunteer firefighters arrived, they found a devastating scene. 2 mobile homes were engulfed in flames, with one roof already collapsed. An outbuilding nearby had also caught fire. Neighbors reported hearing explosions and seeing flames shoot into the early morning sky. Firefighters battled the blaze aggressively, but the mobile home's construction with thin walls, plastic components, and limited fire resistance burned rapidly. When they finally knocked down the flames and could enter what remained of one mobile home, they made a horrific discovery. 5 people were found dead inside the collapsed structure. The bodies were discovered in what appeared to be the front entryway area. One person managed to escape the fire and was transported to a local hospital with injuries. They were the sole survivor of what should have been a Thanksgiving Day family gathering. The tragedy led to renewed emphasis on fire safety during holidays, particularly around cooking equipment and heating sources by the Ohio State Fire Marshal's Office, the Athens County Sheriff's Office, and the county coroner. The Thanksgiving Day trap. On Thanksgiving Day 2012, 64-year-old Byron David Smith sat in his basement in Little Falls, Minnesota, waiting. His home had been burglarized multiple times over the previous months, and he was fed up. He had moved his truck away from the house to make it appear no one was home. He positioned himself in a chair in the basement, hidden from view, with his rifle loaded. He had also set up an audio recording device to capture whatever happened next. That afternoon, 2 cousins, 17 years old Nicholas Brady and 18 years old Hayla Kiefer, broke into Smith's home. They had been involved in several burglaries in the area and were looking for prescription drugs and cash. Nicholas entered first, breaking a bedroom window and climbing inside. He made his way down to the basement, unaware Smith was waiting. Smith shot Nicholas twice as he descended the stairs. Nicholas tumbled to the bottom. Then, according to Smith's own audio recording, Smith stood over the wounded teenager and said, "You're dying." He shot Nicholas once more in the head. Smith then dragged Nicholas's body into another room and wrapped it in a tarp. 10 minutes later, Hayla entered the house, calling for her cousin. As she descended the basement stairs, Smith shot her. She also fell down the stairs, wounded. On the recording, Smith can be heard saying sarcastically, "Oh, sorry about that." Hale, terrified and in pain, screamed, "I'm sorry." Smith responded by yelling, "You're dying," and shot her multiple times in the torso. As she lay wounded on the floor, Smith fired a final shot next to her left eye and killed her. Smith did not call police until the next day, saying he didn't want to bother them on the holiday. When police arrived, he readily admitted to the killings and led them to the bodies in his basement. Smith was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. His defense argued he was within his rights under Minnesota's Castle Doctrine, which allows homeowners to use deadly force against intruders. But prosecutors successfully argued that Smith had gone far beyond self-defense. The audio recording proved he had taunted and executed 2 wounded teenagers rather than calling for help. The jury found him guilty on both counts of premeditated first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in April 2014. If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments.